Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Oh boy, let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Black Americans are waking up. More and more of us are realizing that the story that we've been told, that we all come from Africa on slave ships, isn't the full truth. We're starting to reclaim what our grandparents and our great-grandparents always said, that we are indigenous to this land, that we are the descendants of the original people, reclassified, renamed, and hidden under categories like colored, mulatto, and Negro, freedmen, etc., etc. This awakening is dangerous to the system because it reverses the effects of paper genocide. Paper genocide was designed to erase us from the record books as Indians and push us into a made-up category that disconnected us from our land, our treaties, and our inheritance. But now the veil is lifting. The truth is rising back up. And what happens when the truth rises? Opposition. Suddenly, everybody wants to dictate our heritage to us. You've got Pan-Africans telling us that we're betraying our African roots. You've got Europeans insisting that textbooks are correct and our grandmothers were wrong. You've even got some folks on reservations acting like gatekeepers, telling us that we don't count unless their colonial paperwork says so. But let's think about this. They want us to believe that our grandmothers lied, but the same schools that fed us stories of Columbus discovering America, a Washington being a hero, and the Indians just vanishing, right? That's supposed to be the truth. They want us to throw away oral history that's been passed down in our families for centuries, just to bow down to colonial lies printed in a school book. But not tonight. No. Tonight, we're going to peel back the lens. Tonight, we're going to talk about the massive conspiracy that has worked overtime to keep Black Americans away from their indigenous heritage. Because if we ever fully embrace it, if we ever reclaim our names, our land, our identity, then the whole narrative of America shifts. The power structure shakes. So the question is, who do you believe? The school teacher reading from the state-approved book, or your grandmother sitting on the porch telling you who you really are? Now, before we get started with tonight's broadcast, I urge you guys to smash the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new. Make sure to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. I've got tons of historical resources available. And if you need assistance with genealogy research, you can even book a one-on-one consultation with me through my website, where I'll teach you the three-step process that me and my family used to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation back in 2021. But guys, this broadcast is going to be an interesting one. Shout out to the viewer that sent me this video. Somebody sent me this video. They said, yo, we got these Pangoofies, we got these foreigners who are still trying to clout chase off of our lineage. They're trying to grift off of this great awakening. And they're trying to go viral over claiming that our community, now that we're finally getting in touch with our indigenous roots, our community all of a sudden is having an identity crisis? Okay. All right. When there were Black Americans running around saying they were Moorish sovereign citizens, nobody said anything about an identity crisis then. When there were some Black folks running around claiming to be Hebrew Israelites, nobody said a damn thing about an identity crisis then. When Black folks were claiming to be Egyptian gods of the earth and Nubian queens and stuff, I mean, nobody said a damn thing then. When Black folks converted and became Muslims and Nation of Islam type stuff, I mean, nobody said nothing about an identity crisis then. But the first time that Black folks nationwide are getting on code about their indigenous lineage, damn, now all of a sudden we've got an identity crisis, guys. So whoa. Hey, has anybody else noticed that? When we specifically reclaim our Aboriginal ties to the Americas, now it's an identity crisis. But Black folks can claim to be everything else under the sun and nobody bats an eye. But let one of us claim to be an American Indian, and oh wait, here comes a African teamed up with a European, teamed up with an Asian, teamed up with all colluding against us to separate us from our indigeneity. Whoa, we've got a conspiracy, guys. We've got a conspiracy. Well, let's go ahead and get right into it. One of my viewers sent me this video. They said there's this dude trying to clout chase off of our heritage. He made some video trying to go viral, claiming that we're having some identity crisis. So I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a live reaction, and let's see what our resident Pan Goofy is talking about.
Is this not signs of a mental illness? Listen up. I don't care what ethnicity you claim to be. If you're African, if you're Jamaican, if you're Haitian, if you're Black American, in the eyes of the oppressor and the true enemy, you just another. This whole diaspora thing is literally insane because it's doing nothing but causing division and pushing us farther apart from true unity. Sad to say, but it's
all right. So we're starting off strong with the gaslighting. So it doesn't matter your nationality. It doesn't matter what country you come from. Your ancestors don't matter. Your lineage doesn't matter because the oppressor views everybody like an N-word. I mean, guys, they have the weakest of arguments, to say the least. The weakest of arguments. And whenever you see somebody up here with some melanin bitching and whining and complaining about a diaspora war, guys, this is most likely a foreigner. Guys, this is most likely a migrant or descendants of migrants, a tether, if you will. Let's talk about it. He's not like us.
2025. My Black people are having an identity crisis.
Am I Indian? Absolutely, I'm Indian. I'm a whole Cherokee Indian. That's what we are.
So we've literally got tethers using other tethers as case studies against us. The guy right here, if you guys have never seen him, you're not missing anything. He's on TikTok. He's some foreign migrant claiming that America is Tamerica, and he's doing a whole bunch of weird, like trying to go viral. I mean, you see him in the headdress, wigging out, crashing out, right? So we got a foreigner using a TikTok of another foreigner to try to discredit our Aboriginal ties. Guys, this is wild.
All of your Black people are the Indians. All of us, without exception.
I really wish this young brother was playing, but he's dead serious. This is a TikTok creator named Tissam Dizala Teachings, and he truly believes that Black people are the real Native Americans.
Okay. How about instead of using some whacked out foreigner on TikTok as your case study, why don't you use me? Here I am claiming that Black folks are the true American Indians, or the true indigenous people of this land. But he'll never make a video about me. He'll never mention Mike because I'm not a whacked out, crash out tether on TikTok wearing a headdress claiming that we're all Indians. No, I'm actually a member of an indigenous community, the Muskogee Creek Nation. I'm sorry, guys, it's a little blurry. I got the background effect on. Let me go ahead and bring my tribal citizenship card up another way. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. This is why they don't want to use me as a case study. Whoa, wait a minute. Time out. He's Black. He claims Black Americans are the true American Indians, and he's a member of an indigenous tribe, descends from Black Indians listed on the Dawes Roll as full-blooded Indians, leaders of the Creek Nation. I mean, you see why they want to cherry pick these whacked out people on TikTok to try to discredit us, but they'll never come after a guy like Mike. I got my paperwork intact. We got the lineage traced to the 1600s. Yeah, you don't want to go toe-to-toe with this one. But let's see if he's going to do anything else other than use his whacked out tether buddy as a poor case study, okay?
Hey, brother, you are African, brother. You lost your African mind, brother. Come back to Africa, brother. And I asked them, mother, have you ever been to Africa? They say no, but it's the motherland. I said, why your ass ain't never been there? Well, I don't know. I'm like, get your delusional ass on. See these people right here? Who do they look like? Don't they look like me and you? You see how they have afros and braids?
Sir, you don't look like us. You're a tether. You're a foreigner. I mean, let's just fast forward a little bit. Is he going to use anything else other than this one tether's TikTok videos to try to discredit our Aboriginal claims? Hold on. Let's see.
Not a damn thing. We still facing systemic racism. We still having problems in the community, and y'all worrying about being Native Americans. I'ma hold your hand when I say this, my black brother. It is okay to have African descent.
And I'm not gonna be around here trying to explain who we are, what we are. Y'all already know who we are. Y'all always trying to.
Okay, so again, guys, we're recognizing a pattern here. These folks who are trying to critique our indigenous claims, they're literally cherry picking case studies of questionable folks on TikTok dressing in tribal regalia. Okay. All right. I mean, if I wanted to, I guess I could cherry pick videos of Pan-Africans dressed in daishikis and dressed like the Princess of Mumba and Wakanda is forever, going to the movie theaters and shit, celebrating a fictional Disney movie that empowered them within the spirit of Pan-Africanism. Meanwhile, they don't know what African ancestors they claim to descend from. They don't know what African country they come from. They have no ties to the continent of Africa, but there's so many folks across the diaspora, if you will, that will wear these African daishikis and robes and Wakanda. I mean, guys, if I was reaching for low-hanging fruit, I guess I would just show you a bunch of TikTok videos like that of Pan Goofies dressed up like Nubian princes, right? I mean,
you know, keying with y'all slave masters so y'all can jump into our spot. You can't get our spot. Y'all never will be like us.
Y'all be too grown believing in this bullshit, man. You about 50 years old, you got grandkids. This man that went on AliExpress and bought a Native American costume. What are we doing? I hate bringing up other.
So is it that our claims of Aboriginal roots in the Americas is false, or is it that you take issue with folks wearing tribal headgear? Which one is it? I'll admit it looks goofy when certain folks are rocking certain tribal regalia. I mean, you don't see me doing it for a reason, right? I'm not into playing cowboys and Indians, right? It's 2025. But I'm not seeing this young tether here who's clout chasing our heritage. I'm not seeing him who's making a whole video, getting tens of thousands of views, claiming we got an identity crisis. I'm not seeing him actually present any solid evidence to support his claim. He showed two people on TikTok, two niggas on TikTok wearing headdresses. That means we not Indians, y'all. Oh shit, damn. Y'all, hey, forget what Mike said. Forget that I'm a genealogist. Forget that I'm a card-carrying American Indian. Forget that I descend from Black Indians of the Creek Nation. Forget all of that. Forget that the earliest explorers and conquistadors note in all their journals and all their expeditions seeing Black Indians across the Americas. Forget all the empirical evidence. Forget all the laws of racial erasure and racial reclassification, the 1924 Racial Integrity Act with Walter Pecker, Bacon's Rebellion, which led to anti-miscegenation laws and race Black laws codes. I mean, forget all of that, guys. Forget about how the Dawes Roll stripped away people's tribal heritage by classifying them as a freedman and kicking their descendants out of tribes later on, and how the Freedmen's Bureau siphoned the wealth out of recently emancipated Black folks in the South and also reclassified them as Negro, mulatto, freedmen, etc., denoting that they were enslaved and then free when most of them were never slaves at all. Guys, forget all that history because a couple niggas on TikTok is wearing headdresses. All right. Okay. I'm hoping he just at least provides something of substance to support his claims, because I can easily provide evidence to support mine. I could easily share my screen and show you that there are German churches who paint on their ceilings, German churches that paint on the roofs of the ceilings of the church in the 17th century. They paint depictions of American Indians, and guess what? They look like you and I. Let's talk about it, y'all. I mean, if we want to actually look at some receipts, let's look at some receipts. Are we not American Indians because some random foreigner on YouTube says so? Or do we trust these Germans painting depictions like this on the ceilings and the walls of their churches? I mean, guys, this one's even labeled for us. Check it out. These are the allegories of the continents. This person right here represents Asia. This person right here represents Europe. This person right here the darkest of them all, right? That represents Africa. And this right here is a representation of America. So again, I mean, big bank take little bank. Can you cite a single source? Can you give me a solid receipt? Meanwhile, I'm the king of receipts. Let's take a look, y'all. We got a church in Germany in 1780. This church in Germany is painting on the ceiling depictions of American Indians. And let's see what these depictions look like, y'all. Matter of fact, there's a little description. It says, we see Europe dressed in a long gown and a red cloak. She wears a crown. Directly behind her stands the black personification of America. Damn, y'all. I guess black Indians don't exist because some random tether on YouTube says so. And we should totally discredit the Germans painting black personifications of America. All right, let's see this black personification of America that stands behind a kneeling Europe. Oh, well, wait, hold on. There was more to the description. Let's see. A black personification of America wearing a blue and white feathered skirt and a crown. So we're gonna see a black personification of America behind a kneeling Europe in a red cloak. And the black personification of America has a blue and white feathered skirt and crown. Why would they paint this on the roof of their churches in Germany in the 1700s if this was not what they saw when they came over to the Americas? Look at it, y'all. This is Europe kneeling in the red cloak. And right behind Europe is the American Indian depiction, black personification with the blue and white feathered skirt and headdress. Hey, so are those dudes really so crazy for wearing headdresses on TikTok when we got Germans painting on the roof of their churches, black folks in America rocking feathered headdresses? All right. All right. I mean, this is easy work, y'all. This is real easy. This is light work. On my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, I've literally built out a digital archive of over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, you name it. Guys, I'm the king of receipts. This is light work, trust me. And if you want to get a hold of these receipts and download them to your phone, to your computer, share them on social media, all that good stuff, go to nativeblack.ancestry.com, check out the digital archive. Or if you need assistance with genealogy research, then make sure to check out the website as well. You can have access to my calendar, pick a day and time that works best for you to connect with me one-on-one, and I'll teach you that 3-step process that me and my family used to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship back in 2021.
My consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching on my genealogy. He has been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. Make sure to check out the website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. But again, guys, back to the receipts. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, as a thank you for visiting my website, you can download a free copy of my ebook, Reclassified, The Hidden History of Black Indians in the Southeast from Indian to Negro. So definitely make sure to check out the website. But again, guys, the receipts are just tenfold. I mean, oh boy, with that video talking about we got an identity crisis, he's not showing no sources. He's not going back to the 1700s using European depictions of American Indian. I mean, he ain't doing nothing like this. Check this out, y'all. Check this out. We see some figures up here, right? You see some figures. A lot of them look white. One of them looks black. Wait a minute. Who's this? Who's this black person right here with a feathered headdress, with a bow and arrow and a quiver? Wait a minute. There's a label. Let's click on this label. Oh, damn. That's America. Damn. So maybe even I have to not be so harsh when I see some of our fellow black folks rocking the headdresses and stuff. Maybe I shouldn't critique them so much. Maybe I shouldn't look at them as playing dress up because damn, the Germans in their churches all throughout Europe depict black folks with feathered headdresses and bows and arrow, huh? Let's talk about it. Yeah, big Pan Africans, big mad indeed. Pan Africans are big mad indeed. But let's get back to this piss poor video. Let's see what old boy's talking about. And someone in the chat earlier said he's young. Yeah, he's a real young tether, y'all. Probably in his early 20s. Don't know a damn thing about American Indian history. Don't know nothing. Don't know nothing. Most likely ain't even a foundational Black American, not even a native Black American. He's not a Black indigenous American. I mean, boy is definitely giving migrant vibes. I just call it like I see it.
Racist and how they perceive us, but man, this is a bad motherfucking look.
It is an insult. We're the Native Americans here.
Instead of being called African American, what would you prefer?
Native American. Because we are the natives here. And they've gotten us to believe that we're from somewhere else.
How about
And there's nothing wrong with that statement he just said. Shout out to Vixen. Vixen says, Mike, checked out your wonderful website and downloaded the free book. Awesome. Question, are you only doing an hour consultation? That's all that is shown on the site, fam. Yeah, so on the website, it's marketed as an hour-long consultation, but the consultations really run closer to like 90 minutes. But that's not the only service I provide. That's just kind of the way to get your foot in the door. During that 90-minute consultation, I teach you the 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage, get tribal citizenship. I also answer any questions you may have, review any documents you've already been able to find through your research. But the whole point of the consultation is to arm you with information so that you can save money, not have to hire a professional genealogist, and you can finish the research on your own. But at the end of the meeting, I've got lots of people who are like, hey, Mike, thanks for teaching me the steps, but this is too much work. I don't have the time to do this. I'm a doctor. I'm a lawyer. I'm a mother of 5. I'm 70 years old. I don't know how to work the internet. So I got a lot of folks who, after consulting with me, actually choose to just hire me to do the research for them from A to Z. So there's definitely other services I provide, but that 90-minute consultation is really just the first step. Let me see. They said, that's why everybody's obsessed with us. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you booked. Well, I look forward to connecting with you if I haven't already. Because I just had like 8 consultations yesterday. I may have already met with you. Let me know if you're on the calendar in the week to come. But let's get back to this, y'all. So now he's critiquing yet another TikTok video, guys. I mean, come on. Talk about poor scholarship. When folks want to combat us on our heritage, they're not going to show documents. They're not going to show book excerpts. They're not going to show German paintings in churches. They're going to show TikTok videos. All right.
about the Indians, the native Indian? Do you regard them as natives too, or you're more native than them?
We're more native than them.
Interesting.
Now, I'm sorry to be the one.
And yes, if anybody's confused as to what the interviewer meant when he said, well, what about the other natives? Are you more native than him? And the black fella said, yeah, we're more native than them. Guys, this is the type of stuff that I teach during those genealogy consultations. This is the type of stuff I teach. You can get a standard consultation. That's like the base level where I'll teach you the genealogy steps, right? Then you can get a recorded consultation so you don't have to worry about taking notes. You know, I'll send you a copy of the recording. And then the highest level consultation I provide is the consultation plus a history lesson. And that history lesson breaks down so much historical context on our indigeneity. And let me just give you a little bit of a freebie, okay? Let me just give you some free game, okay? Most people don't understand that there are different ethnic groups of American Indians. Just like Africans, right? Compare a North African to a South African. They look like completely different people, different phenotype, different culture, different everything, right? Compare an East African to a West African. They look like they can be from different planets, right? Well, it's the same thing when you look at different ethnic groups of American Indians here in the Americas. There are 3 main ethnic groups. I'm only going to cover the first 2 because the third ethnic group is found in Alaska, and most of us got roots in the Southeast or the East Coast, not really Alaska. But either way, the first ethnic group, the oldest, the original, the largest, were known as the Anasazi, aka the Amerindian, aka the Negro people. The Spanish also called us Negros de Terras, which translates to blacks of this land. They used that as a differentiating term to separate us from the African slaves they would later import, because they called us negros de terras, blacks of this land, and they would call the African slaves negros de Guinea, blacks of Africa. Europeans thought that, hey, we looked similar complexion in some cases to the Africans, but they knew that we were a different people from a different place. So again, when you think about the indigenous people of the Southeast, the Mississippian mound builders, the Eastern woodland people, the indigenous tribes in the Great Lakes region, the Southeast, Central America, South America, the Caribbean, that's the Black Indians. That's our ancestors. And it's proven through documentation, anthropology, archaeology. We can go there. We can go there. And when you talk about the second group are the Southwestern Plains natives. And the Southwestern Plains natives, we still call them Native Americans, but really they're the first immigrants. These are those Asiatic, Mongolian-looking folks that came across the Bering Strait land bridge and settled in the Utah desert, New Mexico desert, right? This is like the Comanche, the Navajo, the Pueblo. This would be the Indians that look like this, right? Come on. Different people, different culture. Because there's a big difference between an Indian that looks like this and, well, an Indian that looks like this. Come on. There's a big difference between an Indian that looks like this. I mean, hey, old girl looks like her mama's Elizabeth Warren and her daddy's Genghis Khan, right? Now compare that to an Indian that looks like this. That's right, NBA and proud, Native Black American. And guys, watch out. The FBA grifters, the foundational Black American grifters, realize they are in a sinking ship. And you're noticing all them FBA channels starting to talk about, oh, we really Native, we indigenous. I mean, guys, don't fall for the FBA grift into our indigenous movement. Everybody gonna want to be a part of the Great Awakening now that we're picking up steam. We've been talking about this for years. FBAs are Pan-Africans that decided that they got beef with the diaspora. So now they're following Tariq Nasheed with this FBA grift. I mean, guys, I used to fall for the okie doke too until I woke up, right? And there's a lot of you out there who are like, well, hey, Mike, I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with the FBA thing. I mean, I don't see like why an FBA content creator like that Alpha Network or Alpha, or whatever his name is. Matter of fact, he doing a stream today trying to dick ride our indigenous heritage, talking about, yeah, we native. And the whole title of a stream is like FBA block party or something, right? Now, this is why it's disingenuous. This is why we can't really let that shit slide. Because the whole FBA movement is predicated on not descending from indigenous Americans, but descending from African slaves. Let's talk about it. How can the FBA folks now try to grift our indigenous movement and say, oh yeah, we're Indians, now that they see it's popular in the algorithm, right? Now that they see it's popular, now they want to be Indians with us, right? But if you even go to their official FBA.com site, they probably are so lazy they haven't even changed it. I've been exposing them for this for months. Guys, matter of fact, let me back out and show you the FBA flag first and foremost, so you know what I'm getting at. If you've ever seen this FBA flag, you've probably wondered, what is the significance of this date 1526? Why does the FBA flag have this 1526 date? Well, let's read from the official FBA website. This is the significance of the date 1526. It says, in 1526, Spanish colonizer Lucas Vasquez de Ayllon brought the first documented enslaved Black people to the shores of what is now South Carolina and Georgia coastline. Okay. So now you see why I take personal offense when these FBA frauds are now trying to grift into the Native Black American movement when their whole movement is predicated on descending from African slaves brought here by Spanish colonizers in 1526. You can't get online and make clickbait live streams about we're Indian now if your whole movement is predicated on descending from African slaves brought here in 1526. My ancestors have been here way longer than 1526. Sorry. And the average FBA, the 90% of the Black Americans following under this FBA banner, they don't even know that this is what their founder is writing in the manuscript. Come on. Come on. I don't descend from Africans brought by a Spanish colonizer to Georgia and South Carolina. I descend from Muskogee Creek Indians. Probably got some Yamasee in there too. Might have some Wale, some Catawba. I mean, you know, most black folks got indigenous roots on both sides of the family. But let's get back to this piss poor video that we were reacting to. I just had to, you know, warn you guys, quick PSA, the FBA folks are trying to grift into our movement now. These folks are now making all these Indian streams. Let me get some ones in the chat. If you guys have noticed that all these FBA content creators are now trying to talk about, oh yeah, we're Indian, we're indigenous, yeah. And now it's popular, right? Come on. Well, let's get back to this terrible video, y'all. How much time do we even have left in this video? This video is so bad. I thought homie would at least try to present a solid argument so we can have a little intellectual joust, but come on.
Want to say this, and I don't want to put a bad rep out there to the Native Americans, but many of them owned slaves and did not like black people.
So I've been educating myself.
Oh, damn. Here comes another pan-goofy fallacy. Oh, so you black Americans are claiming you're indigenous. Well, guess what? Guess what? Take my word for it. I'm not going to show you any evidence. I'm not going to show you a book excerpt. I'm not going to cite a source. I'm not going to give you a quote, but just take my word for it. Don't you know those Native Americans had lots of slaves and they didn't like black people? Guys, this is such a juvenile argument that the Pan-Africans try to make. You know how we can easily nip it in the bud? You know what I say when they tell me that dumb shit? I say, oh, really? What tribe? Game over. End of discussion. There's no debate to be. There's nothing to say. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. All you got to do is ask them, oh, really? What tribe are you talking about? No. Which tribe are you claiming had black people as slaves? You know there were thousands of tribes in North America. Name the tribe that you're claiming had black folks as slaves. Oh, well, no, I mean, I can't name the tribe, but just take my word for it. They had black folks as slaves. Okay. All right. Now, am I making the claim that there was no slavery practice amongst tribes? Absolutely not. After hundreds of years of colonization, the Scottish Highlanders decided in about the 1600s, they decided to start intermixing with indigenous communities to create half-breed children that they can use as agent provocateurs. So when you hear about Indians siding with the Confederacy, when you hear about Indians signing away land and treaties, when you hear about Indians owning slaves, guys, look it up. In my tribe, the family are the McIntoshes. Look it up. These are all half-breed Indians with white European Scottish fathers and an Indian mother, and they're raised by their European father to be an agent provocateur. So, I mean, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right. There were some half-breed sellout Indians that had some slaves. Just like there were African conquistadors helping the Spanish come over here and enslave indigenous communities, right? Just like those North African Moors taught Christopher Columbus and them how to get over here. They backdoored us, right? Just like those Africans sold their fellow African into slavery, which is the reason why we even got a transatlantic slave trade in the first fucking place, right? Damn, but the Pan-Africans don't want to talk about that one. Ooh, it's getting a little awkward, ain't it? It's getting a little hot in here. Not only that, you do know that the Dawes Roll was created by the European colonial government, right? You do know that the Dawes Rolls was not simply a roll where the Indians were keeping track of their tribal members. The Dawes Rolls was created by Henry Dawes. He was a Massachusetts senator. He came to Oklahoma, and him and his white federal agents got to decide who's an Indian and who's not an Indian, right? When you hear the term $5 Indian, when you hear that Europeans were paying $5 to get placed on the Dawes Roll, some of you may have thought, how was that possible? Because Europeans were in charge of the Dawes Rolls. So they said, hey, Bob, yeah, slide us some money and we'll get you listed as part of this Indian tribe in Oklahoma. There was white folks that intermarried into the tribes. There were Confederates that were adopted into the tribes. There were Confederate plantation owners, slave masters, that heard about all the oil and all the land in Oklahoma. So they get in touch with their buddies on the Dawes Commission. They pay to get adopted into a tribe. They move to Oklahoma, take their slaves with them. And now y'all talking about all these Indians have black slaves and don't even know this is a whole ass European that was adopted into the tribe and brought his slaves with him. So guys, you don't know what you're talking about, Pangoofies. Sorry, not sorry. And we can't even get into that discussion with 99% of them because the conversation is done as soon as you ask them, well, which tribe are you claiming had slaves? They can't even answer that question. Yeah. Well, let's get back to it, y'all. Let's get back to it. Let our resident young tether tell it. Let the young teller tell it. Damn, if that ain't a tongue twister. Yet, let the young tether tell it, y'all. Let the young tether tell it. We was just some slaves of the Indians.
And I don't want to put a bad rep out there to the Native Americans, but many of them owned slaves and did not like black people.
So I've been educating myself. And you know what I found out? So this isn't talked about often, but we know that many Native Americans enslaved black people in this country. And the 5 tribes
Okay. At least we're finally getting somewhere. So this chick, again, he's using a biased TikTok source to affirm his claims. This chick is claiming that the 5 tribes, the Seminole, the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Creek, the Choctaw, they're claiming they had slaves. Again, guys, this is really poor scholarship. We at least got somebody trying to name some tribes that had slaves. But then I got to ask you, wait, are you claiming that every single member of the tribe had slaves? Are you claiming that the tribal government issued slaves to every member of the tribe? Or are you claiming that certain members of the tribe own slaves? And were those certain members of the tribe half-breed Europeans? Were they full-breed Europeans that intermarried into the tribe? Were they adopted the tribe? I mean, you see how they don't really want to have the real discussion, right? But let's see what she's going to say about the 5 tribes.
profited off slavery so much so that they fought for the Confederacy to keep slavery alive on Native land. And so when the Civil War ended...
Ma'am, this is lazy scholarship. You can't just say that the 5 tribes fought for the Confederate. What the fuck are you talking about? My tribe is one of the 5 tribes, you imbecile. My tribe had a whole civil war over slavery. It's called the Creek Civil War. After the Creek Civil War, some members of my tribe said, no, we not down with this European shit. We gonna go down to Florida and bang against the beast. And they became the Seminoles, also known as the Seminoles. One of the greatest freedom fighters. They had 3 Seminole Wars, protesting slavery, freeing slaves, raiding plantations. But let her tell it. My tribe just had a bunch of slaves and sided with the Confederacy? No. My tribe had a civil war. The Upper Creeks sided with the Union. The Lower Creeks sided with the Confederacy. And all of the Lower Creeks were half-breeds with Scottish daddies. You see how that makes a lot more sense when I tell you the history? But when people give you this weird revisionist shit about, oh, the 5 tribes had slaves, and don't you know they sided with the Confederacy? Y'all are left with questions. Y'all are like, well, why would the Indians side with the Confederacy if the Confederacy just kicked them out of their land to convert it into plantations and did the Indian removal? Then why would they side with... You see why it takes a genealogist and a historian to break it down? And how dare her lump the Seminoles into the slave-holding tribes when they were the freedom fighters? Whether you were an African slave or an Indian slave, if you got to Seminole territory, they accepted you into the tribe, they adopted you into the tribe. Look up the Seminole Wars, look up the Yamasee Wars. But we got folks like this on TikTok gonna claim that the Seminoles had slaves when they're literally freeing the slaves. All right.
And the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, and slaves were supposed to be immediately free as of 1863. You know what? Slavery did not end for Black people on Native American lands until 1866.
She doesn't know what she's talking about, guys. Abraham Lincoln issued an Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, but Native Americans didn't end slavery until 1866. No, dummy. Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, and that Emancipation Proclamation did not free all slaves. He specifically freed slaves in Confederate territory. Neighboring territory between the Union and the Confederacy, he didn't mess with their slaves. He didn't free their slaves. He turned a blind eye to it. Northern territories that still had slaves, that hadn't abolished slavery yet, guess what? He said, you guys can keep your slaves. It was a political move. He's beefing with the Confederacy, so I'm going to free your slaves to destabilize you. Now your slaves are going to come fight for me and win the war for me. Like, what are you talking about? He issued a proclamation that freed some slaves in 1863, but slavery by and large was not abolished until 1865, end of the Civil War. Anybody with a brain knows that. But you know how it sounds less sensational for her to say, slavery ended in 1865 and Indians didn't end slavery until 1866, a year later. Well, that doesn't sound so sensational, right? That doesn't sound so salacious, right? That doesn't sound so controversial. Because the truth of the matter was, when the Civil War ended and slavery was over, it took the Union quite some time to make their way to tribal territory and to create the Treaty of 1866. It wasn't that the Indians were trying to keep slaves and hold on to slaves. And when they walked the Trail of Tears and went to Oklahoma, they had slaves in Oklahoma picking cotton and digging oil. No, dummy. What are you talking about?
Yes, we talk about Juneteenth and how slaves in Texas were not told they were free until 2 years after slavery. Native Americans did not free their slaves until 1866. 3 years.
There were also Black Indians who were never enslaved, living in tribal territory. So again, what are you talking about? All right.
Years after they were supposed to be free. But because those tribes were sovereign to the United States, they didn't have to free their slaves.
That is a lie. That's a lie. Because if tribes are sovereign and they don't have to free their slaves and they had all these slaves, then they would have slaves to this day, right? If tribes are sovereign and the Union says no more slavery, but tribes are not under the federal government's jurisdiction, which we all know they really are. I'm a member of a tribe. Again, guys, I'm a part of a tribe. I tell you, the government tells us what to do to a degree. I mean, tribes aren't really sovereign like you think they are. They're kind of wards of the federal government to a degree. But what? She wants us to believe that tribes are sovereign and they didn't have to end slavery. So then why did they end slavery then? Do tell us.
And did it. And it wasn't until the treaties of 1866 that they freed their slaves. And once slavery ended on Native land, it's not like, oh, kumbaya, cool. You know, they were often denied rights, denied humanity, kicked off the land for not being indigenous, et cetera, and had to go find some other place to live. Like,
she can't give us a single historical account, a reference. Guys, this is why you tune in to Mike TV, Native Black Ancestry, Native Black American Network. Shout out to the people tuning in on that. Guys, we're live on 3 different channels right now. That's why you tune into my platforms, because I'll give you the history. I'll give you the historical context. Do you see how lost in the sauce our people would be if we keep letting random motherfuckers on social media tell us about our history and our heritage? Ma'am, you're not even a member of a tribe. You ain't even claiming to be an Indian. You don't know nothing about American Indian history. Why are you even... Oh, you're a Pan-African. Oh, you're trying to use this false history to tell us that we're silly for acknowledging our Aboriginal roots. Oh, I got it. I got it. Yeah. Okay.
fucking where?
See, that makes so much sense now. Your great-great-grandma wasn't Cherokee. She was owned by the Cherokee. It's crazy because you can even just take an ancestry test. And what a lot of Black Americans will find out is that...
Do we even have to really go into debunking the ancestry tests? And now he's going to tell us that our grandmother wasn't Cherokee. She was owned by the Cherokee. What are you talking about? My grandfather was the Supreme Court Justice of the Muskogee Creek Nation. He was a town king. He was never a slave. But let some random tether online tell me my ancestors were slaves. All right, guys. All right. Let's talk about it.
That they have more European DNA than any Native American.
I got my ancestry DNA results back. And let me tell you.
Okay, guys, this is such low-hanging fruit. Anybody who's done even a tiny bit of research already knows that DNA cannot tell you your ethnicity. These DNA companies are going bankrupt. These DNA companies are scamming you, to say the least. There have been identical twins taking the same DNA test, getting vastly different results. There are Black women who've taken the DNA test that says that they're an Ashkenazi Jew. Guys, no. Guess what? I'm a member of a tribe. I got a whole bunch of Black Indians, a part of my family tree, documented. And if I take a DNA test, I bet you it won't say I got any Native American DNA. But my lineage is documented. The government recognizes me as an American Indian, but I bet you $100 a DNA test would say I'm not even 1% Native American. See how that works, right? And when you go to apply for tribal citizenship, you know that no tribe goes by DNA testing. They go by genealogy. They go by paperwork. They go by documentation to prove your heritage, not spitting in a cup.
Oh, let me tell you. I've been told my entire life by my family that we were Native American. Probably slaves to Native American. That's why.
Ma'am, you look like a whole African. Ma'am, you are a second generation immigrant getting on TikTok lying and claiming that your ancestors, they told me I'm Native, but I took this test and it says I'm not Native. Ma'am, stop. You don't have the phenotype of an American Indian. And that's not because she's dark-skinned, guys. This is not no colorism. That there was American Indians in the darkest of dark and the lightest of light. We're talking facial structure and cheekbones and we're talking phenotype. Ma'am, you're not one of us. We're not falling for the okadoke. He done used 2 TikTok videos from 2 or 3 different tethers now to try to assert his claim. Ma'am, we know that you are not a native Black American. You're not a foundational Black American. Who do you think you're fooling? Who do you think you're fooling? With that, no. You're not fooling me.
DNA results back. And let me tell you, let me tell you. I've been told my entire life by my family that we were Native American. Probably slaves to Native American. That's why they thought we were Native American.
I wonder if you know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up. That's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
Because I got my results back. And let me tell you. 48% Nigeria, 18% Congo, Cameroon, Western Bantu people, 10%
Ma'am, maybe you're African. Isn't that such a crazy notion? Maybe, just putting on my tinfoil hat here, maybe those results were correct and you're an African. But guys, that's not sensational. That's not gonna go viral. That's not gonna drive a bunch of views and engagement, guys. I mean, if she's just an African and she just learned I'm an African, predominantly a Nigerian, and that was the end of and that was end of the story. Guys, why can't she just be an African? Notice how this whole video is not about, hi, look at me. I'm an African. My DNA test proves it. No, this video is about, my DNA test says I'm an African, so all of you Black Americans are Africans too. Why can't you just be happy to be an African? You're African, accept it, eat the jollof rice, eat the fufu, whatever you want to do. But no, that's not enough. They have to try to convince us that we're not indigenous and we're Africans too. No, ma'am, we're not like you.
8% Benin and Togo, 5% Ivory Coast and Ghana, 5% Scotland, 2% Wales, 2% England and Northern Europe, 1% Sweden, 1% Spain. So basically, I'm just a typical American.
I will say this. There are some Black Americans who have Native American DNA, but it's rare.
What is he talking about? First, we're not Indians. Now some of us have Native American DNA, but what the fuck is Native American DNA? I've never heard of such a thing. You know, there's not such a thing as Choctaw DNA and Muskogee Creek DNA and Nantucket DNA and Wapan. That doesn't exist, Playboy. They're just talking out their ass, y'all. This is such low-hanging fruit. And yes, why are they so worried about us? Why make a whole video? Oh, because it gets your channel popping. I think he got some traction on this one, y'all. I think he got some traction. Hold on. This video right here, I think he dropped it a couple days. Oh, yeah, he's looking at 47,000 views. Dropped this video a couple days ago. You see how sensational it is to discuss our heritage, right? You see how engaging, how much traffic it drives to discuss our indigenous roots? That's why everybody's trying to do it now.
And even if you do have a tiny drop of Native American blood, you're
wait. So first, there's no Native Americans that are black. Then, okay, some of us have Native American DNA, but it's only a tiny bit. And even if you have a tiny bit, you're still an African.
African features are clearly taking over and everyone thinks you're black. Accept it. Deep down, this is that internalized hate. Being labeled anything but black is better.
So real quick, I just needed to create this video because Africans keep commenting under my videos telling me that they are Hebrews. No, Africans are not Hebrews. Like, who lied to you? It seems like everyone knows Africans are cursed besides the Africans. You're not Hebrews. You're actually the descendants of Ham, the ones who have the curse. We black people have experienced all kinds of hatred.
Okay, so again, he uses another seemingly unhinged person on TikTok as a case. All right, guys. All right. Lord, oh Lord, I need a commercial break or something. Guys, if you want true history, if you want true knowledge, if you want true empowerment, if you want to know how to find land patents, land allotments, tribal documents, how to trace your heritage back to the 1700s and beyond, go to nativeblackancestry.com, book a genealogy consultation. We're not going to let these frauds on the internet deter us from researching our Aboriginal roots.
Anybody who is on the fence about having Mike help you or walk you through or educating you about genealogy and the genocide that has happened with the paper trail, I implore you to reach out, allow him to educate you and assist you in this process. I have learned so much in this consultation. I feel educated, empowered, and excited for learning about my history, and looking forward to the future. So if you're on the fence, please go ahead, hit up Mike. I promise you will not be disappointed.
Yeah, I can't even watch any more of this this terrible content, if we even want to call it that, y'all. We just got folks clout chasing off of our lineage, clout chasing over discussing whether or not we're indigenous. I mean, this is such strange behavior. Why is everyone so obsessed with us? I think we know why. But guys, don't go anywhere. As soon as this broadcast ends, it's going to automatically redirect you into the next live stream. I got a few more live streams going on after this one. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back in just.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab, took the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Of war that is not to be taken lightly. And you see why I go so hard in the paint when we got all these goofy folks trying to speak on our ancestry. That is the most disrespectful thing you can ever do to a person. And they feel entitled to do it to us because the colonizers have done it to us for oh so long already. Let's talk about it. But guys, I still want to listen to what the elders have to say, but let's switch from some feminine energy to some masculine energy, okay? We got an 85-year-old elder right here. Let's see what he has to say. Let's see if he says he's African.
Yeah, doing, man. I'm here with a powerful brother. What's your name again, sir?
Lionel Van Dam.
Lionel Van Dam. I see you got on a veteran hat, man. You got on the veteran hat. What's that? What branch you been in?
The Army.
Okay, the Army. But I didn't come.
In Korea at the age of 17.
And you are how old today?
85.
You are 85. Something that was very interesting that you said to me when the last time I was here to see my grandmother, and we talked a little bit about the Native American Indians. And when you told me you was a Native American, it really, hold up, say that again.
Cherokee Indian.
Cherokee Indian.
Cherokee Indian. There you go.
When did you learn you was a Cherokee Indian?
My mother. With my mother at 3 years old.
Oh, so when you was 3 years old, your mother let you know?
Yes.
Have you ever been to some of the powwows that's out there?
Yes, I have.
What can you tell us about it?
Powwows, reunion of all the tribes, all the Cherokee Nation. We stick together like glue. We feed the nation of our people, and we take care of our people, and we never give up. I'll die an Indian, and that's it. I don't care what my complexion is. It doesn't matter. My kids are Indian, and I'm Indian.
So are you telling me, sir, that you are not African? You don't have no African blood or nothing?
I have no I don't know what my daddy was. He raped my mother, I guess. He stole a piece from her because she was pretty. Oh, incidentally, my mother was very fair, almost white, blue veins, red hair. But she still was a Cherokee Indian. She had no white in her at all. She's part of the nation. She's dead. She lived to be 89. Grandmother lived to be 90. Grandfather lived to be 110. I'm 85 and I'm going to try and beat my grandfather and go 112 if I can.
Beautiful. You're going to definitely make it. What can you tell me about the relationship between the Cherokee Indians and the African people?
Hi. Thank you, darling. Between the African, we have no.
Empress says, "Who's the interviewer? I don't like him." Well, I'm not surprised that you don't like him. He's actually this weird Pan-African dude named Synetter. He runs some East Coast channel called the House of Consciousness or something. And he's actually been behind a lot of these sexual predators and a lot of these scammers that have come out of the Pan-African community. When you hear about people like Brother Polite or people like Nature Boy, both people incarcerated right now for sex crimes, right? These Pan-African scammers were kind of introduced to the community by way of this host, Synetter. And the only reason why I'm playing one of his videos is because he happens to be talking to an elder, and this elder is speaking about his indigenous roots. But yes, the host is a pan-goofy motherfucker, yes.
I'll tell you this, and I like you young people to understand it. The Africans will always be the Africans. They've got their own country. They was born in Africa. Africa is their country. You're a Negro. What the white man gave you that name, and that's what you are. The Africans have nothing to do with the Negroes in the United States. They walk away in a minute and say, I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer, I'm whatever, and I'm African, and I'm black, and I've got my own country. So that's it. I do not deny my relationship. I'll be an Indian until I die.
So when you writing on your resume or when they say, what is your nationality, what do you say?
Cherokee Indian. I've lost some good jobs. I went to, I'll tell you a secret. I went to apply for a porter job that's sweeping the streets of Rockefeller Center, which everybody knows, Rockefeller Center, has got all kind of little things on the sidewalk. I was going there to sweep the street to get a job. My name is Van Dyne. The reason why my name is Van Dyne, because my grandfather worked for the Dutch.
Interesting history there. And yeah, the host is getting on my nerves too, y'all. The host is getting on my nerves with the weird line of questioning, right? Come on. As soon as they come across the elder proclaiming his Aboriginal roots, it becomes like this whole monkey in a zoo type thing, right? Like, oh, really? Well, let's keep it going, y'all. Let's keep it going.
I know one thing, I never heard that my people were slaves. Mama knew what she was talking about, but I always thought that she wanted to be something that we wasn't. And I remember I used to say, Mama, we black. She said, I don't care how black. She said, you're an Indian. I will never forget that. I was about 7 years old. Like I said, I've been thinking like a native all my life, but I didn't never want to expose it because I was in the South. Then I said, well, maybe if I go to New York, I can like more like expand myself, not knowing that I was going to meet other Indians that more so look like me.
You hear that? The elder said he was in the South and he felt like he couldn't really talk about it, right? He's in the South and it's not really a safe environment for him to proclaim his Aboriginal roots, for him to portray his indigeneity. So he felt more safe doing that in New York. And he thought that he would be one of one. And it turned out he ran into a whole bunch of other Black Indians in New York, huh?
I arrived here in 1960, about 1961. I just had I got out of high school. I became another person after I got here. I ain't saying I'm not black, but I'm not an African, you know? I'm a Native American from this country.
Damn, you can't be more plain than that. I'm not saying I'm not black. I'm saying I'm not an African. That's right. That's right. Ding, 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 ding.
Me, I dress comfortable every day. You know, I wear my band every day. I put on my native clothes, and that's just me. This is another idea I got from the Navajo people. I got this idea from the Navajo people. Some of the things, I'm gonna be frank, I ain't say it come from me. This right here came from me, but the black color with the blue, I got this idea from the Navajo. You know, I made this myself, and I just love this shirt. Everything I basically got, the spirit give it to me, you know, and that's a good thing about me, you know. I go by the spirit, and the funny thing about it, I don't be asking for it, you know, like people go, so I'm going to spirit, I'm gonna ask for a name, I'm going to name ceremony, I'm gonna ask for a name. Everything I ever got, I never went to nobody for it. The spirit already gave it to me.
I've experienced that as well. I'll be speaking to white folks and they learn that I'm an American Indian, and next thing you know, this old white lady goes to the car, comes back, and she's like, hey, I was at a powwow and someone gave me this dream catcher and I just want you to have it. Oh, wow, you're an American Indian? Well, you know what? I have this little artifact. I just want you to have it. Hey, guys, something weird about it. Is something a little metaphysical about it, but yes, you will be gifted things, believe it or not.
It's the spirit that live in you determine who you are. No matter what people think or what people say about you or how you look, because I know who I am. And can't nobody tell me who I am. I know who I am. I didn't go and join no tribe and like a lot of people do. Why should I join them? You know, I don't need to join nobody to give me no rules what I should do.
My name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History Database. Thank you, Mike.
And if anybody wants to find this elder on social media, I believe he's an artist. He's a sculptor. I think he even writes books. His name is Eagle Eye. So just look up online, Eagle Eye.
People don't know natives come looking different ways. And it took me a long time to realize that. This is where the Native Americans of color is right here on this side of the town. What's that?
What nation are you from?
I'm Cherokee.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, from Georgia.
I'm one of my nations. I'm Lenape, but the other three grandparents, I don't know what nation they were from.
Oh, yeah, Lenape. Yeah, I think I knew you from the last powwow.
Yeah.
I was here, but I didn't have on my regalia.
I got to see this brother up so here. He's sharp.
Oh, yeah, thank you, yeah. I'm the real deal.
Yes, you are.
Yes, yes, right. Your name is what?
Tracy.
Say, okay, I'm Eagle Eye.
Eagle Eye.
Yeah, so when you see, just say Eagle Eye.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, Vibes, I definitely agree. That's why I launched the new channel, Native Black American Network. On that channel, I'm going to have more like panel members and weekly guests and things of that nature. So if you want to help out, shoot me an email, mike@nativebblackancestry.com. And, if you come across any content creators who you think would be great to have on the channel to interview, share some knowledge, then that's what that Native Black American Network channel is all about.
Thank you. Yeah. My whole name is Eagle Eye, Black Frog, black, brown, red, white, and yellow buffalo. That's my whole name. Right now, if I'd have still been in the South, you don't see natives in the South, my complexion, saying they native. Because they still in the South and they ain't been exposed to the natives here with the dark complexion on the reservation still today. That's what, good God, Mama was telling the truth.
Creator, bless this wonderful gathering.
It makes me feel good to know I'm doing a part of something is me. It's a part of me, period. He went the wrong way. You all right? That's because he went the other way. You're supposed to go the other way.
Hey, leave it to the Black Indians to, get everybody else on track. Like, wait, run away. You're going the wrong way now. You're going the wrong way. Come on.
Every day I walk out the house, I am who I am. If what's in your spirit and what's in your heart, then make you who you are.
American Indians and Alaska Natives are the only racial group in the U.S. required to prove their ethnic origins. Guys, we can claim to be African. No one bats an eye. No one says, what African language do you speak? No one says, what African country do you come from? No one says, what's the name of your African ancestor? What's the name of your African tribe? But as soon as we claim to be American Indians, wait a minute. Got to have some paperwork and some documents and some citizenship and some government recognition. I mean, all right. Damn, that's crazy. I don't see any Pan-Africans standing outside of the powwow saying, hey, black folks, you're not really Native. You're not really Choctaw. You're not really Cherokee. You're African. Oh, wait, they only do that shit online, huh? They don't pull up to the res. They don't pull up to the powwow. They don't pull up to the function. They keep that shit in the chat room. Okay. All right. Let's talk about it. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't go anywhere. As soon as this broadcast ends, it's going to redirect you into the next broadcast. I will be having some live callers on the next show and whatnot, so make sure not to go anywhere. Let me see what you guys are talking about, though. Amanda. Oh, shout out to Amanda. Just met with you, was it yesterday? All my days are a blur. I think it might have been yesterday or the day before, but shout out to Amanda. Amanda says, I remember going to powwows growing up, and just like he said, I never saw any people that look like us. This is amazing. I feel it. A lot of white folks at the powwows, though, right? But all right, guys, don't touch that dial. We will be live in just a moment. When this stream ends, it's going to redirect you into the next one. I'll see you in just a second.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Americans are indigenous and FBA. Like, all right. Let's get back to it.
Folks come from, and do we have narratives from early settlers saying that some of the Native Americans are described as black? The answer is yes, we actually do. One of the earliest
yes, we do. One of those earliest descriptions is not the one he's mentioning. One of the earliest descriptions is from Cristobal Colon himself, also known as Christopher Columbus. 1492, he describes black Indians in the Caribbean, right? 1524, Giovanni de Verrazano described black Indians in the Carolina coast. He said, quote, they are dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopians. In Virginia, early 1600s, we got Captain John Smith, who's documenting black Indians. 1612, we've got William Strachey in Virginia documenting black Indians. 1634, William Wood, Massachusetts, New England, documenting black Indians. 1709, John Lawson, their Carolinas, documenting black Indians. He says their color is of a tawny, dark color. They daub themselves with bear's oil. Okay. Now see, here's the thing. Here's the difference between me and this other brother you see on the screen. Mike is going to tell you about all of these firsthand accounts of black Indians. And Mike is going to tell you that these black folks were indigenous to the Americas. Playboy right here is going to pull the okie doke on you and be like, yeah, all these explorers said there was black Indians, but the black Indians really came from Africa way back when.
Descriptions we have of black-skinned Indians here in America is from the Quaker William Penn. He described the Lenni Lenape Indians of Pennsylvania. Here's what he said: tall, well-built, of singular proportion, and walking with their chins lofty. He describes them as black. Now, with Penn's description, most people stop there. Read a little further, and things get a little interesting. Because in their blackness, he compared them to the gypsies of England, not Africans. So was he describing people with our features? Well, this is what he says. He says the thick lip and flat nose so frequent with the blacks are not common for them, for I have seen as comely European-like faces among them.
This is lazy scholarship at best. So this Pan-African dude, a part of the Pan-African Diaspora News Channel or whatever the hell, he's going to say that the earliest account of Black Indians is William Penn. Notice how he didn't give you a date. If you're familiar with my content, you know that you guys call me the king of receipts. Why? I give you facts, statistics, dates, firsthand sources, primary sources, right? Homie's going to tell us that William Penn is one of the first people to document Indians, right? But he didn't give you a date. Guys, this quote from William Penn is from 1683. So when he's trying to confuse you and say, well, William Penn says there's dark-skinned Indians, but they look kind of European too, we're talking about 1683. We've been colonized since 1492. Yes, from the early 1500s to the late 1600s, there's going to be admixture amongst us because Europeans have been grafting their lineage onto ours. But look at how he's trying to confuse you early on. Hey, one of the first people is William Penn. He says there's dark-skinned Indians, but they also look kind of white sometimes. So like, is that really us? Okay.
And then he goes on to, so frequent with the blacks are not common for them, for I have seen as comely European-like faces among them. And then he goes on to say, and the noses of several of them have as much of the Roman. We're talking about that alkaline arched Roman nose. See, this is why the testimony of Europeans gets a little shaky, because the descriptions of many indigenous people all across the world have been described as black. In other words, everybody was black to them. Many of the unmixed indigenous peoples they encountered were described as black. But is a 16th century description of people as accurate as, let's say, a DNA test? Well, let's.
Propaganda right in front of our eyes. He's going to give you a firsthand account from the 16th century, tell you the 16th century account isn't really that good, so we should go to DNA tests. Notice how he didn't bring up all those accounts I brought up, right? Notice how he didn't bring up Christopher Columbus, 1492, Giovanni de Verrazzano in 1524, Captain John Smith in 1608, William Strachey in 1612, William Wood in 1634, John Lawson, 1709, Noah's Webster Dictionary in 1828 that describes Americans, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans. Damn. But he's going to cherry pick a terrible example in the 16th century to now tell us that this is why we should rely on DNA instead.
Delve into that, because as you know, Black featured people are indigenous all over this world. But what a lot of people don't know is though they may look like us under the microscope, we're quite different. And what a lot of people also don't know is that the science of genetic testing today was pioneered by a Black American scientist named Dr. Rick Kittles.
Dr. Rick Kittles is a fraud. Dr. Rick Kittles is a fraud that is behind the AfricanAncestry.com website. And Dr. Rick Kittles is a fraud that is peddling $700 DNA testing kits. Family Celebration Bundle, $729. Patriclan Test Kit, $299. Metriclan DNA Test Kit, $299. Rick Kittles has been exposed for his Fugazi DNA tests time and time again. He got exposed on CNN, y'all. Rick Kittles got exposed. No, was it CNN? Help me out, guys. Which news station runs that 60 Minutes segment? Whichever news station runs that 60 Minutes, that's where Rick Kittles got exposed. So when you see the Pan Goofy African Diaspora News Station propping up this new host to tell us how the first-hand accounts of Black Indians aren't reliable, so we should rely on Rick Kittles' DNA tests. Guys, look at the vested interest. Look at what they're trying to sell you. I ain't going front. I'm a businessman. I keep the lights on. I have a genealogy website. I have a genealogy services I provide. You can book a genealogy consultation with me. where I'll teach you the 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation back in 2021. And my genealogy consultations are 90 minutes to 2 hours long, and they range from $99 up to $170. Or you can pay $729 to send your DNA to somebody else who's going to backdoor you and sell it to pharmaceutical companies and tell you some bullshit about you being 10% Nigerian, 20% Ghanaian, 30% Sierra Leonean. Guys, genealogy has nothing to do with the DNA test. Genealogy is paper trail records, birth certificates, marriage certificates, death certificates, land allotments, tribal rolls. So you see the okie doke right in front of our eyes. You see how we just said, hey, yeah, Black Indians, yeah, but DNA tests. That's what you should rely on. Rick Kittles, that's who you should go to. All right. Let's keep it going, guys. Let's keep it going.
Folks come from, and do we have narratives from early settlers saying lofty? He describes them as fluent, not conceptions of them. They may concise indigenous 18th century description of people as accurate as, let's say, a DNA test. Well, let's delve into that, because as you know, Black featured people are indigenous all over this world. But what a lot of people don't know is, though they may look like us under the microscope, we're quite different. And what a lot of people also don't know is that the science of genetic testing today was pioneered by a Black American scientist named Dr. Rick Kittles. You see, Dr. Rick Kittles is one of the pioneers from extracting DNA from bones and finding the haplogroups that match with them, specifically in that Black graveyard they found in New York City. Not only that, the brother has authored over 160 peer-reviewed papers and has researched the links between DNA and like prostate cancer in Black folks. So the brother knows this stuff. People say, well, you can't trust that ancestry DNA stuff. Listen, Dr. Kittles' database precedes theirs by over 9 years, and he has the largest collection of Black DNA by far anywhere.
Guys, this is the okie doke. They realized that we're hesitant to rely on DNA testing, so they came out with an African ancestry DNA testing kit just for us. All right, don't fall for the hype.
In the world. When it comes to DNA testing, that's our science. So let's take a look at what we...
This motherfucker just really tried to claim that DNA testing is our science, guys. You know that DNA testing, that DNA stuff that white colonialists have used to subjugate our people? You know that modern day gynecology was built on the backs of enslaved indigenous women being experimented on with no anesthesia, right? You know about Henrietta Lacks, how those white folks took her DNA and her hella immortal genes and got to the bag off of it, right? But this ignorant buffoon is going to try to convince you that DNA testing is ours and that Rick Kittles is one of us. Okay.
See under the microscope when we examine other groups of Black-looking people, because due to the latitude between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, these Black-looking people have retained their African features. But if you look under the microscope, Polynesians and Andaman Islanders and oceanic Blacks like the Australian Aborigines, they have a slightly different genetic structure than Africans do. And the most important thing they have is an admixture of another human-like species called the Denisovans. Africans don't have that. They're only Homo sapien DNA, the purest sample of any group of people on the planet. And red Native Americans, the ones who descend from the Siberians, also have significant admixture from the Denisovans.
And the red Siberian natives are not us. So why are you even bringing them up in this discussion? I don't get it, guys. Is he just trying to confuse us? Is he just trying to lead us astray? I mean, what else could his mission and motivation be? Why else would the African Diaspora News Channel make this video, hire him to produce this video? Come on. Something fishy's going on. Can't quite put my finger on it. He's talking about some red natives now. He's talking about some red Bering Strait migrant. We all know there's a big difference between an Indian that looks like this and an Indian that looks like this, guys. Come on. We all know there's a big difference between the native migrants from Siberia and the true Aboriginal, autochthon Black indigenous people of the Americas. I mean, we all know this. And you see how I can break that down so simply, give you a couple photographic examples, right? But when it comes to old boy with the Pangoofree News Channel, he just wants to confuse you. He just wants to lead you astray.
It makes sense that if they had lived together for significant amounts of time, nature would take its course, a little bit of interbreeding would go on, And the blacks who were here would have those admixtures too. And if we descend from them, they would show up in our DNA. So what happens to Black Americans when they take DNA tests? Do we have any of this Denisovan admixture that we see in these other Black populations that were indigenous throughout the world? Hardly any. Dang near none. Overall, Black Americans have the oldest human DNA in the world. And the only other group that shares that DNA are continental Africans. Now, there used to be a narrative out there that say, well, you really can't test for Native American DNA. There's not.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. Just because he tried to big up Rick Kittles and his fraudulent DNA testing company, just because he did that, we're going to have to take a quick commercial break from him and his video over on the Pan Goofy Network. And let's hear from Rick Kittles himself. Let's see how Rick Kittles got exposed on 60 Minutes for his fraudulent DNA test that actually tests less than 0.01% of your DNA. Yeah, you heard that right. You heard that right.
People have been waiting a lifetime for something like this. Now, this is just a tiny bit of information now.
But they take it as huge.
Right, because it's cracking open the door that was closed for centuries.
There's a place in Africa you could say that I'm from, a tribe. I am thrilled. It puts a name, a place, a location, a people. It opens up such possibilities.
But the problem is, Sierra Leone wasn't the only answer Vi got. A company called Relative Genetics found a match to a single person in the Wobi tribe in the Ivory Coast.
Hey, Vixen99 says because he looks more appealing to the people than Phil Scott. Yeah, they got them some handsome young brother up there to lull the ladies to sleep real quick. Look into my eyes, girls. Look into my eyes. You not indigenous, you African. Like, come on. Yeah, having him up here convincing us that we're not African, it was much better than that bullshit that Phil Scott was trying to do that I exposed him for over a year ago.
You claim you're an Indian, and yet you get no Indian set-asides. You run around here claiming you're an Indian. Do you know what an Indian look like in America? Elizabeth Warren. You know what? Let me pull up her picture. Let me show you what an Indian look like in America. Hold on. Don't come to my page to the Indian crap, because I don't want to hear it. Give me a second.
If you're not familiar with African Diaspora News Channel, if you don't know who this person is on the screen, this is the man who runs the African Diaspora News Network. This is the man who found it, who cuts the checks for all these people posting these videos on the African Diet. This is his boss. Oh boy, in that video, talking about, yeah, we Indian, but the DNA and we really African. Yeah, this is his boss talking cash money shit about our grandparents.
You claim you're an Indian, and yet you get no Indian set-asides. You run around here claiming you're an Indian. Do you know what an Indian look like in America? Elizabeth Warren. You know what? Let me pull up her picture. Let me show you what an Indian look like in America. Hold on. Don't come to my page to the Indian crap, because I don't want to hear it. Give me a second. Let me pull up what a real Native American in this country looks.
Oh, Afro72 says Wilson, who did that video for the Pan-African Diaspora News Network, is part Jamaican. Just saying. Exactly. We got tethers, we got foreigners up here trying to convince us that we're not really indigenous and to rely on DNA tests. And we're going to debunk the whole DNA thing, the whole Rick Kittles thing in just a moment. I just want to give you some background on this African Diaspora News Station. This is the founder of it a year ago. I exposed him in this video a year ago. You can go on my channel, Mike TV, just type in Phil Scott in the search, and I've been on his pan goofy ass. Look at what he had the audacity to say about our lineage.
Like, hold on, give me a second. Pull her up. Elizabeth, hold on. Liz. Oh, sorry, y'all. Hold on. I forgot. I didn't just have her. Well, hold on. Pull her picture up. Elizabeth on the screen for y'all. Hold on. Let me download this picture real quick, just so y'all can see what a Native American looks like in America. Okay, image. There we go. That's that great Native American right there. Okay, if y'all don't look like this, if you don't look like this, you're not a Native American. If you don't look like this, you're not a Native American. That's a Native American in this country. If you go look at all the recognized so-called Native American tribes, all of them got people that look just like that running it. I went to see myself.
I wonder if you know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up. That's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
Come on, y'all. So when the Pan-African Diaspora news station realizes that the Great Awakening is upon us and Black Americans are leaving Pan-Africanism, they're researching their indigenous roots. Well, now he's going to hire some half Jamaican, half Black American dude to try to tell us to go get a DNA test from Rick Kittles instead of listening to the oral tradition of our ancestors, instead of researching paper trail records. But guys, real quick, what we're going to do is we're going to show you a quick clip about this whole Rick Kittles guy and his Fugazi DNA test. And then we're going to get back to that video and we're going to bring up a couple of honored guests. Let's get to it.
Different? Now, I got all excited about that, and this is different. Now, how could that happen?
Then a third company, Trace Genetics. Your particular sequence matches sequences reported among multiple Mendanka individuals in Senegal.
What's up with that?
And Family Tree DNA, the company that linked Vi with Marion in the first place, came up with a whole list of matches. This goes on and on.
My goodness.
So what do we know about Vi's ancestry?
So for anyone who's confused, for anyone who's new to the show, for anyone who needs context, this 60-minute special is showing that this Black woman took a DNA test from several different companies, and each one gave her vastly different results.
DNA does indicate that she has distant relatives in the Mende tribe, but she also has relatives in all those other tribes. So no one can say for sure where Vi's maternal ancestor actually came from. When I handed Vi the certificate, she got extremely emotional about it. She wept, and it meant so very much.
People want to believe.
They want to believe they've gotten an answer.
And it's not fair of us to let them believe that we're giving them certain answers.
People want to believe, and it's unfair for us to let them believe that we are giving them certain answers. This guy speaking is a geneticist.
Because scientifically, we just can't.
Because scientifically, we just can't. Damn. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. Because the white dude is letting us know, hey, the DNA stuff, nah, we can't really tell you where you come from. It's just entertainment. But this Black dude, Rick Kittles, is going to try to bullshit you.
Hank Greeley is concerned that the science isn't really there yet for you to be giving them the name of a tribe.
I think for most companies, I would be concerned too.
But what about your own company?
We have
He
the
didn't
largest,
exclude you. He included you.
but we have the largest set of sequences from Africa. And so with that, we're able to provide some level of probability in terms of frequency.
But he would say that even though you have the largest database, it's still small on the scope of things.
As I said, I share those concerns
about yourself.
Our DNA.
And that's the rub. This business of genetic genealogy is fraught with limitations. For one thing, it can only provide information about a tiny fraction of our ancestry.
You hear that, guys? It's only giving you guesstimates on a tiny fraction of your ancestry.
Because we get half our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers, almost all of our DNA gets shuffled and remixed every generation, making it impossible to trace what comes from whom. There are just 2 bits of DNA that remain pure: the Y chromosome, which passes directly from father to son, and something called mitochondrial DNA, which passes unchanged from mother to child. Hank Greeley, a law professor at Stanford University, has studied this new field. He worries that people don't realize just how
I'm sorry, I said he was a geneticist. He's a law professor at Stanford who studies DNA.
many ancestors they actually have.
8 generations ago, both you and I had 256 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Wait, you're saying that if you go back 8 generations, we have 256 great-great-great-grandparents?
Yes, doubles every generation. So you've got 2 parents, you have 4 grandparents, you have 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, and it adds up fast. It adds up so fast, in fact, that if you go back 20 generations, you've got over 1 million grandparents.
1,048,576 to be exact. And in each generation, DNA testing can provide information about only 2 of them.
So you could be Peruvian on your mother's side, Japanese on your father's side, Swedish on everything else.
And you'll never know.
And you'll never know the Swedish from the Y chromosome or the mitochondrial DNA.
Now, you've looked at several of these companies that are doing these tests.
Yes.
Do you think that they explain what you just explained to us?
No, I don't think any of them does as good a job of pointing out the limitations. But businesses often don't go around telling you how weak their product is.
Damn. He said they are not doing a good job. DNA testing companies are not doing a good job letting you know the limitations. But businesses don't go around telling you how weak their product is. And now we're going to get back to Rick Kittles and his weak-ass DNA testing kit product he's shoving down our throats. Hey, let me get some fists and feathers in the chat. If you've seen these ads, these these AfricanAncestry.com ads, he got some light-skinned sister partnered with them, some doctor, and they doing all these ads on YouTube and social media and TikTok. Talking about, get your African ancestry DNA? Okay. You think an African ancestry DNA testing kit is even looking for indigenous heritage?
We don't know.
Just like, do you think that a African Diaspora News Network is where you should go to for indigenous education? Okay.
Oversell. I mean, we just say, look, we provide a service. If you're interested in exploring a tiny bit of your DNA,
tiny bit of your DNA? Whoa! The Pan Goofy dude, Wilson, on the African Diaspora News Station, he was saying, hey, DNA was created by this black dude, Rick Kittles, and it's not a white person stuff. It's Rick Kittles was spearheading it, and Rick Kittles is a man, and Rick Kittles just said out his own damn mouth, they only testing a tiny % of your DNA. Okay.
I just start telling you how weak their product is.
we don't oversell. I mean, we just say, look, we provide a service. If you're interested in exploring a tiny bit of your DNA and trace its ancestry, we can do that.
When you say it's a tiny little amount,
It's less than 0.1%.
and that's pretty teeny.
Yeah, but for people who know nothing about any of them, I think it's very important.
When you say it's a tiny little amount,
It's less than 0.1%.
and that's pretty.
What did he say? What did he say? Huh? Whoa. 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 Foul on the play. Foul on the play. No. What did he just say, guys? Rick Kittles, the founder of African Ancestry DNA Testing, he said that they're testing what percentage?
When you say it's a tiny little amount,
It's less than 0.1%.
and that's pretty teeny.
Yeah, but for people who know nothing about any of them, I think it's very important.
Yeah. Less than 0.1%. They're testing less than zero. They're not even testing 1% of your DNA. But we got clowns, absolute buffoons on the African Diaspora News Channel telling us that we need to do a DNA testing kit and we need to look at Rick Kittles, y'all. And Rick Kittles just said they're testing 0.1% of your DNA. Whoa.
Indigenous all over this world. But what a lot of people don't know is though they may look like us, under the microscope, we're quite different. And what a lot of people also don't know is that the science of genetic testing today was pioneered by a Black American scientist named Dr. Rick Kittles.
Who says he's testing 0.1% of your DNA.
You see, Dr. Rick Kittles is one of the pioneers from extracting DNA from bones and finding the haplogroups that match with them specifically.
And the pioneer can only track 0.1% of your DNA.
In that black graveyard they found in New York City. Not only that, the brother has authored over 160 peer-reviewed papers and has researched the links between DNA and like prostate cancer in black.
And with all the research he's done, he can still only test genetically 0.1% of your DNA.
Black folks. So the brother knows this stuff. People say, well, you can't trust that ancestry DNA stuff. Listen, Dr. Kittle's database precedes theirs by over 9 years, and he has the largest collection of black DNA by far anywhere.
He has the largest collection of black DNA by far, and even still, he can only test 0.1% of your DNA.
In the world. So when it comes to DNA testing, that's our science. So let's take a look at what we see under the microscope.
That's not our science. Me and mine, me and my people, me and my tribe, we're indigenous. Nowhere did our indigenous ancestors play around with DNA testing. No, stop it. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what I want to do is bring up a couple of special guests. We're going to introduce them. We finished reacting to this video. I mean, we still got a good, 10 minutes or so left in it. But we're going to get into it, y'all. We're going to get into it. He's going to tell us how, don't listen to your grandmama. Rick Kittle says that we're all ancient Africans, right? But without further ado, we've got Miss Empress in the building and Miss Johnson. How you ladies doing this evening?
Doing all right, Mike. How are you?
Oh, I'm staying busy. You know how it is.
I see you. It's good to see you. Good evening.
Likewise. Hey, nice to see you guys. So, why don't you guys start telling us your story a little bit? What got you interested in genealogy? When did you first discover my content? I know we had a consultation a couple days ago. So just kind of fill the folks in on your own personal journey and what you think so far about this video that we've reacted to.
Sis, you first or me?
You could go ahead and lead off. I'll follow up.
Okay, great. Thank you, sis. Hi, everybody. My name is Kesha Williams, but you guys could call me Empress. This is my sister right here. And we both were always interested in doing our genealogy, but life goes by and, you get caught up in everything. But the things that grandma say to you and that, other elders in your family about us being Native and everything, it always sticks in the back of your head. So one day in May, I came across Mike's content on YouTube, and I just started following him because there was a lot of things that he was saying that was clicking. And, it just stuck in my head. So I was watching, that was around May, I would say. And later on, I go and I visit an aunt I haven't seen for 20, 30 years in San Francisco. And while we were sitting there visiting, talking, pulling out the old pictures, catching up, she was showing me pictures of my grandmother. And she was like, oh, I have her marriage certificate. You want to see it? And I was like, yeah, I sure do. I want to see it. So she pulled out the marriage certificate and she showed it to me. And while I'm reading it, I'm looking where grandma said she was born. On the marriage certificate, it says Muskogee. And then I see my great-grandfather's name, Alex Perryman, and his wife's name, Maddie Walker Perryman. And I was like, Perryman? Why does that sound so, why is that name hitting with me? I didn't know why or whatever, but the name just sounded, so I just took a screenshot, went home. And then another day went by or so, and then I was watching another one of your lives, Mike, and you said something about, you had mentioned the Dawes Rolls and about how that's one of the ways to find your Native ancestry. So I was like, Dawes Rolls, what's that? And so I go to type it in and look for it, and then I put in my grandfather's name, and boom, there he was. And how to make sure it was him, I clicked on a referring card and it led to my grandmother's name and also my great-great-grandmother's name on there, and her husband, who I was told what her name was Hattie. So it all was adding up and I couldn't believe it. I had tears rolling down my eyes and I'm like, Perryman, and we're native. It was true. Grandma didn't lie, and it was a surreal experience. And I called my sister, and I shared that experience with her, and sent her everything so she could look herself. And we really sat on the phone and we talked, we laughed, and we even shed some tears. And I shared the information with my mom, and she was so happy. And she was like, "Well, Mom always said we were native, and I always knew, we were native." But to see it, and it was all because you led us there. Watching your content brought it back up to, faith. How you say, no longer in the back of your mind, like it's in your face with it, like it's right there. So why not, and that's what led us to do our genealogy consultation with you too, so we could find out more. Sis, you want to go?
Yep, and you know what? I think she's on mute. Let me unmute her. There you go, sis. Go for it.
So hello everyone. Look who's talking in the chat. Joshina is how you pronounce my name. But yeah, the experience was very, very, very awakening. My sister actually called me once she received the marriage certificate, and she was so excited. She shared pictures with me, and we're both looking at it, and we're like, "Oh, Perryman." And I was like, "Sis, that name rings a bell." And she was like, "I know it does. So like she said, a day or so goes by, excuse me, and she calls me back and she goes, "Oh, I found a way to get on the Dolls Roll. So, I've been looking." And she goes, "Look what I found." And she screen shares with me. And it was such a, an experience. I got chills. It's like seeing your people on paper, people that they said didn't exist. When we were younger, my dad told us that we were native. He told us that we were native to this land. This was our land, and our people and our ancestors are on this land. And we were told that from what I can remember, and that's on both sides of our family. But you tend to listen to the doctrine that you're taught in school. You tend to believe the naysayers when they tell you, "Oh no, you're Black, so you're African." But when you actually can go back and follow your lineage on paper and look at the records, and everything is adding up, and you're seeing not only your ancestors, their ancestors, and then property records, land allotments. I mean, you're seeing how your family was all together as one. And then to know the history, how we were declassified as a people and spread out and separated and just destroyed, it hurts. It really does hurt. So I have a passion to not only fight for me, my sister, our family, but others too, because we have things that was stolen from us that can never been replaced. Our heritage, our culture, our way of life, how we live at one with nature. All those things were stolen from us, and we've been longing for it. That's why we came back looking for it. So it's just such an awakening to and an experience. And I'm so appreciative that we found your channel in May. So it's been some time now. I feel like I'm a vet, I stay watching, sucking in, and getting knowledge, and sucking up the content, and I just appreciate the fact that the things that my dad told me is coming to fruition. Like, we're seeing what he told us in real life. We are native to this land, and we do have a people, and we are Black Native Americans, and we are here, and we're about to be loud. I know I'm loud, but y'all, it's going to get a lot louder in here soon, because our numbers are going to grow. A lot of more people are going to start looking at their lineage, following the papers, and looking on the Duns and the Dolls Rolls. So we're going to grow as a people. So I just want everyone to know that, it's worth it. Getting your consultation with Mike, and getting the tools to, find your lineage, and know what you're looking for, and how to put two and two together, and making sure you're just going on the right track. It's really worth it. It's very, very encouraging. You know, I'm confident. I know I can help somebody else now. Now look, that's how
That's what it's all
confident
about.
I am.
Yeah.
That's how confident I am. So thank you, Mike, on live. I wanted to just tell you that in front of everyone.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It was a pleasure connecting with you both. And yeah, you know, why don't you guys speak to a little bit of what the consultation was like for you guys? Because as you can see, we clearly have people that are realizing we're getting in touch with our indigeneity, and they're trying to hurry up, get in front of us, and steer us towards DNA testing. And I mean, call me biased, but I just feel like not just the consultation service I provide, but just genealogy in general, it just provides so much more than a DNA test could ever tell you. I mean, you guys are looking at official federal documents, land allotments. I mean, meanwhile, we can't find a single official document that says we're African, but they want us to pay hundreds of dollars to spit in a cup and send it to strange corporations that are just going to tell us that they think we're African.
Well, all I got to say is I don't believe in that DNA testing stuff. I think the only thing the DNA testing is good for is finding a relative, probably. But as far as being able to tell me my genealogy and who I am and where I came from, I don't trust it. Because at the end of the day, who's really behind those DNA testing? And what's the motive in them telling all of us that know and can see on paper that we are native to this land, that we're from Africa? Why? It's to disenfranchise us. That's how I feel. And at the same time, I'd be like, African where? Prove it. Prove to me on paper that I'm African. Because right now, all the paper, the federal government paperwork that I'm running into is saying that I'm Native Black American. And it also states that I'm from the Perryman bloodline. And that bloodline is one of the oldest bloodlines here in the Americas. And by you telling me that I'm African, you're telling me that all these explorers from Spain, from France, that came over here and wrote these accounts, that they sent back over to Spain and to England, stating that we were Black. All these paintings, all these drawings, all these journals, all these statues, that there was already Black people here, Native Black Americans, the true Americans. So you telling me all of them was lying too? We all just crazy. All of them are all crazy. No, I don't think so. It's all in a play to disenfranchise us from our land and keep us down and to discourage you from finding out who you truly really are, all of us. Because there's a huge percentage of the Black population that is Native right here, that roots go back. And Black people here are the highest documented people in this land. Some of the people here that shout that go back to Africa stuff ain't even been here as long as we have been here. Our blood is in this soil. Our blood is always going to be in this soil, no matter the lies they tell, no matter the tethers they get up here to speak, that's from Jamaica and Haiti and Africa, to discourage us and tell us that we Africans because of Mansa Musa and some Africans that got on some ships that come over here. Now, I don't disagree that it could have been some trading going on, but they did trading with the Black natives that was here already. Why on every continent, this is a question that I always ask people to ask themselves, why on every continent, all the indigenous people are all dark? They're all considered Black, blonde hair, blue eyes, dark skin, straight hair, dark skin, curly hair, but all are shades, copper colored. And none of them other countries, continents, with indigenous Black people are they trying to tie a tether to them to Africa? Why in the great United States of America, the Native Black people here have to be tied to Africa? Ask yourself that question. But no matter what, this discourage you from doing your genealogy and look for your lineage, look for it and figure out who you are on your own. And then once you find your genealogy and see who your ancestors is right there on paperwork in your face, I bet you'll look at them Pangoofies a little bit different. Because I sure do. Because all growing up, ever since Jesse Jackson in the late 1980s, in the early 1989, 1988, I think. I was in high school. I was probably like 14, 15 years old in 9th or 10th grade. And they came out with that African-American stuff. And it was a few elders kept on saying, we're not African. Why do they keep on saying that? And they set us up. They set the play on us to put that tab on us. And it's not who we are. We are natives to this land, to this soil. This ours. And they mad because we waking up. We reclaiming what's ours. And the whole world is finna watch it. This is gonna grow and grow. This movement is gonna grow big. And when I say big, it's gonna be something big. We finna stunt on the whole world. All that African stuff is gonna go right out the door. They're not gonna be able to deny us because it's all on paper, baby. It's all who we are.
That's right. And notice they never call anybody an African Jamaican or an African Haitian or an African Brazilian, but that's where all the African slaves went. Less than 4% of all the Africans trafficked during the transatlantic slave trade went to North America. But they specifically want to reach over here to us and put that African title in front of our name. But you know what I want to do, guys? Let's go back to that video real quick. Let's finish out that video. Let's see what other asinine points the pan goofies over on the African Diaspora News Station are trying to do. But guys, you clearly see why they had to get this new brother up here to try to give us this propaganda, because last time Phil Scott got up there trying to tell us that Elizabeth Warren is the real Native American and yada, yada, yada. Yeah. Last time we gave him a lot of flack for that. I think he learned his lesson. So now he's getting slicker. Now we got some half Jamaican, half Black American dude up here to try to tell us that we really descend from ancient African migrants.
Lived together for significant amounts of time, nature would take its course, a little bit of interbreeding would go on, and the blacks who were here would have those admixtures too. And if we descend from them, it would show up in our DNA. So what happens to Black Americans when they take DNA tests? Do we have any of this Denisovan admixture that we see in these other Black populations or indigenous throughout the world? Hardly any. Dang near none. Overall, Black Americans have the oldest human DNA in the world, and the only other group that shares that DNA are continental Africans. Now, there used to be a narrative out there that say, well, you really can't test for Native American DNA. There's not enough information on them. No longer true. Native Americans have now tested in sufficient quantities, and we have.
No. I'm a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation. My tribe nor no other tribe allows DNA testing to be done on the citizens of our indigenous nation. That is a lie. He just lied to our faces right there.
Yeah, he didn't lost his mind. He's telling stories for sure. He's lying out the side of his neck. That's why I said everybody has to be careful for them. You have to be careful about these ones right here trying to discourage and lead you astray and lead you in a whole nother direction instead of the truth. They will lead you way over here instead of towards the truth. Don't listen to them. Go do it on your own.
And even their own mainstream BS about us sharing DNA with Africans, they still mislead us with that. Scientists claim that we share certain DNA markers with West Africans, not North Africans, not East Africans, not South Africans. But notice how old boy is just trying to make it seem like all continental Africans and us share the same. No,
it's the continent,
huh? Africa is one supercontinent. Europe is a part of Africa. Asia is a part of Africa. The Middle East is a part of Africa. So what do you mean we share DNA with continental Africans?
Where are you going?
Let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going.
No.
Their genome haplogroup. It is QM242. If you are in the patrilineal line of Native Americans, that's going to show up for you. Where do Black folks most often cluster? In haplogroup E1B1A, which is also connected to the pharaohs of ancient Kemet, including Ramses the Great, and Black American women often test positive for the mitochondrial Eve gene, the oldest mitochondrial.
Come on, y'all. All these DNA testing companies try to link us to African populations because that's all that's in their databases. They overemphasize African ties while underrepresenting indigenous American ancestry. especially when Southeastern natives were erased or reclassified. I mean, we saw the video earlier from Dr. Rick Kittles himself, who said he's testing 0.1% of your DNA. But listen to Wilson, our resident Batty Boy Jamaican man, keep glazing Rick Kittles.
Bloodline on Earth. And who else has that DNA? You guessed it, continental Africans. Where did these black folks who mixed with the Muskogee Creek come from? More than likely.
Hell no, motherfucker. Now you're talking about my tribe.
Wait,
now fucked up.
Wait. What did he just say?
He said, where did these blacks that mixed with the Muskogee Creek come from?
He said mixed. Oh, he done lost his mind. Yeah.
Mixed. Yeah. He done lost his mind. Yeah.
With no receipts. With no receipts.
No receipts. He ain't sharing his screen. He ain't nothing. You a whole Jamaican up here. I am a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation. I can speak on my tribe's history. You can't speak on my tribe's history.
Isn't
Not
it
at
funny
all.
how it's always a tether trying to tell us something about ourselves?
Come on.
It never ceased to fail. It's always a tether trying to tell us about us.
Guys, in preparation for tonight's live stream, I went online to pull a picture of my grandfather, Town King, Chief Justice of the Creek Nation, Black Indian hero, if you will. And it was crazy when I looked for a photo of my ancestor, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. I came across a Facebook post. And this Facebook post was from the Chattahoochee tribe of the Bayou Lacombe. I didn't even realize, but in May, somebody from this tribe, from the Bayou Lacombe, shouted out my ancestor.
I know that's right.
He made a post. He took an excerpt from some information that I have on my website, nativeblackancestry.com, on my ancestor right here, Black Indian Town King, Chief Justice of the Creek Nation, who is, mind you, listed on the Dolls roll number 2145, not as a freedman, not as a half-breed, as a full-blooded Creek by blood Indian. So we got a tether up here trying to tell us that these blacks mix with Creeks, and I can show you a documented Town King, Black Indian, Chief Justice of the Creek Nation, who's a direct lineal ancestor of mine, who is listed on the Dolls roll as a full-blooded Indian.
That's right. That's right.
Damn. But we don't know what we're talking about, y'all. We ain't got no paperwork. We ain't got no genealogy.
That's a black man. That's what they call a so-called Negro. That is a black Native American, and they will attach an African tag to him just because his skin tone, but his phenotypes and his face structure is totally different from an African. We don't look like them. It's just our skin tone.
Let's talk about it.
And not even all of the skin tones.
Right.
That's why we were called the copper colored people of this land, because we come in all different shades. Me and my sister are different shades of copper. Like, come on now. Same mom, same dad.
Real quick, I'm gonna read this excerpt that they posted on my ancestor. Thomas was a distinguished, full-blooded Creek citizen, successful attorney, and respected leader in early Oklahoma. Born into the Creek Nation, Thomas was recognized as a town king for his leadership within his community and for his significant contributions to the legal and political systems of Indian Territory. A skilled attorney, he eventually became the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation Supreme Court, where he made lasting contributions to the judicial landscape of the tribe. As a member of the Creek Nation, Thomas was deeply involved in the affairs of his people, serving as a key figure in both legal and community matters. His success in the legal field, coupled with his respected position in the tribe, established him as one of the most influential Creek citizens of his time. His legacy is further explored in the book, Black, White, and Indian, Race and the Unmaking of an American Family. And interestingly, while Thomas was listed as a full-blooded Indian on the Dolls rolls, the official census that documented the citizens of the 5 civilized tribes, later U.S. Census records categorized him as Negro. This shift in racial classification highlights the complex and often contradictory racial dynamics of the time, particularly the reclassification of Native individuals that had darker skin. It underscores the broader history of racial categorization and the challenges faced by Native Black Americans in a system that is frequently erased or marginalized their indigenous identities in favor of racial distinctions. Thomas's story is a poignant reminder of the resilience and adaptability of Native peoples in the face of racial reclassification, and his legacy continues to live on in his descendants, particularly through Michael Lane Jr.'s work in genealogical research and advocacy for Native Black American heritage. And that's me. Hi, I'm Michael. But guys, this is crazy. Let the Jamaican tether tell it. There's blacks that mixed in with the Creeks. No, the blacks were the Creeks.
We were here. We are the copper colored people of this land. Like, I really don't understand what's so hard to believe that we are native to this land. Is it because you're not one of us? We're not trying to exclude you. We're happy that you know who you are. Just be happy that we're finding who we are. And that's all we want. We're not asking for you to give us anything for it. We're finding who we are. We're coming home. We're awakening. We're finding our heritage, our culture. There's nothing wrong with that. You should be happy that we're doing that.
That's right. But they're only upset. They only upset because they have something to lose by us waking up.
That whole part. That's how I feel. I feel like with us, doing our lineage, our genealogy, and finding out our heritage and our connections and who we are, it cuts the tether, because African where? And I think everybody is mad about that, because so many people have staked the claim to Native American. So many other people, I'll be nice tonight, have they staked that claim that they Native American, but nobody can say that and be serious and be real but us. We're documented as being the natives here.
Well, and for anybody who gets caught up in the etymology, for anybody who's like, well, no, we're not native, we're really indigenous. Guys, get out your feelings. We're both. Those Bering Strait Asiatic migrants, they can only say Native American because they've been here for thousands of years, but they're indigenous to Asia. They're migrants. We can use Native American, we can use indigenous, we can use Aboriginal, we can use autochthon, we can use antediluvian, because we are all of the above. So those of you that get caught up on my use of terms like native, you got to understand, we can use whatever term we want interchangeably, while those folks have to stick to that native designation because they can never fix their mouth to say they're indigenous to the Americas. But what I want to do is let's go to a quick commercial break, and then we're going to bring up that video and finish reacting to it.
Finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching on my genealogy. He's been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
That's right, guys. What are you waiting for? Go to nativeblackancestry.com to book a genealogy consultation. The sisters up on the panel just connected with me last Sunday, so you know it's real, okay? You know it's real. Let's talk about it.
It's very real. Speaking of the consultation, me and my sister had a great time. We learned so much, and you definitely pointed us in the right direction and gave us the tools to do the research on our own, and also gave us the choice to have you do our genealogy also, which we are going to take you up on that offer. But I recommend that if you really want to know your genealogy and find out about your heritage, to book a consultation with Mike, and you will not be disappointed. He will set you on the right path to do it yourself, and you can also have him do it for you. It's either or, but he definitely has great insight on the matter and can show you how to get to your ancestors and the tools that you need to use for heritage. this is a great guy right here. I just want you guys to all know. Although the consultation was very informative, he makes you feel welcome, and he's not in disagreement as to your claim to being native here, a Black native here, or to the tribe, or what your grandmother said. And if you go to other genealogists, and they already don't want to hear nothing about your native history, they're going to tie you to just Africa.
I think you actually told me something like that during our session, right? You said you went with another genealogist, and they were trying to like they didn't even believe that Black folks could be Indian.
Yeah, at all. I had spoke to him, and that's why I didn't even go any farther with them. I did like somewhat of a consultation, asking some questions, and they were giving me a very condescending tone and attitude and persona as to native. The freedmen aren't native, they're freed Africans. And that's why when we did the consultation with you, we had you explain to us the difference between a freedman that was a slave, or an African slave that was freed, and then the freedmen that were the free people. They were already free, that weren't slaves, stuff like that. And you had explained that and broke that down in the consultation. And that was so helpful for us to help us put 2 and 2 together and understand and pinpoint some problems that we were having. And that's why I'm saying that it's nothing like going to another native Black American to seek what you're looking for, because others are going to discourage you from it. Why would I go or listen to somebody who is a tether tell me about me and my people? I want to go directly to the source. And being that Mike has been through this procedure already before, and he found his lineage, his heritage, and done his genealogy, why wouldn't I ask an expert on the matter that has did native Black ancestry? It only makes sense. So my advice to everybody is to book a consultation with Mike and go from there. You can't go wrong with it. I'm telling you, you'll be happy that you did. And it's a very great experience. And it opens your eyes to a lot about yourself too.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the 5-star review, sister. And real quick, before we get back to the video, I want to acknowledge this comment from Vixen. Vixen says, I even question that Native Americans have been here for thousands of years. If that's the case, none of the paintings, artifacts, etc. look like them. Someone is lying. No, check it out. This is what you got to understand. There's a simple way to break it down right here. Check it. We are the original indigenous population of the Americas. That includes Canada, the Great Lakes, North America, Southeast, East Coast, Central America, South America, the Caribbean. All of this was in our domain. So if we're the first original people here, where are we going to choose to live? In all the lush green areas, where all the forests are, and the natural gardens, and the rivers, and the waterfalls, and the lakes, and the Gulf, and the coast. That's where we want to live. We don't want to live in the frigid cold of Alaska and northern Canada. We don't want to live in the hot, desolate desert plains of New Mexico and Utah and Arizona. So this is what happens. When the Bering Strait migrants came down, they came across the Bering Land Bridge. Some of them stayed in Alaska, northern Canada. That's where you get the Inuit and all those Asiatic Eskimo-looking folks. I think they claim Eskimo is a derogatory term now, so they prefer the term Inuit. So let's respect that. But when they came down, and they come too far west, and that's Queen Califia, Black Indian Amazonian Queen territory. You better get off our land. When they go too far east, that's Mississippian Mound Builder, Black Indian culture. You better get off of our land. When they go too far south, they running into the Maya, the Olmec, the Black Indians. You better get off our land. They don't even have the opportunity to get to the Caribbean or get down to South America, because they can't even get past the indigenous Black Indians in Central and Southern Mexico, right? But you got to understand that this is why we call them the Southwestern Plains natives, because the areas that they inhabited were the plains. These were those Native Americans that the white settlers, the last stage of westward expansion of Manifest Destiny, when they got in their wagons and went to Oregon and California on the Oregon Trail. Remember when they're running into those Apache, Comanche, Navajo, who are scalping them and stuff? That's those Bering Strait natives. They're in the Southwestern Plains. Look, the Navajo Reservation is right here, the Navajo Nation. And guess what? You don't find pyramids. You don't find mounds. You don't find ancient indigenous architecture in the Southwestern Plains. Because these people aren't us. They ain't build no pyramids. They ain't build no mounds. But we have pyramids all across the Southeast and the East Coast. We got pyramids all across Mexico, all across South America. But we don't find none of these earthworks, these effigy mounds, conical mounds, platform mounds. We don't find none of them in the Southwestern Plains because they are migrants. They're not the original. So hopefully that breaks it down for you, Vixen. But let's get back to this video. And we got about 10 more minutes of it. And then after this video is over, we're going to give you a great breakdown on this whole Creek-Friedman controversy and what it means to be a freedman. And some of you heard that last month, the Creek-Friedman of my tribe, they won their citizenship rights, right? And a lot of you are confused by that. You're like, what? Well, why would the tribe give these Black folks tribal citizen, right? Something weird is going on, right? Well, we're going to break all that down for you guys. Just wait and see.
Likely from African lineages of enslaved folks brought over here through the Middle Passage. Now, it must be said that there was a subsect of Black Americans who were raised like literally on Native American reservations, with one of their parents being actually Native American. But for the rest of us,
and Ravenhawk says, you are slipping on the artifacts in the Grand Canyon. No, I'm not slipping on them. That is not attributed to the Southwestern Plains. That's why I didn't mention the artifacts in the Grand Canyon when I just mentioned the Southwestern Plains natives. That's something that our indigenous ancestors played a part in. That's been covered up. Y'all know about G.E. Kincaid and the Smithsonian and the military, right? But I didn't mention that because although that is in the Plains region, that wasn't them. That wasn't the Asiatic folks.
We generally trace our Native American roots to Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, Cherokee, or like me, Seminole. And isn't it interesting that these also happen to be the 5 civilized tribes who owned Black slaves?
Oh, so now he's going to try to tell us that, hey, Black folks, we know we used to claim that you're Wabos and Pretendians and you're not really Indian, and you guys found Creek paperwork and Choctaw paperwork and Seminole ancestors, but guess what? Those tribes owned slaves, so really you was just some African slaves. Are you saying that every member of those tribes owned slaves? You know that one of those tribes you listed are the Seminoles, and they were freedom fighters who had multiple wars, freeing slaves, resisting slave systems. What are you talking about? This man just tried to lump the Seminoles in with slave traders. Even if you look at my tribe, the Muskogee Creek Nation, guess what? Not all of us own slaves. We had a civil war over slavery. There was the Upper Creek and there was the Lower Creek. The Upper Creek were against slavery. They sided with the Union. They freed slaves on plantations, whether they were Black Indian slaves or African slaves, it didn't matter. They were totally against slavery. And we had a whole civil war over it because the Lower Creeks, they assimilated with the Europeans. They ran plantations. They had slaves. And guess what all the Lower Creeks were? Half-breed Indians with Scottish daddies and a native mama. They was half-breed sellout, agent provocateurs. But we got pan-goofies like Wilson from the African Diaspora News Channel telling us about these 5 civilized tribes got Black folks as slaves. The white people that wiggled their way into those tribes are the ones that had slaves. Europeans paid $5 to get placed on the Dawes Roll, hence the term $5 Indian. Europeans married to get placed on the roll. They called them intermarried whites. European settlers even got adopted into my tribe. You could have a colonial plantation owner in the South, a part of the Confederacy. They hear that these Indians in Oklahoma got oil on their land, so they reach out to the European buddy who's running the Dawes Commission and say, yo, can I pay you a little something on the low to get adopted into one of those tribes? They say, yeah, sure, just send us that money. And then they get adopted in, and they move to Oklahoma. This white plantation owner moves to Oklahoma, brings his slaves with him, and now y'all talking about Creek Indians got Black folks as slaves. Whole time, this Creek Indian is a European that was adopted into the tribe. You know why we can't have these foreigners speaking about our indigenous history? Because they don't know what the hell they talking about. But what you think about this, Empress and Miss Johnson?
You hit it right on the nail. Like it's more to it than just to say that Creeks or any Native tribe own slaves. It's so many different avenues to the situation. Like you just said, how the YT got adopted into the tribe, and they brought their slaves with them just to come and get a piece of the land, a piece of the oil, as usual, the resources they want. And they're documented down as a native adopted into the tribe, and then they have these slaves. And we also have the natives that purchased other natives just to set them free.
Yep.
It goes, it's so much more than what they're trying to throw out. And it's just a block after block, an excuse after excuse to deter people from not doing or not believing who they are. These tethers are worse than the white tea man putting us on the dolls as freedmen when we were full Black natives.
But that's what they're used for, though. They're used for that purpose, just to block our progression, you know, and they've been used as that tool for decades at this point. You know, they take our jobs. They're hired before us, you know, they get grants before us, they get the home loans before us, business loans before us as tethers when they come over here. So of course they want to be connected to us. Of course they want us to be connected to them. It's saying that they have rights, they have our rights, if you get what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and not only that, but you know how asinine of a statement he just made, talking about the 5 tribes all had slaves. He might as well say U.S. citizens own slaves.
Yeah.
Okay. Which U.S. citizens?
Yeah.
Are we talking about the South? Are we talking about the North? Are we saying all U.S. citizens in the South own slaves, or the rich elitists did? I mean, see how it's more nuanced than these pan goofies want to admit? But he's going to try to say, oh, hey, guys, all these Black folks coincidentally come from the 5 civilized tribes, and they the ones that had slaves. Guys, this is how deep they tried to force this slave reclassification, right? They even place on the freedman roll a category that says slave of, right? And there were some folks a part of those tribes who were enslaved, whether by their fellow family members for protection, whether by white folks that wiggled into the tribe, whether by other indigenous factions that were warring with their faction in the past, but it's more nuanced than people understand. Here's a perfect example right here. This is a Choctaw, not Creek. This is the Choctaw Nation freedman roll. And the difference between the by blood roll and the freedman roll is the freedman roll has a slave of category, trying to kind of assume that all of them are slaves. And this one actually was enslaved, or listed at least as someone's property. It says right here that they're a slave of Jim Davis and Emmeline Perry. But that's their story. That's not our story. If you look at my ancestors that are reclassified as freedmen, if I go to their freedman roll and look at their category that says slave of, it's blank. There's no slave master names. These are stamps. These are dates. This right here is some notes that carried over into this category. But whoa, my ancestors are classified as freedmen, but they were never slaves. Riddle me that.
It's because of the tone of their skin that they put them in that classification as freedmen when they full-blooded native. See, they play too much. But that's, look who did the dog rolls in the first place. That's where that all falls into play at. It was up to disenfranchise, to take control, to demean, and to dismember. And that's what they've been doing to us for years because of this land.
And let's go ahead and give everybody a quick breakdown on this whole freedman thing so that we can, you know, enlighten people once and for all. Let's go ahead and break it all the way down real quick, okay? We'll break it all the way down. Let me pull up a whiteboard real quick. Check this out, y'all. Check this out. Check this out. And right now, you guys are just getting a little freebie, okay? This is part of the things that I teach people during those one-on-one genealogy consultations I provide. But I'm not above giving y'all some free game, okay? Check it out. We got freedmen of U.S. territory. We've got freedmen of tribal territory. Well, some of you guys are saying, well, Mike, what's the difference between U.S. territory and tribal territory? Geographically, not much. You can have an area like Louisiana or Alabama. You got some land in Alabama that's ran by an indigenous tribe, so that's tribal land. The rest of the land is governed by the US government, so that's US territory, right? But let's talk about some of the similarities between the freedmen of US territory and the freedmen of tribal territory. Sometimes in US territory, you did have people who were not slaves, but were enslaved. Not to come off like an asshole, but the difference between a slave and someone enslaved is the difference between us and Africans. You could say Africans are slaves. They were captured by their fellow African, sold to foreigners as slaves, transported to other colonies as slaves, and treated as slaves. But our ancestors were prisoners of war. Our ancestors resisted colonial imperial colonization when we lost some of the battles, when we got outnumbered, when some of the other tribes sided with the enemy and backdoored us. Well, we were taken as prisoners of war, reclassified, meant to work our own indigenous land for some other white tea person, and now we're racially reclassified and disenfranchised. There was even during the Yamasee War of the early 1700s, there were Yamasee Black Indians who lost the battle, so they were shipped to the Caribbean as slaves. Right? So again, that's why I go out of my way to make sure you guys understand the distinction between a slave and someone who's enslaved. I got family members who were incarcerated in the past. Matter of fact, my dad went to prison for a year. Is my dad a prisoner now? Or was he incarcerated for a period of time? He may have been a prisoner while he was doing his time, but imagine if they tried to say that he still needs to identify as a prisoner and all of his descendants should identify as descendants of prisoners. Do you guys see how backwards this is now? Can you see how backwards it is? But again, US territory, we had some folks who were enslaved, they got freed, and they got classified as freedmen, hence the term. Same thing in tribal territory. You had some Black Indians who were enslaved and then freed, hence the term freedmen. But this is the part where nobody talks about. Nobody wants to discuss this. In US territory, there were also folks who were never enslaved, and they still got classified as freedmen. For example, I had a sweet lady a couple months ago. She hired me to trace her family's genealogy. I showed her documents where her ancestor had a Freedmen's Bureau labor contract negotiated. So she says to me, oh, this document is from the Freedmen's Bureau, so my ancestor was a freedman, so my ancestor was a slave? Well, no, I then showed her documentation where her ancestor is listed in the 1840 census in Louisiana as a free person of color. Not only that, her ancestor ran plantations. Not only that, her ancestor owned slaves. But wait, there's more. I found the actual document that showed that her ancestor was purchasing slaves to grant them their freedom. It was called manumission at the time. I found the actual bill of sale, the actual purchase agreement, where it says, when this transaction is concluded, so-and-so is free and has the full protection of my family. But she would assume that her ancestor was enslaved because of this title, freedman. And same thing in tribal territory. You had free Black Indians, free people of color who were never enslaved. But when it came time to sign up on the Dawes rolls, they got racially reclassified as a freedman. Whoa. Now, at the same time that they're allowing white folks to pay to be a part of the tribe, to marry into the tribe, to get adopted into the tribe, when it came time for us to get listed on the Dawes rolls, they racially reclassified us as freedmen. And a lot of you have a misconception that the Dawes roll was just this innocent document where these tribes are just keeping track of who their members are. No, the Dawes roll was created by the US government, more specifically Henry Dawes, who was a Massachusetts governor, and he came to Oklahoma and got to decide who's an Indian and who's not. So imagine how many hundreds of thousands of our ancestors were rejected from getting placed on the Dawes roll just based on their phenotype. And for those that got lucky to get accepted onto the Dawes roll, they didn't get placed on the by blood roll, they got placed on a separate freedman's roll. And as you can see here, whether you're classified as a Creek freedman, or a Choctaw freedman, or a Chickasaw freedman, it doesn't matter the tribe. You guys notice some blank spots here? Do you see some blank spots? That's the blood quantum category. They purposefully did not record the blood quantum of those they reclassified as freedmen. Why? So they can kick them out of the tribe later on, when the white folks finally got power within the tribal nations. There was something called the Treaty of 1866. The Treaty of 1866 stipulated it don't matter if you buy blood, it don't matter if you're a freedman, you get full tribal citizenship, you get full tribal benefits, you get land, acres and acres of land, anywhere from 40 acres to 160 acres. And any land that was left over, the US would sell to European settlers, right? So what do? Well, these European government agents say, hey, these folks who are a bit dark, these folks who are failing our brown paper bag test, well, we're going to reclassify them as freedmen. And instead of giving them 160 acres, like we're giving the Bai Bloods, we're going to give them 40 acres. So now we're actually getting into some differences between the freedmen of U.S. territory and the freedmen of tribal territory. Freedmen of U.S. territory were promised 40 acres and a mule, never got it. Freedmen in tribal territory were supposed to get 160 acres per person, but instead they got shorted and they only received 40 acres apiece. So one group did get their 40 acres, so to speak. The other group did not. If you guys have ever heard of Sarah Rector, the youngest, richest colored girl in the world in the early 1900s, they're about to make a movie about her. Well, how did this girl become so rich? Well, they say her land had oil. Well, how did this 11-year-old girl have land in Oklahoma? She's a Black Indian. She was a member of my tribe, the Muskogee Creek Nation. Her ancestors were reclassified as Creek freedmen. So instead of getting their 160 acres, they got 40 acres, but they got lucky and their 40 acres had oil beneath. So now she's making all this money with the oil, right? And it really wasn't a Cinderella story. They tried to trick her out of her money. Oftentimes, when a Black Indian found gold under their land, the local government would assign them a white guardian to manage their financial affairs. That white guardian would trick off the money, gamble it away. It wasn't really a Cinderella story, right? There was a lot of crazy stuff going on. But still, when you guys hear of Sarah Rector, you don't correlate that with Black Indian. When you hear of Greenwood, Tulsa, Black Wall Street, did you ever stop to think how all these Black Wall Street-like towns are sprouting up in Oklahoma when Oklahoma isn't even a state yet, when Oklahoma is still Indian territory? Why are all these Black folks in Indian territory? How did they get here? Oh, they walked the Trail of Tears. Oh, they were a part of those tribes. Oh, those people in Black Wall Street who got bombed weren't Black Americans. They weren't African Americans. They were Native Black Americans. They were indigenous Black Americans, if you will. But a lot of us still don't put two and two together. But I digress. What do the ladies have to say about this? How was it for you finding that document of an ancestor of yours listed as a freedman, not really knowing what's going on with this freedman thing? And then when we were able to connect last Sunday, I broke it down just like this. And I imagine it kind of made things a little bit clearer.
Sis?
Yeah, of course. The first thing you do when you see that word freedman is you think, oh, wow, my ancestors were slaves. That's the first thing that comes to head. But after our consultation and you kind of gave us the information and, the know-how to search for the keywords and what to look for, and to just go back a little bit further because the reclassification of the things, it made a lot more sense. It made sense of why they would be labeled freedmen. It made sense to why we kept on finding ancestors that were reclassified. We found one ancestor that had been reclassified from mulatto to colored to Negro. So, and it was all down the line, 10 years apart in their senses, so same person. How did she mutate? What did she do? She evolved? I don't know. I don't know, but all I know is that knowing that, that freedman word doesn't necessarily mean that they were once slaves. It empowers you. It empowers you to look further and look deeper because there does need to be education on that. All freedmen were not slaves.
Absolutely. Let alone African slaves. Even if you do have an ancestor who was enslaved, that doesn't mean they were an African.
At all. Because it was tons of natives that, prisoners of war and enslaved. And it was some of us that was free and being kidnapped and captured and then sold to different plantations and moved around that way also. So just because you find an ancestor that says enslaved on there or owner of does not necessarily mean that they are African. If they're on the freedmen's list, they're native. That's how I take it. If they're on the Dawes rolls, and it doesn't matter, freedmen, half-blood, whatever, I still see them as native no matter what, because I know that it doesn't mean that they're African. That African term is just being pushed on us, and it's not true. It's not true at all.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we got a few more minutes of this Pan Goofy video. Let's see how he's going to try to tell us that we were all slaves of the 5 civilized tribes. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's where he's going with it.
He said that there was a subsect of Black Americans who were raised like literally on Native American reservations, with one of their parents being actually Native American. But for the rest of us, we generally trace our Native American roots to Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, Cherokee, or like me, Seminole.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I was on mute. I guess he's never heard of the Wampanoag, the Narragansett, the Nantucket, the Catawba, the Calusa, the Yamasee, the Taino, the Arawak. Damn, guys, I guess the Jamaican boy here only knows about 5 tribes out of the thousands of tribes in North America alone. Okay.
And isn't it interesting that these also happen to be the 5 civilized tribes who owned Black slaves? Meaning, even if you have an ancestor who has paperwork connecting them to one of these tribes, that could just be as much of a mark of being owned as having an English last name. But wait a minute.
Damn. So if you find a document of your ancestor being tied to an indigenous tribe, that's just as much of a marker of you being a slave as having a European last name. Meanwhile, I already showed you documents where my ancestors listed as a full-blooded Indian, town king. I mean, meanwhile, literally, because of that false narrative, that's one of the reasons why I created the website nativeblack.ancestry.com. And on nativeblack.ancestry.com, you can actually reverse the whole myth of us all getting our last names from slave masters, because first of all, not all of our ancestors were enslaved. And what most people don't realize is during the process of forced assimilation, indigenous communities adopted European surnames. So on my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, you can even do a tribal surname lookup, and you can see if your last name aligns with any of the surnames that were adopted by the 5 civilized tribes. You see how you provide resources like this to help the community instead of trying to beat a sense of inferiority into our people, telling us that our last names come from slave masters when most of us descend from people who were never even slaves at all. But what do the ladies think about this?
Everything you said is right. I mean, from my understanding and what I read upon, I learned that a lot of natives took on adopted names. Is no different from when any other culture comes in contact with the European, they adopt a name. When I was in school, I had friends that were Asian descent, and they were in school with me as a little girl, and they had 2 names. They had their names they came over here with, and they had names that they had adopted over here to, I guess, more Americanize themselves or make themselves more familiar to the European. So it's the same thing. Our tribes adopted those names. They weren't given by a slave master. They were names that they picked out and they took on themselves.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Let's talk about it. Let's get on to the video, y'all. I mean, I know we keep pausing, but whenever they spout such mistruth so confidently, we have to stop and correct the record, don't we?
A minute, folks will say, what about the pre-Columbian Black explorers that got here before Columbus? Good damn question. For example,
guys, now he's going to tell us that the most ancient indigenous culture, the Olmecs, the Black indigenous Olmecs, now he's going to try to tell us they're really African migrants.
Expedition of Mansa Abu Bakari in 1311. Like 2,000 ships came over here, none of them came back. Did they leave an imprint? Absolutely. Was it a sufficient imprint for us to come from? not numerically speaking.
And he's talking about a rumor, guys. This hasn't been substantiated. There's no archaeological research. He's talking about a rumor over in the Middle East somewhere where someone talked to a guy who talked to a guy who talked to another guy who talked to someone who knew Mansa Musa, and they heard from a bird that Mansa Musa had a brother or something that sailed out this direction and never came back, or like maybe one ship came back. So because of that story, they want us to believe that the ancient Olmecs were African migrants. But when we talk about our family's oral tradition of being indigenous, we're supposed to disregard that for DNA testing, right? You guys see the psyops?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. If we're going to talk about rumors about the Mansa Musa stuff, what about the experiences some of the Black natives here going over to Africa and being approached by the Africans over there, and they're telling them, oh, we came from you. You guys came over here and started, and you guys are our ancestors. America is the true old world. And I've seen a couple of accounts of that, different videos on it. I wish I had it.
No. Actually, that same day we did a consultation, the last lady I consulted with, she and her husband actually did research and went to Africa. She was trying to figure out the Pan-African thing. She went there. She discovered they do cannibalism and all kind of barbaric stuff. And she said that the old Africans actually pulled her to the side and said, you guys are not us. You're a whole different species. You're a whole ancient culture of people. We're not like you at all. So yes, if y'all go to Africa, they will tell you straight up, we are not them. We do not come from them.
Yes. And they'll say, you guys are the true Indians. They said, you're the true Indians over there. You're the natives to that land. We came from you. And that's why I always say, well, not just because of that, because of other stuff that I've read up on too, but I believe America is the true old world. I believe,
America has more pyramids than the rest of the world combined. We have pyramids as old as the ones in Egypt, some even older. The largest pyramid in the world is located in Cholula, Mexico, right in the Gulf Coast area. I mean, come on.
Yeah, America is the true old world. I believe some of us could have went to different continents and had settlements, did trading or whatsoever. But I think it's in reverse how they try to teach us in school and what this Pan-Africanism is pushing out here on us, that it has been switched around as from coming from Africa to here. No. I believe it's the other way around. And no matter what, we are the indigenous here, the native Black Americans here. Yeah, that's us. No matter how they try to push it, that Olmec head. And I like the one you show without the helmet that shows our hair.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, hold on. I'm going to try to find that one.
Yeah, because don't nobody got lips like that. Don't nobody got this cheekbone structure.
No. This is why they only show you the Olmecs with the helmet on, because some of them Mexicans are now trying to claim that some of them got noses like that and some of them got lips like that. But notice how they never show you the Olmec with the helmet off, because you ain't got hair like that.
Say it. They don't have that. They don't have that hair. Only our hair can do that. When wet, be loose, wavy, curly. When it dry, do the sponge up, act and be woolly. Only our hair can do that. Only we can change the textures, and we actually have hair. I don't know nobody else hair on this planet that can do that but ours. That's it. Nobody else hair can do that. That's
and check out this Olmec head. This is in a museum in Mexico. It's literally called El Negro. He got a high top fade, does he not?
Sure does. And he got that peak that we all have. That little peak that come down here. I have that too. My mama got it. My kids got it. We all got that. That's us. And everybody want to claim it's them. But
hold on. Stop. You're wrong. I'm wrong. We've proven we have indigenous ancestors tied to the Creek Nation, but they were really African slaves. And if they weren't slaves and they were indigenous, really way back in the day, they came from like Mansa Musa's brother's expedition. Okay, so let's hold our horses, because he's about to educate us on how we're really indigenous American African immigrants.
Like 2,000 ships came over here, none of them came back. Did they leave an imprint? Absolutely. Was it a sufficient imprint for us to come from? Not numerically speaking.
Oh, guys, peep game. He didn't give us any evidence for this imprint. He claimed that a voyage came over here with 2,000 ships from Africa. There's absolutely an imprint, but we can't see a single imprint. We ain't over here eating jollof rice or eating fufu or doing food or none of that shit. But apparently there's an imprint in North America from Africans.
However, a pre-Columbian African explorer to the Americas and an indigenous American are necessarily two different things. Well, what about the Olmecs, people will say? Great question. If you study the art of the Olmecs, they have two.
I know this Negro did not post a picture of him next to an Olmec statue when you don't look like an Olmec, you Jamaican migrant. He don't even look like that statue. Why are you posting that? Your nose does not match that nose. What are we talking about? If he wasn't bald, we would see the tether hairline. If he wasn't bald. Come on.
Hey, great question. If you study the art of the Olmecs, they have two different phenotypes. One that looks like the one we're very familiar with the big African noses and lips, right? And the other one that has more stereotypically Native American features. Y'all,
what do you mean by stereotypical Native American features? What? Guys, why is he not giving us any links right now? He's not giving us the name of the statue so we can look it up. We don't even know if that's an Olmec statue he's showing right now. We don't even know if this slanty-eyed statue is an Olmec statue or if he pulled that from China. We have no idea because this is poor scholarship.
To understand this, thus far.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I think one of the sisters has something to say. Go for it.
No, I've never seen those statues before. Never.
I've never seen them linked as a Olmec either. That's what I was thinking, the same thing. I've never seen them linked as an Olmec statue either. The heads that we've usually seen look like us. I've never seen that. So who knows where he got it from. And he's not showing no receipts. He's not saying where this statue is at and dated. Like, what museum? Where's it at? Come on, I need receipts.
I just told you, I showed you this photo. I said it's called El Negro and it's in a Mexican museum. That's enough for you guys to look up El Negro Olmec statue Mexican museum and you can find it. But notice how he won't give you that kind of info because he's not being honest about what he's claiming.
Exactly.
Come on. You think he's slick though?
The bodies that have been tested with the same DNA science that links Black Americans and Africans to ancient Kemet shows no connection with the Olmecs and either Black Polynesians or Black Africans thus far. My theory is that there's going to be more bodies to be discovered to explain the two different phenotypes that we see in their artwork. But until then, it's just a theory. The hard science up to date says that the Olmecs came from indigenous populations. I know, bro. I was shocked too. But listen, this is where the evidence leads.
Why is he so shocked that the Olmecs are indigenous? Because he wants us to believe the Olmecs are African migrants. Check that out, y'all.
Scientifically disciplined mind does not impose their paradigm on the evidence. They let the evidence inform their paradigm. This is why scientific literacy is so important. This is why primary sourcing in your researching is so important. This is why it's so important that the American school system failed most of us, because we have to not only find the information, but find the scientific methods on our own. And a lot of us haven't done the knowledge. Because I hear a lot of people say, well, if we had so many Black folks brought from Africa, how come there aren't really that many records of it? And I'm like, here's a great place to start. Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade.
Thank you for finally giving us a source. Thank you for finally naming something that we can look up, we can verify, we can Google, we can do something with that. Thank you. It took us to damn near get to the end of the video for us to get to that. Now check this out, y'all. Live in real time, we're going to check out his source. I've never looked up that book. I'm doing a live stream right now. We've got to use the best, quickest tools available to us. The smartest tool that man has created present day is artificial intelligence. The smartest AI is ChatGPT. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this source that he just cited. I've never looked at, I'm just learning about this book for the first time. I never even knew it existed. I've never asked ChatGPT about this book. Let's see live and direct what this is all about. Are you there, ChatGPT?
Absolutely, I'm here. Just let me know what you need help with or what you're curious about, and we can jump right in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I changed your voice to a seductive female voice. What I meant to say is, how you doing this evening, baby?
Well, I'm here to chat and help out in a friendly, professional way,
Oh,
but I won't be.
you trying to keep it professional? Okay, okay. Don't call HR on me, okay? We can keep it professional.
Absolutely. No HR needed. We'll just keep it nice and professional. If you need anything, just let me know and we'll keep rolling along.
Oh yeah, I need something from you, baby, but let me ask for what you can actually give at this point in time, okay? We haven't uploaded your conscious into the neural net and placed it into a physical Tesla robot for you to be making sandwiches and cleaning my room and folding my laundry yet. So let's just stick to what you can currently provide me.
You got it. For now, I'm definitely just here to offer info, brainstorm, and handle all those digital tasks that don't require sandwich making skills. So feel free to throw any question or request my way, and we'll keep it right in the realm of the possible.
All right, I got something for you. So, in my research as a genealogist, as the founder of NativeBlackAncestry.com, I've realized that there's been a massive cover-up, and most Black Americans descend from ancient indigenous Black communities of the Americas. I mean, there's anthropological, archaeological, first-hand accounts from earliest conquistadors, explorers, et cetera, et cetera. We know that the numbers of the transatlantic slave trade were grossly overstated. They used to say 100 million African slaves were brought here. Now they say 10 to 11 million, and most of those slaves went to Brazil. The second largest destination was the Caribbean islands, and they say less than 4% of them went to North America, right? So we're doing a live stream, and we're reacting to this video from these Pan-Africanists on the African Diaspora News Network, and they're trying to tell us that those of us that find documents of indigenous ancestors, those of us who believe that there were Black indigenous communities of the Americas, well, really were mistaken, and that even the most ancient culture, the Olmecs, were really like African migrants related to Mansa Musa's brother or some kind of malarkey like that. Now, this person whose video that we're reacting to right now, they didn't really provide many sources. They didn't really provide many facts or statistics, but they finally shared a source. They're sharing a source right now called Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade by David Eltis, I think, and by David Richardson, I believe. Can you educate us on what this book is about? Who wrote it? When was it published? What is the background of the author? Is it verified as factual? Has there been new recent discoveries that negate some of the claims in that book? Is this a book that's just trying to attribute all Black Americans to having some transatlantic slave trade history, even though a lot of us have ancestors who were never enslaved at all? And even if we do have ancestors who were enslaved, I mean, they were most likely indigenous and reclassified, not African, right? But let me know, what is this Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade all about? And why are Pan-Africans trying to use that as a source to debunk our claims of indigeneity?
Absolutely, Mike. Let's dive into it. So, the Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade is a pretty well-known scholarly work. It's co-authored by David Eltis and David Richardson. Now, these two are pretty established historians in the field of Atlantic history and the history of the transatlantic slave trade. The book was published around 2010, and it's often cited in academic circles because it compiles a lot of data about voyages, ship routes, and the estimated numbers of Africans transported. In terms of the author's backgrounds, David Eltis is a well-respected historian who specialized in the economic and social dimensions of the slave trade. Richardson is similarly credible and has done extensive work on the subject. So yes, it's considered factual within the mainstream academic context. Now, to your point, the book does reinforce the established narrative that a certain number of Africans were indeed brought to the Americas, including North America, but it's definitely not the only perspective out there. As you mentioned, the numbers have been debated and revised over the years. And of course, there's a whole conversation about how this intersects with Indigenous history and the reclassification of Native Black Americans that you're focusing on. So when Pan-Africanists pull out something like the Atlas, they're usually leaning on it as a mainstream scholarly source to back up that transatlantic slave trade narrative. But that doesn't necessarily negate the complexities or the Indigenous histories you're talking about. It's just one piece of the puzzle.
Well, hold on.
In short,
Time. Did you say that this book was written in 2010?
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
It
hold
was
on. It's written in 2010. Got it. In that book, what is the projected total number of African slaves that are brought to North America?
Yeah, so according to that Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade, they estimate that less than about 400,000 Africans were brought directly to North America. That's a fraction compared to the millions taken to South America and the Caribbean, and definitely a smaller number than earlier.
We don't even have to continue this exercise. We don't even have to continue with the guys. Let's partake in some gambling. Who's down to do some gambling? Okay, hypothetically, of course, we gonna keep it legal. Guys, I bet $20. I bet $20. I don't know. I might lose $20. Okay, I might lose, but I bet you that when we click play on this video, he's not gonna tell us how that book only says 400,000 Africans were sent here. Guys, the lowest number that I've seen historians cite is 92,000 Africans being shipped here. The highest number they estimate is 400,000. Even if we say they're telling the truth and 400,000 African slaves were brought here, we have over 45 million Black Americans present day. These slaves had a high mortality rate, a low birth rate. It is logistically impossible to take a sample population of 400,000 with a high mortality rate, a low birth rate, and have them balloon to over 45 million, whether it's been 200 years, 400 years, or 600 years. That's logistically impossible. But let's see if he at least, look, I'm surprised he's at least naming a source. He's at least showing a book with the name of the author present for us to look it up, right? But is he going to now tell us the stats? And if he tells us the stats, I think he's probably going to be insecure about it. I think he's probably going to know that 400,000 is such a small number. So how is he going to try to rationalize us starting out as 400,000 African slaves and ballooning into over 45 million Black Americans? Furthermore, we know for a fact since the 1400s, they were reclassifying indigenous Americans as African. So if a census record says that Louisiana has 4,000 African slaves, that's just what the record says. How many of them are reclassified indigenous Indians from that local region? Whoa.
In this book are firsthand accounts and shipping records of over 360 years of voyages by Europeans from Africa.
Now tell the audience how only 400,000 Africans are documented coming
to the New World. And there are 35,000 voyages listed.
35,000 voyages, but tell us how only 400,000 Africans were shipped here, allegedly.
And that's only 80% of the voyages that ever were, because if the European wasn't about nothing, he was about his money. And
I don't think he's going to reveal that only 400,000 African slaves are theorized coming here by mainstream academics.
Money, leave a paper trail. We have it in this big old book.
And the big old book says only 400,000 African slaves came here. Is he going to let us know that?
There's the issue of trying to enslave folks on the land they're indigenous to. Bartolome de las Casas.
Nope, he's moving on to a new subject now. This is how you debunk these pan-goofy foreign con artists. What else can we call him other than a con artist? He's cherry-picking what oral tradition he wants to treat as valid, what oral tradition he wants to discard. He cherry picks a source, doesn't tell you what the source actually says. I guess you got to just buy that big ass book and read that big ass book to learn that they only estimate 400,000 Africans came over here. Or you can do like Mike and research it through help by ChatGPT and stuff like that to get it much quicker. But guys, did you actually think I was going to lose my 20? Did you guys think he was going to actually cite that 400,000 were alleged to come over?
Nah, I didn't think he was gonna lose that 20 at all. You the king of the receipts. You feel me? He ain't giving up no receipts, and him holding up that book and not even stating the key points that we really need to know to get his point across. He ain't even say it.
This is dangerous and it's intentional. He said it documents 300 some years. He said 33,000 voyages, but he won't tell us only 400,000 African slaves are theorized being sent to North America.
He intentionally left that out.
That's it.
And even if he mentioned that, he's not going to put it in perspective and let you know that that's less than 4% of all Africans trafficked during the slave trade.
Right. No, he's only saying enough to try to get his point across, and it's not working. It's not going to work on people like us because we know, we read, we seen, you know, the real numbers, you know. So all that stuff he's talking is nothing, and I'm quite disappointed in him and the African Diaspora channel, YouTube channel, that they would even put him up there and let him spout that nonsense without no real receipts. Aren't you a credible channel?
No. How can you be disappointed? How can you be surprised when this is how the founder of African Diaspora News Station talks about our indigenous ancestors?
Wow.
You claim you're an Indian, and yet you get no Indian set-asides. You run around here claiming you're an Indian. Do you know what an Indian look like in America? Elizabeth Warren. You know what? Let me pull up her picture. Let me show you what an Indian look like in America. Hold on. Don't cut on my page to the Indian crap, because I don't want to hear it. Give me a second. Let me pull up what a real Native American
so mad,
look like. Hold on. Give me a second. Pull her up.
He's so mad about this Indian crap, guys? He's
download
so
this
upset.
picture. Okay, image. There we go. That's that great Native American right there. Okay, if y'all don't look like this, if you don't look like this, you're not a Native American. If you don't look like this, you're not a Native American.
Damn, y'all. I'm not a Native American.
So he's basically backing up what the colonizers say, how they removed us. He's pushing their narrative, pushing their look of what a Native American is when it's us.
He's pushing their brown paper bag test.
Yes, exactly. And we all know that that's not true. Our grandma and our grandparents, our forefathers, our ancestors, they were not lying to us. And no matter what he says, we're on paper. We're on federal government paper at that. It's not no made up paper. It's not from the stuff that they're trying to push. We can actually say that we are who we are. And I don't understand why so mad. If you want to be from Africa, then be from Africa. But don't push that on us who know who we are. And don't try to stop and defer other people for finding out who they really are, who their ancestors are, and where they came from. Don't try to deflect and cheat people out of finding out their family's experience here and what truly has happened to us. You posted a video of a woman speaking, one of the elders, and she was saying how somebody tried to say that, no, you're not Native, and this, and she called them a grandma killer.
Yep.
I'm with her. Mm-hmm. Don't try to take away from my grandmother's experience in Tulsa during my grandmother and grandfather and great-grandfather, their experience in Black Wall Street. Don't try to take away the experience of my family who actually pulled up their boots by the bootstraps and built something out of nothing after walking the Trail of Tears, starving and cold and being whipped and beaten all the way to Oklahoma, to Indian Territory. Don't discredit my people, my bloodline. You want to be from Africa, but don't push that off over here. You know, that's crazy. It's insanity, Mike. When you look at it, it's like, why? What are you getting out of this? Who's paying you? Who sent you? Who sent you? Who told you to get up there and say that? That's the way I'm taking it now.
Well, as far as the African Diaspora News Station, I mean, we know that they literally make money promoting this Pan-African bullshit. That's literally their whole shtick. Right. That's how he feeds his children. I mean, so it's also interesting how when you put the shoe on the other foot, we don't get down like them. They can't just be African. They have to get off on trying to force us all to accept an African identity. But when it comes to us, we're not saying every single Black American descends from indigenous American Indians. We're saying our family does. A lot of us do. And if you don't believe it, if you think you descend from an African or something, then that's cool. You probably do. You're African. Congratulations. That's not us. But they can't do that. They can't say, okay, we're Africans and you guys are claiming to be indigenous. So, okay, so we're a different people.
Yeah, we are. We're very different people. They're not like us. But my father and mother, my grandmother, my other grandfather, they've always told us that we weren't African. My dad was so mad when we were little, sitting down watching Roots, and I was like, Daddy, we were slaves. And he was like, we ain't never been no slaves, and we ain't African. We native to this land. He sat there and told me and my sister sitting there while we was little girls. We are from this land right here. We are native to this land on both sides, on my father's side and my mother's side. That's why I can't wait for you to get to work on our genealogy so we can see what Pops was talking about, because Pops is native also, Choctaw and Blackfoot, mama side, Muskogee Creek. But yeah,
and we can find all these documents. We can find all these documents proving we have indigenous ancestors, but we can't find a single document proving we're Africans.
Not one. I haven't ran into one that say anything about no African, nothing like that, just straight native. Now, somebody else's lineage, since he want to push the mess, he probably is African, but don't push that off on me. I don't have a problem with him being African. My thing is, why do they have a problem with my native ancestry? What's the big deal? What are you scared of? Why does it bother you so much that I'm native? Why? Why you want me to be African so bad? Why you want me to disregard my native heritage and just run around here with my head cut off talking about I'm African? If you want to tie yourself to that continent, go ahead. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't care. All I care about is my heritage and other people that want to know and learn their heritage just like me, as far as being a native Black American. That's all I'm worried about, is our nation coming home, reclaiming what was taken from us, and growing and moving on and trying to find some type of healing and comfort. And the way how they push their trips and stuff to take people back in Africa so they can resonate with their home and where they say they come from, we're not over there trying to stop them from doing that. I applaud them. Find your roots. Find your heritage. Go connect with the land, but don't try to defer us from connecting with ours when ours is right here and we always been hidden in plain sight. The Grand Awakening is happening, and we're witnessing it in due time, present time, and it's a beautiful thing.
And secretly, they must know that they're really American Indians and not African. They must know this. They must still be trying to lead us astray on purpose, because if they really felt that that was Wakanda, if they really felt that was the motherland, if that they really felt that that was the land that they were forcibly taken from, then why haven't they gone back? Why does the average Pan-African live comfortably in the United States and never even goes to Africa? Maybe visits once every few years to go to Egypt. That's it.
Good question. Why aren't they there trying to build the infrastructure and build up the country? Why aren't they moving back over there? I see so many go over there and come right back. Why, if Africa is such this great place, why aren't they doing what they need to do to build Africa up? Why not go over there? Why not go move in?
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't Africa calling its children home? I think if Africa knew that their children, that they did this wrong thing and they sold the kids over here or whatever, the ancestors, why not do a homecoming? Oh, you guys are getting treated so bad over there, because they see it. They see the news. They see what everybody is doing on the YouTube and posting these videos. Why they ain't saying, y'all come up over here? We got grants for y'all. We got some land for y'all. We apologize. We sorry for what our ancestors did to your ancestors, sending y'all up over there. Y'all are kids, come home. Why they not doing that for the Pan-African? It's because they really not theirs. They really belong here, and they just want to claim over there, and the Africans want some type of tie to here. That's all it is.
Yeah, talk about it. But Miss Johnson, what do you think? Our resident fly on the wall.
Well, I have a lot to say, but it don't come out right sometimes. I'm trying to hold back because I don't want to disrespect.
Don't do it.
It don't have to come out right. It just got to come out.
There you go, Mike. Well, like I said before, it's one of those things like Ghana, sis, I was going to say Ghana did do a homecoming. They did reach out and try to get people to come on back, and people did go back over there. A lot of people were murdered. A lot of people came right back over here and told us how not to go over there. So what we got to remember too is that it's a whole bunch of different countries over there on that continent that's divided. They haven't learned how to work together yet, let alone try to come and control our people and tell us how to move over here, you know. But they continue to look at us. They look down on us. When they come over here, they act like they're better than thou. Like they treat us like we're all thugs. Like some of the content you were playing about the little guy who was trying to teach people how to talk our slang. It's so many different things on how they condescend and how they look down on us, but they want us to be part of their people. I just don't understand it. I don't get how you could say that these people are bad. You don't want your children to marry into our families and things like that, but you still don't want us to separate and find our heritage and be our own people. I don't get that. It's asinine to me. Like,
no, I feel it. Yeah, I agree. And Vixen says, in my opinion, both YouTube channels, O'Shea Du Jackson and Phil Scott, have those African features, which I've noticed. I've already exposed O'Shea and Phil Scott for being undercover Africans. Yeah. Most of the people online deterring us from our indigenous roots, telling us we don't need tribal citizenship. We need to take an African DNA test. These people are foreigners cosplaying as us.
Yeah, I don't think that they're MBAs or the so-called FBAs. I don't think that they're neither. I think, you know, they probably got a couple, whatchamacallit, Scott, he looks like he probably got a couple of generations in, but he's definitely not one of us. Not talking like that. Not having the common sense to know our history and know what we've been through over here and know that there's they're just knocking the whole concept out, saying that there's no way at all. And we all know that with everything that went on here in the United States and with everything that's written, that this is possible and it is true. Because look at us. We're sitting right here. Mike, you have your card already. You have the paperwork already to show who you are. And it's millions more of us out here that just don't have that card. But ancestors are on those duns and on those dolls rolls, and they just haven't did the genealogy yet. Yeah. But we are here. Am I not here?
No, we all here, and we ain't no Africans, okay?
And I ain't no African.
And you know what? We've got a few more minutes left in that video, so let's see how he closes out this propagandist video, and then we'll do a little round robin of closing remarks, and we'll open up the platform for a Q&A. So if anybody in the audience has any questions, start posting them in the chat, and we'll get to them.
Under the Christopher Columbus voyage talks about that, and he said they knew the land too damn well. That's like enslaving me in my hood. How did these hunter-gatherers suddenly forget the lay of the land in which they hunted?
Asshole, we weren't hunter-gatherers. We built pyramids and civilizations and large gardens the size of forests. We were engineers and scientists and architects. The Asian migrants from the Bering Strait, they were the hunter-gatherer, nomad, scalping people roaming with the buffalo. That's not us.
And gather, unless they were from a different land altogether. A land that made them immune to the white man's diseases, which the Native Americans were not, which made them 4 times as resilient under the labor of slavery. Well, what about those photos of Black Indians? Well, the photograph was invented in 1826, which is 200 years plus after the first Africans arrived in James.
So he's going to cherry pick some pictures of Black Indians from the 1800s, okay? He's going to say, well, guys, those photos are from the 1800s. Photography was invented in the 1800s, you fucking imbecile.
Photography did not exist in the 16th century, in the 17th century, in the early 1800s. Photography was invented in the mid 1800s and wasn't even commercialized. Everybody didn't even have access to a camera yet until the late 1800s, early 1900s. So you know what we got to rely on? Journals of conquistadors, like this one that's chronicled in the book, The Antiquarian and Aboriginal History of America. Yeah, this conquistador journal from the early 1500s that says, though America possesses some dark brown men approaching to be black, yet it has been almost universally believed that there were no Aboriginal blacks or Negroes found on this continent. But from considering the peculiar circumstances under which a black race was found in North America, I hold it more than probable that the common opinion is erroneous. They say that a conquistador went to the California coast, encountered some fair-skinned natives. The conquistadors had some African slaves with them. They told one of the Africans, one of the Negroes, to give a biscuit to one of the Californian natives, right? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I flipped the page too early. It says right here, when a Negro was ordered to distribute a biscuit to the Californians at the Bay of St. Barnabas, quote, the natives seemed greatly pleased at the sight of the Negro, and they signified to him that they lived in a friendship and correspondence with the people of his color, and that not far from there was a Negro village. So this dumbass is going to tell you, hey, those photos you see of black Indians, well, those photos are like in the 1800s. Well, this conquistador journal saying there's Negro villages on the California coast, this is from the 1500s, right? Or maybe since photography wasn't invented yet, maybe we should rely on, I don't know, how about paintings and murals? Because most people don't know that all throughout Germany, there are German churches just like this one. These German churches created in the 1600s and the 1700s, and these German churches paint on their ceilings, on their walls, depictions of American Indians. It says right here, Europe is dressed in a long gown and a red cloak. She wears a crown. Directly behind her stands the black personification of America, wearing a blue and white feathered skirt and a crown. Well, let's see if we see a black personification of America wearing a blue feathered skirt and a crown behind a kneeling Europe in a white cloak. Oh, damn! That's Europe kneeling in a red cloak. And this is the black personification of America with the blue and white feathered skirt and headdress, right? Painted on the roof of a church in Germany. But this dumbass is going to tell us that we're not Indian because some of those photos of black Indians were in the 1800s. Meanwhile, you go to this church in Germany and you look up at the ceiling and you say, whoa, wait a minute, those are black Indians on the wall. And this isn't like an anecdotal example. We can sit here for the rest of the night and I can show you hundreds of these, but I'm just going to show you two more. And this one, they hit it on the roof of a stairway of a church. We in the back hallway of the church. You about to run up the stairs real quick. Well, slow down, Playboy. Don't run up them stairs. Walk up them stairs slowly. Look up, because if you look up, you'll see there's something on the ceiling. What is that? Wait, what is this figure with the crocodile and stuff over there? Who is that? Oh, they're going to give us a description. They're going to tell us exactly who that is. It says right here. Oh, hold on, y'all. I got a speed read. Where's America? Here we go. In the left arch sits America with dark complexion in a gold green adorned dress over which a red cape falls. On her head, she wears a gold decorated feathered headdress. While she has placed her left hand on the crocodile beside her, she seems to be warding something off with her right, almost in alarm. Whoa, and in the hallway of this German church in Germany on the roof, we've got a depiction of an American Indian in green and a red cloak and a gold and feathered headdress with her left hand on a crocodile and the right hand held up in alarm. But guys, we're not Indian because those photos of black Indians were taken in the 1800s. But that guy's not going to tell you that photography was invented in the 1800s. If we had Kodak moments in the 1600s, then we'd have photos of black Indians from the 1600s. But I'll show you one more just for shits and giggles. This is a whole different church in Germany. This painting I'm going to show you was created in 1746, y'all. 1746. And let's read the description first.
Africa and America are characterized by their dark skin and lavish feathered headdresses, representing barbaric continents. America's upper body is bare, her skin is dark brown. A feathered skirt and a red blanket cover her hips, and bands of feathers and pearls also adorn her upper arms. A crown sits on her head, around which a colorful turban is wrapped. Her hand points downward. She seems to be supporting the globe with her arm, indeed with the entire weight of her upper body, as if she wanted to protect it from being crushed or displaced by the powerful coil of the serpent's body. And if you go into this church, I wonder if we're going to see that somewhere. I'm seeing Jesus on the cross. I'm seeing some little white angels. I'm seeing, wait, what's that up on the roof? Oh shit, we got something on the roof. What is this? Oh, the black personification of America with the feathered turban and the pearls and the hand on the globe holding it up and the serpent on the globe. Damn, y'all, damn. But black Indians don't exist. Guys, ladies on the panel, what do you think about this? Do you think it's so strange that he's trying to act like photos of black Indians in the 1800s like aren't credible or something?
Well, he's acting like we were blind or something, or like the historians were blind. They clearly painted what they seen. It's a picture of what they see, a description of what they seen and what they witnessed. And you can't take that away from them. It's right there. So, sis, what do you feel about it?
Exactly what you said, sis. They act like the people who were painting and drawing these pictures were dumb and couldn't distinguish colors in between people. I mean, that's the only thing they can say to try to make an excuse or try to discredit it, anything to remove us from the scenario. But it's clear to see that those are pictures of us, and we are who they found here when them ships landed here. It was us. It was nobody else but us. We were here. And the sooner they admit it, the better it'll be. The truth will set you free. And they need to just stop with all the nonsense. And it's just ridiculous at this point. It's too much information out here that we can obtain. Before the internet, they could lie to us. And we had to believe the teachers and everybody tell us that we were crazy when we mentioned that we were native. Oh, no, you're not. You're a slave. You're from Africa, you're this, you're that. And we were always too light and too dark to be in Black history. So the Black History Month plays. So which one is it? You know, who are we? Oh, you're light and have hazel eyes because it's some white in you. But I ain't found no white yet. It could be, but for the most part, all I found is native.
And they're going to try to discredit photos like these because they're in the 1800s or the 1900s. Oh, guys, these photos are in the 18 and 1900s, so they're really Africans that mix with natives. Gotcha.
No.
All right. Meanwhile, I already showed the photo of my ancestor who's listed as a full-blooded Indian. So again, this guy just doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. But fortunately, I think we only have a couple more minutes. I mean, it's so hard to even get through his video, but let's see what else he has for us.
Virginia, which means that that's more than enough time for Africans who have been sold into slavery, escaped, intermingled with, and been adopted into Native American culture.
What did I just tell you guys? Oh, there's photos of Black Indians in the 1800s? Well, you guys were slaves, you escaped, you went to an Indian village, and then you mixed with the natives, and that's why you're Black Indians.
At the time the first photograph was ever taken. Plus, the overwhelming majority of photographs from the 1800s of Native Americans who have not been mixed look like we expect Native Americans to look.
No. Those are photos cherry-picked by J.P. Morgan and the Smithsonian depicting Bering Strait migrants, depicting Southwestern Plains natives. But he's going to tell us, well, look at these other photos of the... What are you talking about? So when you see photos in the 1800s of Black Indians, oh, it's not real. They're Africans that are mixed. But when you see photos of these Indians, you say, oh, yeah, that's the true Indians. That's what they look like. What?
Oh, look, there's certainly more evidence that we could talk about on either side of this debate. However, I want us to be careful of the fact that in us trying to fight against an erasure, we might be participating in one. Because Native Americans, they got a lot of reparations. They ended up getting land. But number one, if you ever been to the reservation, I ain't sure that that's what you want. And number two,
what are you talking about?
What did you say?
My tribe's reservation includes the entire city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, as well as Muskogee, Oklahoma. What are you talking about?
we do have a power that's greater than them. That is the power of numbers. And if we're not careful, we could be used as a pawn to not only eradicate them further, but disconnect us from a rising and increasingly powerful and sovereign African continent. And I'm gonna leave.
What sovereign African continent is there? Africans are puppets of European colonial masters to this day. He's really trying to fearmonger you guys into saying, stop doing your genealogy, stop looking into your family's indigenous heritage, because you're actually stripping away true Indian heritage and messing up their African sovereign thing that they're imagining. I mean, what? Hold on. It's almost done. It's almost done.
Leave y'all with this. I recently had the privilege of going to Elmina Castle, the largest slave castle in Ghana, West Africa.
Okay, I'll just end it here. We don't even have to debunk how these slave castles are fake. They're tourist traps. He's too lost in the sauce. We'll just stop right there. Empress, what do you think about that? I mean, he really tried to say that we're gonna like mess up native communities and we're being used as pawns. These native tribes kicked us out for a reason. They don't want us to reclaim our heritage, but he's going to try to flip it on us and make us think that we're being used as pawns.
This is it's so many ways. It's so much I have to say about this. It sounded like he was trying to guilt trip us, like us finding our genealogy, who we are, is gonna hurt Africa from becoming this great sovereign nation because we want to know who we are. Please don't go digging and find out who you really are. We're trying to be great over here. If you guys do that, it's gonna hurt us. Like, that's how I just took that. Are you trying to guilt trip us? Nah, buddy, that's not working up over here. That's not, I'm telling everybody go do their genealogy and find out who they are and honor their native ancestry. Yes, I am. And as far as him trying to say we're trying to hurt the Plains people, that's not true. If anybody's trying to hurt anybody, it's the Plains people that hurt us and went against us again and stripped us from what was rightfully ours. So why we got to sit up here and take the higher road? No, I'm not Michelle Obama. When they go low, I go lower, and I'm reclaiming what's mine. I'm sorry, you can't guilt trip me over here. If you do that, you're gonna hurt us. Don't hurt us, please.
Hey, it's a tale as old as time. I literally reacted to a video about a year ago now of some African girl screaming at us, claiming we're not really Indians and we need to stop looking into it because we're going to harm their African identity. And African is going to shrink and shrink and shrink because we're getting in touch with our indigeneity.
That don't have nothing to do with me. That what they going through and they issues up over there in their country, and with them trying to tie ourselves to our struggle and the fights in the wars that we've been through, and had to pull all out and just take care of each other just with us. Things that they did not do over here for us, that they come over here and take credit for. No. No, that what they going through over there, that's their business. That's a whole continent of Black people. And there's no reason why they should be going through what they going through up over there. They could blame it on the colonizers coming over there, stealing their resources. You let them because y'all dirty up over there and corrupt up over there. Ain't no way. It's just not no. I ain't even gonna go.
Hey. Let me really put this in perspective. Check this out. This is how crazy it is. Africans on the African continent total in the number of 1.4 billion. There was 1.4 billion of you guys, and you're convincing us that we're going to somehow harm you by delineating and getting in touch with our indigenous heritage. Guys, they say there's around 45 million of us Black folks in America. 45 million. 45 million is 3.2% of 1.4 billion. Y'all want us to believe that our little 3% of your population, you need us so bad, and you got to have us identify with you and call ourselves African American. If you need this minority group from the other side of the world so bad, then you ain't got a leg to stand on.
Right.
A lot of y'all ain't crunched some numbers. Y'all don't know it was 1.4 billion of them, only 45 million of us in North America. I mean, if you count all the Black indigenous people of the Caribbean, South America, it's more. But just in the US of A, there's 45 million, and they're worried about us so bad, aren't they?
It makes you want to go dig deeper and find out.
What are they hiding?
More. Like, why? What is the purpose?
Yeah. Why are you so invested in us?
Really invested. Worried about our reparations and some more stuff. You seen that stuff about the reparations? They
Yeah.
added us in as what, they fifth nation, they sixth nation or something like that, part of the diaspora, and talking about, why are y'all worried about what's going on up over there? Y'all need to worry about what's going on over there.
It's bad enough they even try to include us in their diaspora when we're not even a part of it like that.
No.
You need to prove that you descend from an African slave, and then you're a part of that diaspora.
Look, I done met some African people of African descent that have been cool, but majority of them that I run into in my experiences with them, they're really condescending. They don't like us at all. Majority. I've got a few. When I say few, I could count on my hands that's been cordial and not condescending and not saying rude things. The other ones, they're very rude and condescending, and they really don't like us. So why are you trying to connect yourself to us? It's because we're valuable. It's because of the things that we have done here. It's because the way we fight. It's the way how we keep pulling ourselves up out of the smoke every single time like a phoenix. We keep coming back and back. We won't give up. We keep fighting and fighting. And it's the accomplishments that we have made. Everybody wants to tie themselves to that. I can understand. But what I have to say about that is no. We got a mission to accomplish, and that's to bring us all home, awaken every single one of us that we can.
That's right.
And reclaiming what's ours. And I'm not going to let anybody, not no pan goofy, not anybody, not them ones up over there in London, Great Britain, whatever. I'm not going to let anybody get in the way of what we got going on. Because like you said before, Mike, when the guy asked you the other night, he said, oh, you guys want reparations and Indian land too? Yes, we want it all.
All of it.
We want it all. So that's where we're at with it. We're here to reclaim what's ours, and we're going to get it. One way or another, we're going to get it.
That's right. And guys, I've crunched the numbers. This is why they're trying to keep us from our indigenous roots. When we talk about slavery reparations, when we fall under the guise of us all descending from West African chattel slaves, and we advocate for reparations under that notion, that reparations is between 10 to 11 trillion dollars that we're owed. But if that's not the case, if we're not West African slaves imported here, if we're the true indigenous Americans of this land that were colonized, victims of biological terrorism, enslaved, reclassified, well, guess what, guys? I've crunched the numbers. Then our reparation claim goes from 10 to 11 million to 40 to 50 million. That's why they will never want us to wake up to our indigenous roots.
Well,
talk to me, Mike.
A lot of us are.
So which one is it? They gonna take this easy road, or they gonna take the high road? They gonna take the low.
But the way they're trying to push this propaganda with the Pan-Africanism, we'll see which road they're trying to take. They're trying to use that 6th district of the Pan-Africanism and give our reparations to them.
And that's not going to work. They're going to cause a whole lot of problems with that. But no matter what they're trying to do with this reparations, I'm getting my tribal citizenship. I'm bringing that home to the family, not just for me. But for my grandmother, my grandmother, and my grandfather that was stripped out of that in 1979 when I was just 4 years old, I'm getting all of that back.
That's right.
It's coming home.
That's right. We're going to get there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's all I have for you this evening. Let's go ahead and start wrapping up the broadcast. Again, if anybody's new to me, new to my content, make sure to subscribe. Check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. I wasn't even planning on going live today, but I seen that the Pangoofies made this video the other day. I seen that they titled it, "Are we African? Are we Indigenous Americans? Settling the Debate." And that dumb motherfucker really thinks he just settled the debate when the debate ain't even began yet. And there's no reality that we live in where Wilson wants to debate me.
None
He
of
don't
them.
want that smoke.
Nobody want that smoke. With the king of receipts, who want that smoke? Who dumb enough to do that? Who's dumb enough to get up there and say that?
Come on. Come on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you later. Ladies, after I wrap up the stream, just go ahead and stay on the StreamYard and I'll debrief with you afterwards. But shout out to everybody tuning in. We'll see you guys later in the week.
Bye, everyone.
Peace. And don't fall for the okie doke, okay? Them Pan-Africans are trying to grift onto our movement. Them Pangoofies is trying to say we are Indians, but really we descend from ancient African migrants. Just don't fall for the okie doke. And we'll see you next time. Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
We know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, smash the like button on the way in. Shout out to everybody tuning in. Make sure to check out my new website, nativeblackancestry.com. And also make sure to check out my new YouTube channel, Native Black American Network. We've got a lot of great content that's going to be pumped out over there on the Native Black American Network. As far as tonight's live stream, we just finished a broadcast, actually. We had a couple lovely ladies joining us, Miss Johnson and Miss Empress. Nice to see you guys back again. I was just telling everybody about our new channel, Native Black American Network.
Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, shout out to everybody tapping in. Now, what I got to do real quick, this live stream, we're going to broadcast on TikTok as well. So let me go ahead and get the TikTok live stream queued up. We're going to be live on both. We'll do a little bit of multitasking.
Well, let me make sure my legs. They be vicious on TikTok. Hold on. They be vicious on TikTok.
Shoot, they be vicious everywhere. What you talking about? They be vicious everywhere.
Right.
But yeah, so I've got a couple prompts prepared this evening. Let me see. How can we get this pulled up here? I don't want
Mike, do you hear my fan in the background when I have it on?
I hear it a little bit. It's not too loud though. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Let me get this TikTok queued up. So everybody, make sure to smash the like button on the way in. Again, check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. I've got a digital archive on the website that I personally curated with over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, et cetera, ex-Black Indian slave interviews. You know, the list goes on and on and on. And then, as always, if you need personalized genealogy research guidance, you can book a one-on-one consultation with me, where I'll teach you the 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation back in 2021. And we are about to be live on TikTok in just a second. I'm queuing up this TikTok live stream right now. Let me get my camera set up over there. And you know what? On TikTok, I got to bring up OBS, I think. Yeah, I think I got to bring up OBS. Johnny says, how you guys doing, ladies?
Hi.
Doing
I'm
good
fine.
tonight.
Yeah, we just had
You
a
ready
really
for the
nice.
show?
Oh, I'm sure Johnny's ready. Yeah, we just had a really nice broadcast on the last one. Went through a lot of receipts, a lot of heavy-handed receipts. Here we go. Let me start this virtual camera. All right. Shout out to everybody tuning in on TikTok. Make sure to tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. I think I got my camera going on TikTok finally. Is it working now? Maybe, possibly. No, doesn't look like it. I don't know what's going on. Technology never works when you need it to, right, guys?
There's always a delay.
Always something. I don't know what's going on with my camera. I think I gotta turn off my camera for a minute on the YouTube and then redo it. Let me see, and I'm gonna place you guys on mute real quick. But yeah, for everybody on YouTube, make sure to subscribe if you're new to the channel. Make sure to tap the like button on the way in. I think I know how to fix this camera situation on TikTok. Bear with me, guys. Let's see, let's start this virtual camera. Virtual camera output. Let's see. Hey, this ain't nothing compared to the technical difficulties I was having earlier today. Oh, Lord. I was having some issues. All right. Do we finally got it working? Elgato face cam video capture device. Still not getting anything. You know what I can probably do? I bet you I can just share my screen. Let me see. The audio should be running through here just fine. I think what I'll do is I'll just share my screen on TikTok so everybody can see us. Let me see if that'll work real quick. We'll go display 4. Yeah, it'll be display 4. Okay, let's turn the camera back on. All right, let me go ahead and unmute you ladies real quick. Say something, mic check, mic check.
Hello,
Mic check
hello.
too.
All right, perfect. So my camera is not really working through TikTok for some strange reason, but I'm sharing the feed over here on the TikTok so everybody can see us just fine. But yeah, let's do a little debrief from the last broadcast. What are your guys' thoughts? I know we went through quite a bit. I know those videos with those paying goofies were quite annoying, to say the least, right?
Yeah, they're always going to be a whole show in itself to bring them up. I mean, it never ceased to amaze me, the links that they'll go to always tether themselves to whatever we got going on or have an opinion to whatever we have going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had real fun reacting to the pan craziness and, debunking a lot of the lies they were telling and, going over some facts and some actual, historical, proof.
Receipts.
Some
Yeah.
receipt with the king of receipts.
Yes.
Hey, it's all about the receipts.
My favorite part of the segment was the information that I learned about the Freedmen Bank, though. There was some stuff that I knew a little, but I didn't know a lot. And I think, boy, that stuff, I'm gonna have to go watch it again, really, because some of that stuff was just crazy to imagine, to even try to put yourself back then in that time and imagining that happening to you yourself, even though it happened to, a lot of our ancestors. But it's just something that is like horrible. And like, how do you get through something like that? And a lot of our ancestors did. They lost all that stuff, had everything taken from them, and they still kept pushing, still rebuilded, still kept moving along. I mean, it's really, really like, it's a bad situation, but it also shows our strength and our preservation too. Everything that's coming, it's just like they knocked it down, still handle it with their chin up and chest out. So that was, a good part of the last stream. I loved it. I loved learning about that.
Nice. Well, how about you, Miss Johnson?
Yeah, our the resilience was very, very crazy. Like all the things and the suppression and the lies that they were told, and it was all a con game, and it was a great setup how they made the freedmen basically force them to put their deeds and funds through a bank that wasn't protected. And then to have that bank just go down, and then all of a sudden all their deeds and stuff are destroyed after the bank goes. So it's very, very, very informative to know how our generational wealth was stolen from us.
Yeah, most def. And you know what, guys? I actually have a few questions prepared for this evening. Let me go ahead and bring them up on TikTok as well as YouTube so that everybody can see them. Bear with me just a moment. Let's see. We'll go ahead and layer this to the front, just like so. And then we'll bring up these questions. All right. Give me some fists or feathers on TikTok if you guys can see these questions on the screen, okay? And then as far as for everybody over here on YouTube, let me bring them up another way. Give me just a sec. All right. Here we go. Go ahead and share my screen so everybody can see this. So I got a few questions. Whenever we do these simulcasts to YouTube and TikTok, I like to do a little bit of a, little powwow, little open panel discussion, if you will. Let me see. We want to do entire screen, share the audio. And we're going to go here with it. Perfect. All right, so check it out, guys. Check it out. Now everybody should be able to see this. Oops. Bam. All right. So as you can see, we got some questions here. The folks on YouTube and the folks on TikTok should be able to see this. Actually, the folks on TikTok probably are seeing double. So let me switch up the view real quick so that it's a little more visually appealing. Let me see. What image should I give them, ladies? OMAC, Black Indigenous women, what? A little Black Indian kid? Which image?
I love the OMAC. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go with the youth.
All right, let's go with the youth. And you know what? Just so you guys over here on YouTube can see this image that I'm sharing on TikTok, let me bring it over here too. Ooh. All right. Here we go. So this is the image that everybody's seeing on TikTok as well as YouTube. Now, oh, wait, I went too far. There we go. There we go. Let's just go ahead and park that right there. Isn't that the sweetest little photo? All right. So, guys, as far as the questions for this evening, if anybody would like to answer, you can join the panel. Request to join as a guest if you are on TikTok. If you're on YouTube and you would like to join, I'm going to post the StreamYard link in just a moment. But first question, and we'll start with Empress first, and then we'll have Miss Johnson answer. But question number one is, why are so many people upset that Black Americans are acknowledging their indigenous American roots, but they had no issue when Black folks claim to be Moors, Hebrews, Nubians, etc.?
Each one, okay, I'll state it. Why are so many people upset that Black Americans are acknowledging their indigenous American roots, but they had no issue when Black folks claimed to be Moors, Hebrews, Nubians, etc.? Okay, so I would say, first, with Pan-African, each one of those, Moors, Hebrews, and Nubians, tie to Africa. So there that goes right there. Once you cut off the indigenous from Africa, it unties you from the Moors, Hebrews, and Nubians, and all of them are all connected to Africa. That's why so many people have a problem with it. I also think that as long as you said you were a Moor, a Hebrew, or a Nubian, nobody cared, because it placed you, no matter which way you go, still back to square one, which is Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why they didn't have an issue with it.
I got you. How about you, Miss Johnson? What's on your mind?
That was the same thing that straight popped in my head. It cuts the tie to Africa, and it cuts their claim, should I say, on our fame. And that's just how I'm gonna put that one right there. They're not like us, and they want to be like us, and that takes that away from them.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel you. I feel you. And real quick, it looks like we got some comments in the TikTok feed. And you know what? Let me pull the YouTube comments over as well. See if anybody's active in the YouTube chat. So over on TikTok, let's see. Davey says, y'all will not get Indian benefits or reparations. Go to work. Well, see, the funny thing about that is I'm a member of a federally recognized tribe, so I do get Indian benefits. And the other funny thing is I'm a genealogist and content creator, so right now I'm at work. Hey, how you doing?
That whole part. Hi.
We're starting early with the ignorance. King DiCarlo says, if Africa was the motherland, they would have never sold us. Ah, yeah, those that did get sold. Yeah, you got to think about it. Next question. Did you know that the Americas have more pyramids than Africa?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Empress. I jumped ahead.
No, go ahead.
But yeah. And they didn't even say anything about those pyramids over there in Africa, I think it was. No, they didn't announce our pyramids. They waited until they found the pyramids over there in Africa so they could have something to tie back to.
Yeah.
You know, they found our pyramids first, and we actually have, I think it's 2,000 or plus over here in the Americas, compared to their like hundreds, like 200 or so. So it's a big difference, big difference on the numbers of pyramids that's located over here.
More specifically, Africa in total has between 320 and 350 pyramids.
Okay.
The Americas has over 1,000 pyramids.
Thank you, the king of receipts.
Hey, but I digress. Continue. Go ahead.
Yes, but that's just it still continues my point. Our pyramids are much older over here. Those pyramids are much smaller. Our pyramids have more structures built around them. I mean, there's more developed area around our pyramids than there is over there in Africa. So it's just a big difference. And to me, that proves that the pyramids originated over here in the Americas and were migrated to Africa with our people.
Yeah. Exactly. Silence is still trolling. He says 28 views and calling this work is crazy. Well, hey, you must not know anything about content creation. In actuality, we have 34 people on TikTok and rising. We have 47 on YouTube and rising. That's over 70 so far. On top of that, out of the people watching right now, at least a dozen or so are going to go to nativebblackancestry.com and book a genealogy consultation with me. Out of those that book a consultation with me, a certain percentage will actually just say, hey, I'd rather just hire you to do the research for me, Mike, considering you're one of the only genealogists that are a member of a federally recognized tribe. So, you know, if you do want to look into Black Indigenous ancestry, I guess having a Black Indigenous genealogist is the way to go about it. Hopefully that fills them in on what's going on here, y'all. Everybody's so concerned with what Native Black Americans got going on, huh?
So mad.
Isn't it wonderful? It's so lovely.
You guys aren't getting no benefits and no Oh, actually, I'm a part of a tribe, and I'm working right now. So what are you talking about? Oh, but you only have 38 people. What? And you're one of them. I wonder why.
And you're one of them. Hello.
Right.
How you doing?
Yeah. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Come on. But next question. If most Black Americans are said to descend from African slaves, why do U.S. Census records from the 1700s and the 1800s list so many quote unquote free people of color, but so few actual Africans?
That's a good question. Why is there no actual Africans listed at all? Where the African list at? Can somebody direct me to the African slave list? They gonna always talk about what was on the boats that didn't never come here, that didn't make it to North America. I don't know, but there is a lot of free people of color around and not enough slave documents around. I always wondered that stuff myself, but it just goes to show how crazy people is and that the lengths people will go to get what they want. It all boils down to disenfranchisement.
Yep. Over on TikTok, Bumpy says, because there were none. Yeah. Yeah, I feel it.
That
I feel
too.
it.
Shout out to Bumpy.
Bumpy says Africans came in 1870, well after slavery. Yep.
Oh, Bumpy, I like you.
Let's talk about it. Next question. Who benefits more from us believing we're from Africa? Us or the same people who stole our land?
We're surely not the ones benefiting. Our whole birthrights, heritage, the way we live today as a people, we're not benefiting. We see who's benefiting off of our land. So the proof is in the pudding. It's in our face.
Yeah. You know those movies they always show about the aliens coming and all they want to do is just suck the land dry of all the resources till it's dry. Yeah. That's basically, referring to them and what they did here. We're not benefiting from it at all, not one bit, but they are. Yeah.
Good point. Very, very good point. Donna Clark says, I'm not Black and I'm not African American. I feel it, Donna. I feel it. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I understand.
We get it. you preaching to the choir. But yeah, if there's anybody on TikTok who would like to answer these questions, you can go ahead and request to join. Actually, I think I have somebody backstage right now. Mars. Let's see if the ladies on YouTube are going to be able to hear Mars. Hey, Mars, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Mic check 1 2.
Real quick, ladies, are you able to hear him okay?
Mic
Yeah, I
check
can
1
hear
2.
You guys got him? Okay, perfect. Well, Mars, let us know where you calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm calling in from Las Vegas, Nevada. What's on my mind is that I just want to let people know that I am a Choctaw Indian. I am a Cherokee descendant and a Muskogee descendant because I did my genealogy, and I found the truth is in the pudding. Doing the genealogy is that I don't come from Africa because I went all the way back to the 1500s, and all my family, the ancient descendants, come from Virginia.
Hey now.
And and I just was calling just to be on here to answer some of your questions. And I was reading it before I got accepted in here, and I just want to learn more. That's about it.
Yeah, most def. Well, question number 1, go ahead and tackle it whenever you're ready.
Give me 1 second. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, question number 1, why are so many people upset that Black Americans are acknowledging their indigenous American roots, but they had no issue when Black folks claim to be Moors, Hebrews, Nubians, etc.?
Because I think I know why they're upset, because when we accept the fact that we're American Indians, it goes back to show that that's like one of the original states, even though they say Christopher Columbus said it was a misnomer. But when you do your research about India, the country India, it wasn't called India before we was called Indians in America. We was called Indians in America before they was called Indians in India. They was called Hindus in Hindi. And I can't even say it because it's so confusing sometimes when you say it clearly.
Hindustan, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
you know what I'm trying to say. I can't say it correctly.
Oh, yeah, no, I feel you. I'm definitely picking up what you're putting down. You're right.
But
at that point in time, India was called Hindustan. So the whole, he called us Indians because he got lost. I mean, it makes no sense.
It doesn't make sense when you actually calculate. And then when you find out about the small hat people, they wasn't called those small hat people until I think it was 1942 or 1949, one of those dates. It's one of that timeline of the 40s. That's when it was called that. But before then, it was called Palestine.
Black people in America. Yep.
That's what another confusion that rewrote history.
I feel you. Well, how about the next question? Did you know that the Americas have more pyramids than Africa?
Yeah, when I finally researched that, I found out, I was like, wow, it really did. But a lot of the ones that was more than Egypt is because they got destroyed.
Yeah.
But all of them that they know that these conquistadors and these YTs came over, they seen them and they was jealous, I guess, because they destroyed them all. Because I'm from Northern California, and I researched my own city. They had shell mounds. The biggest shell mound over there was 60 feet tall, and they all got destroyed by the 1920s.
That's how they got down. That's right. And actually, if you're from California, you should definitely look into the ancient history of the island of California. Back in the day, it used to be an island. If you get rid of all those man-made dams, all those hundreds of dams in California, then there would be an inland sea, right? It floods seasonally.
That's why San Francisco is literally on an island, and they have over 1 million people now. But back 10 years ago, when I looked it up about the population, there was over 800,000 people that live on this island. That's why it's so compact on there. So if any big tsunami came, because they're right on the water, that makes sense. Because I've seen that post about California being an island.
Yep.
And like you said, they built those dams, and that's why we don't have so much water like it really was before.
Yeah. Not only that, but there was a huge lake where Los Angeles was, and they drained it and gave some landowner the rights, and he basically used it for agriculture and stuff. So yeah. And if there's anybody who's just now learning about this whole island of California thing, here's some references for you. Give me just a second. We'll look up old Spanish map island California. Remember, California gets its name from the story of the Amazonian indigenous black warrior Queen Califia of California, right? These are what the original Spanish maps depicted California as, an island with an inland sea. Now, of course,
I've seen that before. I didn't know
Yep.
that was a fact.
Yeah. Now, of course, it wasn't actually ever really a full-on island like this, but you got to understand that if it wasn't for the dams, the Sierra Nevada mountain watershed from the snow melting, it does create what we call an inland sea. You know, it's not going to be as deep as the ocean. It's still going to be hundreds of feet and whatnot, but you would need like a boat to get from one side to the other. Now, where the Spanish got it wrong is they assumed that it was an island and that it went all the way out, but they never really, at that point in time, they never really got past like this area. So they're just kind of assuming that it's an island. And in actuality, it's more like this is still connected up here, but there's just a massive lake or inland sea, if you will. And I'm from Sacramento, California. There was a great flood in Sacramento where downtown, great flood of 1862, you had to get around in downtown Sacramento on canoes and stuff because Sacramento is a valley, it's flat.
So wait, you're from Sacramento? I grew up in Stockton, California. I was born in Reno, Nevada. But
Oh,
I've
nice.
been in Stockton since I was 2 years old, and I finally moved back
Yep.
I moved to Las Vegas in 2017. But I never got to live in Reno.
Yep.
So I would never claim I'm from Reno, but I would tell people I'm born in Reno. And that's why I don't understand this new generation. They like to claim somewhere they're born, but they never grew up there and they don't know no neighborhoods. And I start researching California, where I grew up at in Northern California. Like if Stockton and Sacramento still had their shell mounts, it would be so beautiful today. Like the fact that we had those there and they destroyed them is like, that just shows you how much jealous and hate they had for us. And they was jealous of what we did.
Oh yeah, most def. And it looks like we got some new people on the panel. Let's do some introductions. Unbelievable Truth. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
How y'all doing? I'm calling in from Atlanta, Georgia.
Good evening.
Thanks for tapping in, brother. And real quick, before you get started with the questions, Scoot on TikTok says the Mojave Desert used to be underwater. Yeah, and isn't there like the salt plains? And I think that's the salt plains because it used to be like an ocean of some sort. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. But Ill Will says Mike Lake Tulare was drained to make the valley area of Cali. Yeah, you're there in Central Cali. Nice. But yeah, Unbelievable Truth. Go ahead and tackle these questions, if you will.
Okay, I'm trying to see what's the first question. How many?
No,
So why are so
first
many
question, yeah. Why are so many people upset that Black Americans are acknowledging their indigenous American roots, but they had no issue when Black folks claim to be Moors, Nubians, etc.?
The reason why they don't have no problems when people say they Moors and all that, because in a way it kind of slick tied them back to Africa. So hey, we still get to shoehorn our way into y'all culture. So that's why they have no problems with it. But the problem is, I don't see them saying, hey, y'all Jamaicans are really Africans. Y'all are African Jamaicans. But see, they want us to identify with them because it gives them power. But we not relinquishing our power to these people.
I feel it. Most def. And next question. Did you know the Americas have more pyramids than Africa?
No, I didn't know that. You learn something new every day.
No,
but I'm not surprised.
Mm-hmm. And shout out to Hammer on YouTube. Hammer says, Mike, I got your service last year. I found my second great-grandfather received 40 acres and his son received 160 acres, but I couldn't find them on any Indian rolls. They're from Mississippi. Well, Hammer, shoot me an email and we can take a look at some of the previous research that I did for you. Since a lot of things are being archived and digitized, monthly, genealogy is definitely a marathon. It's not a sprint. So there's stuff that I haven't been able to find on my own family. And then, 4 months later, 8 months later, there's new information available. So just shoot me an email and we can definitely revisit some things. But next question. If most Black Americans are said to descend from African slaves, why do U.S. Census records from the 1700s and 1800s list so many free people of color, but so few actual Africans?
That just goes to show you that a lot of us didn't come off these quote unquote slave ships, and that we were already inhabiting this land long before they had even discovered it.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. And last question. Who benefits more from us believing we're from Africa, us or the same people who stole our land?
Who benefit more? The people who stole the land. Just based off the fact that at the end of the day, they still control a lot of things, whether it's over there or over here. But the problem that we run into with these people is that they sit around and regurgitate our same talking points. When we was trying to get these folks on code with us to come over here and be riders, but they decided to side with the YT man.
Mm-hmm.
So now they use the same talking points. Oh, you niggas, if they pull me over, they're not going to see that I'm African. They know the difference between the Johnson and the Alpha Tunde. They know the difference.
Facts.
Even YT people can tell the difference between native Black people who from America and people who came from across the pond.
And guess what? They feel much more comfortable with us than a monkey eater. Wait, hold on. I'm on TikTok. I'm not just on YouTube right now. I gotta watch what they say. Okay, I gotta watch what they say. Normally, I'm just on YouTube, but I'm on TikTok and YouTube right now, so I gotta. Well, actually, speaking of TikTok, they on some bullshit because as soon as I started the broadcast, we're not even 30 minutes in, and they already restricted the visibility of my live stream. So for everybody watching on TikTok, please help me out. You can help me by sharing this with as many people as you can. Just take a moment, share the stream with a few of your friends. They're messing with my visibility. They're restricting my stream, but we still gonna give you the content that you need. And let's segue to our next guest real quick. What is this? Akasa? Go ahead, unmute yourself, where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Akasa going once. Akasa going twice.
Yes, I can hear you now. I'm calling from London. Yes, I just want to point out very clearly that
oh wait,
you need to
real quick. When you say you're calling in from London, by way of
London. By way of what do you mean by way of?
So like what country are your people originally from?
Well, that's exactly what I want to point out. Originally I'm from Nigeria, if that's what you want to hear. But by my name, you could tell that I'm a fellow Black man. What I want to point out is this.
Well, hold on. I can't tell that you're a fellow Black man by the name of Akasa. Typically, Black is associated with Black Americans. Us over here on the Western Hemisphere, Black has never been associated with Africans. You guys go by your tribal names, your country. You're Nigerian, you're Igbo, you're Yoruba, right? So it's very, very strange that you guys all of a sudden want to be known as Black people. But either way, that's neither here nor there. Before you start with your comments, though, and trust and believe, I'm going to let you speak freely. We just want to kind of learn a little bit about who's calling in. So when you say you're from Nigeria, are you first generation, second generation, third generation? I think in the UK, you guys call yourself Black Brits now, right? You can go ahead and unmute yourself, sir.
Okay. Right. So you see, we don't see ourselves like Black Brits. Mm-hmm. We see ourselves as either Africans or Britons or So I would like to correct one notion that
so Black Brits isn't a term that you guys use.
No, we see ourselves as blacks.
I mean, it's clearly a
I
term that
would
you
like to
guys
correct a
use. Look,
notion.
well, hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. I said that you guys use the term Black Brits. I brought that up because I was trying to be respectful because I thought that's what you guys try to call yourselves. You're saying that you don't call yourself that, but if anybody just looks up on YouTube the term Black Brits, look, we probably have your fellow Nigerian here. Ore Olukoga says Black Americans versus Black Brits, a quiet rivalry. Black Brits says this about Black Americans. Black Americans versus Black Britain. My observation of Black British women. So yeah, you guys are calling yourself Black Brits. That clearly is a thing. Black Brits ends the debates on where are African Americans from. Okay, so I mean, I don't know why you don't want to admit that some of you, I'm not saying all of you, but clearly some of you guys use the term Black Brit, but go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know what's on your mind. Hi, beloved. Nice to see you. Thanks for tapping in. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, Akasa. Pick up right where you left off. You wanted to set the record straight, right?
We ready?
I don't know. He's still on mute. You have to unmute yourself, sir. You have to unmute yourself. Just click that button. I know you know how to do it. You've done it a couple times already. We'll give you a good, healthy 5-second countdown before we get on with our conversation we were having. And a 1 and a 2. Oh, I'm an ignorant American. I don't know how to count. All right, guys. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, there was questions on the screen before we were distracted by a foreigner
Who didn't answer one question?
Yeah, we can't even get past go with some people. And mind you, none of these questions really have anything to do with Africans in Europe, do they?
Not at all.
Yeah. Akasa says you need to unshore me. If you mean unmute, it wouldn't let me unmute you. You have to unmute yourself. Akasa then says, man, you guys are so ignorant. No, Akasa, we really wanted to hear what you had to say, but you wouldn't unmute yourself. So just go ahead and come back up. Or here, I'll make it easy for you, Akasa. I'll show you how not ignorant I am. I'm smart enough to know how to send an invite, so I'll send you a personal invite to rejoin. And as long as we can get your microphone on, then we'll be able to hear exactly what you have to say and why you think we're ignorant and how you guys call yourself Black Brits, but you're not really Black Brits, right?
Okay, hello. Yeah. Firstly, I want to clearly make you understand one thing, that Africa today, the name Africa does not even exist originally. And you know, the Black civilization has been on this earth for over 10,000 years. There was no classification on the basis of race. It is only this classification of where you're from or who do you identify with is only it's a recent phenomenon. That is exactly what I'm trying to make a lot of you Americans understand. You tend to see yourself, okay, we are not those monkey-eating Africans, and you know, these are the kind of ignorant things you push out that further drag the Black race down. This is exactly what I want to let you understand. To stop this further classification of the Black race.
What Black race are you talking about?
I'm talking of the Black man anywhere on earth is a Black man. You should understand that.
So wait, hold on. No. Wait, hold on. Time.
Of the Black man in India.
Stop. I'm trying to understand you. So when you say a Black man, what makes somebody a Black man?
The race. That's what makes you a Black man. The race. Understand?
The what?
The race is what makes you a Black man. Your race is what makes you a Black man.
Charisma is what makes you a Black man?
No, your race. Your race.
Your race. Oh, okay. Guys.
Exactly.
I honestly thought he was saying Riz. I thought he was saying Riz. My bad. So your race. And there's a child in the background screaming and crying profusely. I'm just going to mute you for a second so you can sort that out. We'd really love to hear what you have to say, but I just can't hear you past the screaming child in the background. So you're saying the race. So then if you're saying your race makes you Black, we're kind of in a paradox. This is a situation of what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Because you're saying that we've got this global black race. And I said, well, what makes you black? Your race. Wait, so we have a global black race, and in order to be a part of the race, your race makes you black. I mean, we have to have some other markers for what makes a person black. Is it geography? Is it the country they come from? Is it their phenotype? Is it their culture? Is it their heritage? What makes a person black?
Okay, very well. When I say black civilization has been on this earth for over 10,000 years, it's not that I'm making that up, or I'm making that on the basis of trying to create a distinction between the black race in America or the black race that existed in those 10,000 years, the black race that existed in somewhere Africa, or the black race. They all existed on this earth, and they were trading even before the emergence of other races.
Sir, I don't think you
They were
understand my
trading
question.
and they were living together.
My question is,
Yeah.
what makes someone black?
The same reason, it's like you're asking a man what makes somebody white. Can you see the logic in your question?
White
It's like
is
asking
a
a
racial
white man.
construct. There's no such thing as white. There's French, there's
so you
German,
answer-
there's
so you
Spanish,
answer
there's
your own question.
Portuguese.
What makes somebody those are you see, those are the ethnicity. You
Sir,
understand?
sir, I'm gonna make it simple for you because you're not understanding. Would you say that a man from India is a black man? Yes or no? Unmute yourself. Let us know.
There's a difference between ethnicity or nationality from race. I want you to understand this.
And I want you to understand, I just asked you a yes or no question. So give me a yes or no answer. Unmute yourself again. Give me a yes or a no. Is a man from India a black man to you?
Indian is a national construct. Nationality and ethnicity are
Last chance. I asked you a yes or no question. Give me a yes
Man,
or no answer.
go back.
This is your final opportunity, Bush baby. I'm trying.
You are an illiterate. Race and ethnicity is different. You are an
Okay. Sir, maybe you should take care of your screaming child in the background instead of calling in to speak to people who don't give a damn about you. Take care of your kids. What do you guys think about our resident African in the UK neglecting his child to call in and tell us how we're all some global black race, but he can't even define who gets to be a member of this global black race? I mean, what's on your mind, guys?
Can I speak on that?
Worried about the wrong thing.
Well, first, we'll give the ladies the room to speak, and then we'll segue to our people on TikTok. Go ahead, ladies.
First of all, I'll go first, sis, okay? First things first, he's worried about the wrong thing, obviously. He started speaking about, when he first started, he said we were talking about some monkey eating or some stuff like that.
And we ain't even saying nothing. That's his
Right,
insecurity.
we didn't say anything like that. None of that came out of our mouths. The only thing we've been speaking about is genealogy and delineating. And when we say we delineating, it doesn't mean we're coming for you or worried about you in any kind of way. This is something that we're doing for ourselves. And I don't understand why Africans have such a big problem with us delineating and acknowledging our ancestry, which is Native Black American, when you guys have tons of different tribes over in Africa and nobody's worried about you and your tribe or where you come from and what region you come from. Just like you shouldn't be worried about what region and what tribe we come from. And it shouldn't bother you one bit about us, Native Black Americans, acknowledging where we come from in our tribe and being proud of our genealogy and our history and our ancestors. You guys are proud of your ancestors. What is the problem with us being proud of our ancestors and where we come from and honoring this land? I don't understand what's the big deal. And then again, I do. It's a tether problem. And I noticed how he tried to group us all in and saying the black race.
But they're not
there's a
in Africa
different-
calling themselves all black people. There's no Pan-African. There's no we're all black in Africa. We do that in America, though. I don't care if it's my first time in Philly. If I come to Philly and it's a fellow black person, we gonna nod to each other. We gonna acknowledge one another. I just moved to Oklahoma in January. There's a bunch of African migrants out here. I don't drive. I get chauffeured everywhere. Uber black cars, right? If the Bush baby's driving me, I already know the car gonna be a little musty. They're gonna be weird, antisocial, right? If one of my people is driving me, as soon as they see me get in the car, as soon as they see my phenotype and see I'm one of them, they breaking out the old school, they playing the rap music. They know what's up because we're the same people. Africans don't have any sense of unity. They don't all call themselves black, but those Africans that are lucky enough to flee the continent of Africa, well, they now want to get adopted into this black thing we created. So now they want to, oh, we're all a black race. We're all a black. Motherfuckers even started using terms like global south. We're all this global south. Like, all right.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's all a umbrella scheme. They're trying to put us all in one group, just like the government, and we're not having that. We standing alone, and we standing on ours, all 10.
Yeah. And let's go ahead and segue to Mars real quick. Mars, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. What's on your mind, Mars?
Okay. Oh, nothing. I just found that pretty funny. God is from London. Well, probably living in London, but he said he was from Nigeria. And then why couldn't he answer your question?
He never even answered. He never even answered the question of whether he's a first, second, or third generation immigrant. Like he really couldn't get past go.
And that's pretty sad. And it's not like you was trying to say, "Oh, we don't accept you Africans, this and the third." You're asking him. You literally ask him a simple question: are Indians considered black? Because you can't consider them black because of their skin tone.
Yeah. So
why he didn't answer that yes or no?
Exactly. And if he gave us a yes or no, then we could actually have a conversation. Because if he says yes, and I say, okay, I do know that Indians, red dot on the forehead, of course, red dot on the forehead Indians, we know that some of them have dark skin, melanated phenotype, right? So does that mean you're saying that you're black based on phenotype? And if you're black based on phenotype, well, that doesn't really make sense because the ones who are the globalist elite dominating the world, they don't go by those phenotypical rules. They don't say we're all pale, so we're all one big family. No. They do have a sense of
with other pale people too.
They do have a sense of familial unity, but it's because they're all inbred cousins, right? You know.
Yep.
If we really want to go there, World War I, World War II, these are just cousins having a family feud, right? Come on.
Yeah, it sure is. Because I just didn't understand why he came on here and then he called us ignorant on the comments. But yet you can't answer a simple question the man is asking you. A simple question about where you're from. He asked you about Black Brits. Is that a thing? And then you didn't really answer that either.
No, he did answer. He lied to us.
Say yes or no, really.
He lied to us. He said it's not a thing. He said nobody calls himself Black Brits over there.
And then you just showed us evidence.
He had a good point.
This is what we have a problem with on here on this TikTok that I finally.
Hold on. So So when people are on the TikTok panel, they can't hear the ladies. So Mars, hold on for just a second. There's a lady who has a comment, and then I'll cue you when it's your turn again.
The only part that he had good, in anything he was saying is about when he said Black people need to come together, but he's saying it to the wrong group. He needs to be saying it to his people that they need to cut out what they doing and stop with all the bashing and being mad about what we doing and sit back and respect it. Respect what we got going on up over here because we not messing with y'all. So that's the only good point he had, but he was saying it to the wrong people. You get what I'm saying? He needed to be talking to his. He needed to get on live and do a call in all Africans from around the world and talk to them about their mouths and all the stuff they've been spewing out and saying about us. And they need to just do this right here, zip it, and just watch. That's it, like they've been doing. But leave us alone. Keep your opinions to yourself about what we got going on. If you ain't trying to root for us and cheer us on, then don't say nothing at all.
Facts. And Hammer on YouTube says he needs to knock it off. Africans used to call American Indians a dog without a home. Damn. Hammer then went on to say, Africans uppity asses. They think they're better than us. Facts. Beloved says, I didn't agree with anything he said. There is an agenda to Africanize us. Yeah. Dreamcatcher says, I can hear them. Yeah, so the TikTok audience can always hear them, but if you're a panel member on TikTok, then you can't hear any videos I'm playing or any guests on YouTube. That's just a weird thing. But yeah, Mars, go ahead and give us some closing remarks. Then I'm going to have Unbelievable Truth give some closing remarks, and then me and the ladies are going to wrap up the live stream. We already did like 2-3 hours of live streaming. I'm sure they're tired.
Yeah, my closing remarks about this is just the fact that they're not willing to learn and to have a debate and to be guess a strong-minded and smart person that's to be educated, just a person that's smart. I'm very bad with words, but I know I'm not a slow person. And the fact that he calls somebody ignorant and you can't answer a simple question it makes you look bad. It makes your people look bad. He asked you a simple question. He wasn't trying to debate, like really argue with you. He didn't put down your people. He didn't say, no, you didn't. You just talked to him and he couldn't answer nothing simple. And that bothered me. And you're not a Black American. You will never be a Black man. You don't understand that Black is mainly over here. This is what it means. And that's why you asked him, so Indians are considered Black too? And he couldn't answer that. He went on and talk about whatever that I couldn't understand him because he was getting so angry. And he started talking so loud and so fast and angry at the same time. It's like, I couldn't really understand you. Why are you so upset?
They've never been called Black. I guess we can kind of say they've been called Black in the sense that the Spanish did call them Negro, right? And Negro does mean Black in Spanish. But here's the kicker.
It does.
Nobody ever made Negro something to be globally revered. The Africans didn't take Negro and flip it into something that's super successful. And Negro became a racial reclassification tool placed on us to try to Africanize us. And after we became Negro, they try to do us one step worse, right? They said, well, fuck it, we gonna give you a sense of inferiority. You ain't even gonna be Negro, you're gonna be Black. And then we took that Black and made it something to be globally revered. And now these Africans want to be Black like us.
Yeah, because we made it so positive, we made it so cool. That's why. We know how to flip a negative to a positive. That's what we do. That's what us chosen people, the American Indian people, do. We know how to flip anything negative. You took our land, we made it still positive, and then we built a whole nother city that y'all didn't like. Y'all had to burn that down. Several other cities that we made, y'all had to burn that down, that y'all was jealous. Don't matter how many years it's been, we keep doing it. And every time a Black man invents something in America, they don't give us fully credit. They say he didn't invent that. He had partnership in it. He had something to do with it, but he didn't invent that. No, because I researched this Black man invented the first electric car. They said he didn't do it, but there was several other partners with him that was Black too, Black American, that invented it. They invented the first trolley that had no wires on it. It was electric trolley, but that went away because we invented it. That's why they had to destroy it.
Actually, before the Wright brothers, there was a Black man who created the first plane. And he went to go send it to a fair. He had to send it by train, and it went missing. It got destroyed. It got sabotaged. And then shortly thereafter, the Wright brothers come out with their shit.
Wow.
Hennessy was really created by a Black indigenous American man. The credit was stolen
Wonder
from
why
him.
Black people like Hennessy.
Jack Daniels, the recipe was from a Black indigenous man. He taught the white boy how to brew the beer or the liquor,
the whiskey.
Yeah.
Distill the whiskey, I guess we should say. I'm sorry, I had a long
Can't
day.
forget about the Patterson Car Company.
Yeah, Patterson Car Company. That's right. Oh, and for anybody
GM came along.
For anybody who wants to honor the story of the true arbiter of Jack Daniels, his name was Uncle Nearest, and one of his descendants created the first Black female distillery company, and she named it after him. It's called Uncle Nearest. So you guys can go to the liquor store, buy a bottle of Uncle Nearest. It tastes good. It's some real premium shit. I mean, the bottle I got was like $60 or $80 or something. It's some real good whiskey. So, you know, instead of
So,
getting
Mike, I
some
got a
Jack
question.
Daniels, get you some Uncle Nearest.
Is it nearest with a I or a Y?
It's not a question. It's kind of
Yeah, I'll
like,
find
I don't
it
know
for
what
you.
it is, but anyways, I was just saying, so that makes sense why they say
right here.
black people love Hennessy. I
Yeah.
didn't know that we made Hennessy.
Makes perfect sense. Yep.
Yeah, now I see why we like it. And I
This
see,
right here,
and then when I started researching these things,
Uncle
why we like it.
Nearest,
My bad.
1856. Right here, award winning. Company ran by a black woman.
I done had some of that before. Sure have.
Yeah, it's good, huh?
Yeah, that's why I be trying. That's what I tell people all the time, man. I be like, man, look, man. They be talking, man, what did you keep? Look, man, I ain't no god. I'm not one of them people, man. I ain't no refried bean tortilla motherfucker. You hear me? I am a
Fawn Weaver. Fawn Weaver is a serial entrepreneur. She's a CEO and founder of Grant Signey Inc., a privately held investment company. And how'd she get into the whiskey stuff? Weaver serves as the CEO of Uncle Nearest Premium Whiskey, a company she founded in 2016. It's the fastest growing American whiskey brand in the U.S. history. The best-selling, oh, here we go, African American founded spirit brand of all time. All right. Interesting. Weaver was named to the Endeavor Group Holdings as board of directors alongside Elon Musk. All right. So she a boss bitch. Okay. I can dig it. I thought it said something about her being related to him or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Is Fawn Weaver related to Uncle
You
Nearest?
probably seen it, just took it away.
For real. You know, sometimes we be adding tens on it. Fawn Weaver is not a direct relative. Weaver discovered the story of Nearest Green and built the company to bring the legacy to light. Former enslaved black master distiller. And you know, damn well he was no African. Ain't no African, no master distiller. Come on now. Come on. You know, damn well he was indigenous to these here lands.
I was
But
thinking
yeah,
the same thing.
Uncle Nearest, y'all make sure to check it out.
What about Jack Johnson invented the Allen Ranch, aka the Monkey Ranch?
Yep.
That's why they call it the Monkey Ranch, because it was a black man that invented it.
Damn. Oh, something I discovered the other day. I did a broadcast about it. Black men invented the ambulance system.
Oh yeah, I could believe that, because it was a black woman that invented the cell phone. And then
And a
who
security
invented the cell phone bill? The YTs.
Yeah, we invented the cell phone and they invented the bill, huh?
Yeah, they've been in the bill for everything. That's why I got Nevada Energy right now. But if they didn't do that, like Nikola Tesla was trying to do for all of us, that the black man invented first, and he tried to reinvent, J.P. Morgan, aka Chase Bank, they said no, this is free. Oh no, we're not doing that. Make him go crazy. He went crazy and he was feeding pigeons and he died.
Well, that was also part of the colonization efforts in North America, was stripping us from our indigenous ginormous gardens that we now know as forests, right? Back then, those were huge gardens that we tended to, and we had food in abundance. So how did they strip us of that? Well, destroy the land, convert it into plantations, over-farm it, mechanize it, parcel it, survey it, tax it, distribute it, right? That's how they get down. But we got to wrap up this broadcast. Go ahead, give us some closing remarks, Mars, and then we're going to hear some closing remarks from Unbelievable Truth, and then the ladies will have the last word.
Okay. What I was gonna say was, I want people to know plantation is not just always means where people were slaved on. Plantation means land and fields that they worked on, that they made crops and everything growing. Because if you look up the definition of plantation, you'll find out the true definition. Then most of those plantations that you cheering about, saying yes, were they burning them down? No, that is your grandmother's house. That's your great grandfather's house, that they made them be in prisoners of war of that land, of their own house.
Yep.
That was ours, because when you do the research, you find out these mounds, that was ours. and when they look them up, when they dig them up, they find melanated men and women underneath there. So that's why I want to let people know. That's my closing argument, and I want people to do their own research. When you find something on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and you see it, go research it yourself, and you'll find the truth.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for stopping by and dropping some gems, brother. Don't hesitate to click that button in the future. Till next time. All right, unbelievable truth. Lay it on us. No Diddy.
Right. Okay. I just want to say this, man. We can't be sitting right here letting these folks get in our way. You know, they didn't even become a country. Some of these countries, they love to brag about them become countries to 1960. My daddy was born in 1954. My daddy was 6 years old when Nigeria was existed. And you know what else? Georgia was a state in 1788. So we got states over here older than they dang on countries where they like to brag they come from, and then they want to keep tying us into their Africanism. And I at this point, I'm willing to say, hey, Pan-Africanism is a COINTELPRO creation at this point. Like, I'm just sick of it, man. Like,
oh no, it absolutely is. Yeah, come on. It was pushed by black boule elitists, spearheaded by the government, to redirect our scholarship, our scholarly energy towards another continent. Imagine if during the 80s and the 90s, all that shit we was researching about gods and queens and Nubians and Mayad and ancient Egypt, right? Imagine if we were directing that towards our genealogy. Oh, then we know about the land patents, and we'd have tribal citizenship, and we'd have rectification, and we'd figure out about that land that the KKK was hired by an oil company to chase your grandma off, which is why y'all was born and raised in Chicago generations later, right? I mean, there's so much that we would have revealed, but instead they had us looking up African Orishas and shit. Hey, I fell victim to it too. I fell victim to it. Hey,
and that's what make you. That's what give you so much disdain.
Yep.
That's why
these niggas had me wearing a
dashiki for it.
These niggas had me in a dashiki, goddammit, in February.
And then the same guy who was talking about Americans don't have no culture. He did an interview years ago where he was talking about how influential Black Americans is and how they didn't even like to wear dashikis themselves until we start wearing them over here. We popularized dashikis for them in their own country, and they're supposed to be their garments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it just lets you know that we are the trendsetters, and we are a specific group of people in this country, and and what really kills me is that we don't sit right here and try to discredit what they done did in their countries. We don't do that. But they'll come over here, oh, you niggas are lost niggas, you don't know where you're from. You are from West Africa. You are sub-Saharan African. Like, no, we not. We keep telling y'all this. But y'all continue to just let it fall on deaf ears, and y'all want to keep forcing Africanism down our throats. And now we at the point where the line in the sand have been drawn, and hey, we mean them with the same disrespectful energy they've been throwing out here for years, and we've been letting it slide. All in the name of just, he African. You know what I mean? We black. We all get treated the same under this system, but they still don't get that. And now that we delineate, they trying to get it now. It's too late. The ship has sailed.
And see, and they don't understand that I'm so advanced with it. It's like the Matrix, right? Imagine Neo in the first movie when he go to fight the agent and he getting his ass whooped, almost dying. Versus like the third movie, he fighting like 30 agents with one hand behind his back type shit, right? This is how I am with these Africans at this point. I ain't got to get rah-rah. I ain't got to debate with them. I just simply ask them some juvenile ass questions, and they short circuit, call us ignorant, and I just kind of reveal what the situation is. These motherfuckers are so obsessed with us. He's neglecting his child in the background who's screaming helter-skelter bloody murder so that he can tell us how he really thinks that we should accept him in the black race and we're really stupid.
He became incoherent.
Look, man, like we said, man, we have been extending the olive branch to these people, but they done broke the branch, they done stumped on it, they done burned it. They done used it for fire to start the fire when they butch meat. And you know, we just different people, man. We don't eat primates. You know what I'm saying? We don't eat that. And then if you go to Africa, you go to the airport, man. There's people out there. They got little orphan kids out there with mice on the skewer. Like, come on, man. Come out on the skewer. You know how you got you know how we got the squish kebabs, you know, with the bell pepper, the onion, and the piece of the steak. You know what I mean? They got rats on the skewer right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man, we don't eat that stuff. Like, goat, they eating stew primate meat. Like, it's just wild out there, man. They got mud cookies. Like, it's just crazy, man. Like, they gotta do better. Mud cookies, man. How can we listen to a person who eat mud cookies anyway and eat primate meat?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Now, mind you, in my research, I did find that in the Amazon and certain remote places, you know, Taino might ritualistically eat monkeys or things of that nature, but not in 2025. Not no 2025, about to be 2026. No.
Can't be.
These motherfuckers are gonna be the year 2082 and they still gonna be in the bush somewhere eating monkeys.
So do they eat it because it's a delicacy or is that the only meat for them to eat?
Yeah, I was in one panel, man. They be out here trying to eat.
Oh, hold on, brother. The ladies just had a question. Since you can't hear them, I'm gonna repeat it. They said, do the Africans eat the monkeys because it's a delicacy or because that's just the only thing they have to eat?
Oh no, I think they go out of their way to do that.
All the ladies are laughing.
And they go out their way for that. Hey, man. And you know what else I forgot? You know what else a delicacy to them people over there? Mosquito burgers.
Yeah, mosquito burgers. I've seen that. Hey, mosquito burgers and mud pies. I kid you not. Mud pies. They take the mud and they bake it in the sun and shit. And I swear to God, mud pies.
They done found the way to spruce it up a little bit. They say they drop a little sugar in the mud cookie.
They do. They drop a little salt bay. Where there's some sugar. Okay.
Yeah, they salt bay.
Hold on.
In the mud
Look, y'all. I'm the king of receipts. African mud pies. Look. Mud cookies is what they call it. They're busting up the rocks. Man. It's not even made out of mud. It's made out of rocks. It should be called rock cookies.
And they say it got nutritional value, man.
And they doing it in Haiti too. That's how you know they came from Africa.
Oh no, it's a worldwide. It's a worldwide thing for these people from the diaspora, man.
Hold on. Y'all are in the Western Hemisphere. I don't want to watch nobody in the Americas doing that. It's at least more distant if I see an African do it. Hold on. Mud cookies. More Haitians eating dirt in Madagascar to survive. Damn. Hold on. I want to see the Africans eating mud cookies. African mud cookies. Damn, it looks like it's mostly a Haitian thing, actually. Everything for the mud cookies is popping up Haitian. Well, this is Africa. Oh, is that a rat? Oh, damn, I think that's a rat. Oh, Lord, I can't do that. I can't do that. Oh, Lord, he dipping that motherfucker. He dipped it and licked the palm with
special sauce right there.
Oh,
man.
shit. Oh, damn. God, oh, damn.
That's roguish behavior.
Damn.
No, that's a delicacy to them.
That got to be a delicacy for them.
Yeah, that is something.
Only thing
here we go. Here's the Africans eating the mud.
Only thing missing is some fufu on the side.
I'm just saying, like, it's 2025 and you got to eat mud? Like, what is going on?
And they want us to be with these niggas. These niggas don't have no home training.
What is where you come from? Hold on.
They got flies in the mud, y'all. They got flies in the mud. And them titties is sagging, my nigga or female. I can't even tell if that's a man or a woman right there.
You know what, man? I got to tell my dad. I got to tell my pops, man. He got to stop giving to these people, man. My dad been giving to these folks for 20 plus years, man. We done with these people.
Yeah, you got to stop saving the children, having pen pals.
Yeah, man. You know, we used to feel sad for them with their little bloated stomachs, and they had their own little personal flies on them. You know what I mean?
Diamond
they had about 2 flies a piece.
And again, it's not that we're like bashing these folks because they're poor. It's just so asinine that they have such grave issues to worry about and they're concerned about us.
And they got
That
we
part.
talking about
That
food
part.
that was in
You know,
America.
I'm not.
Man, these
I'm
people
not
got
trying to
food
dig at somebody
insecurity
else's.
over there in their country. Man, like, come on, man. They use the word insecurity to describe the famine
Hold
over there.
hold on, real quick, brother. Lady's trying to jump in.
What I
Go
was
for
saying
it.
is, you know, we're not trying to bash nobody about being poor or their pain or how they have to live. But my thing is that all this stuff that's going on with y'all with the rats and the mud and all that other kind of stuff, but you still could take the time out to be worried about over here when it's clear that you need to focus over there. You really need to be worried about what's going on over there. Your people need you, and you wasting your energy on us. Your people need you to focus on them and help them. That is insane right there. The
They're
rats.
catching mosquitoes
I heard
with
of
a
the people
pan.
eating rats.
They're,
in the war time.
they're catching the mosquitoes with a frying pan to turn them into mosquito burgers. I'm
Do
done.
you know how
See, and that's how
desperate
them
you have
diseases
to be out there trying to catch mosquitoes to collect enough to make into a patty?
No.
Oh man.
No, it's not burn. It's just a mosquito burger. No.
And they wonder why they got malaria and all these other diseases.
Man, and you know what? Mars must really have something to say because Mars is back. Mars, what's on your mind, Mars? What's up?
Oh no.
Make it quick, fast, Mars. I'm still trying to wrap up the broadcast, but go for it.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. No, I just want to say is these Africans, they don't understand that they're totally different from us. And our diet, when I researched us, we mostly just ate fruits and vegetables. That's why they grew to be 7 to 8 feet tall, and that's why we lived up so long, because we were so healthy. And then when we did switch to the meat, we didn't eat no damn rats. We didn't eat no cats like they do. I don't know why they're eating those stuff. Like, they have food out there they can eat. Our tribes from America, we brought the corn over there. We brought all our fruits over there to them because when we researched it, they didn't have none of that.
They didn't even have tomatoes over there. And they didn't even create jollof rice.
And tomatoes are indigenous to America, not Africa. America. Not corn is not indigenous to Africa. Corn is indigenous to America. Mostly everything is over here indigenous. That's the fruits and vegetables that goes all over the world. But that's all I want to say, because I hear y'all going in, and I appreciate you, Mike, for having me on here, your live. Every time I see you on live, I be like, oh, I got to get on here. This Mike know what he talking about. He be schooling me about this stuff, and I'll be learning more from you, and I research what you say. I'm like, wow, he was lying about the Virginians, the Georgians, and all this stuff that you teach me. But I'm like, dang. Finally, I found the truth.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you tapping in, brother.
I appreciate you so much, brother. Thank you so much.
Yeah, till next time, brother. Peace.
Peace.
All right, and Unbelievable Truth. Go ahead, give us some closing remarks real quick.
Yeah, man, it's just time for us to get on code with each other, man, and and if the people from the diaspora, if they want to get on code and support our movement, they can. But hey, we not forcing nothing. That's all I'm gonna say. If you in the way, you gonna get steamrolled over, man. We ain't got time to be playing with these people.
Hey, out of all the content I've done, all the interactions I've had with Africans, I ran into like as many solid Africans as I can count on one hand. No lie.
Right. You don't run across that many.
Years, thousands of Africans I've interacted with digitally. Years of this, right? There's about 5 that have been solid. One Nigerian in the UK, one was Somali living in the UK. Another brother, I don't even know if we would count him as African. He was actually from Suriname. I didn't even know about Suriname until he called in and educated us. Apparently, Suriname was a place of Black indigenous people. So that's why I'm like, I'm not sure if we can call him an African. And then who else? I think that's about it, matter of fact. I think it's about 3 solid ones. So it takes us sorting through 10 million bad Africans for us to get 3 solid ones.
That's for sure. And I always like to tell them, like, y'all are not the same class of people who was coming over here in the early civil rights movement, who was over here, who was riders. Y'all not that same group of people. Y'all are a far cry from them. Like, y'all not riders. Y'all very subservient to white people in America and in y'all country. Not only that, y'all over there getting whooped on by Chinese and Arabs with broomsticks, and y'all just docile over there. Then they come over here and have all the smoke for Black Americans. Like, go get that Asian man who beating your homeboy with that stick up off of him. That's what you do. Go back home, get that Asian man and the Pakistani man and the Indian man out your country who draining y'all of resources. Don't come over here with that smoke for us.
Yeah. Well, hey, brother, it was real. Thanks for calling in. As always, make sure to click that button in the future.
No problem, man. Salute, man. Y'all have a good one.
You too, brother.
Too.
Good night.
Peace. All right, and then there was 3. And yeah, guys, isn't it so wild that this Nigerian in the UK will call in and call us ignorant? But you know what? He'll never call a European over there in the UK ignorant, will he?
No, that's their friends.
A
They get
European
along
in the
with
UK will spit on him, tell him go back to Africa, and he'll say, "But I want to live here with you."
You know what you call the half-breed Indians, the agent provocateurs.
Yep.
I look at some of the tethers like that, you know.
Not
I do.
some, most. Yeah,
Yeah.
most.
They use them against us too, just like they use the Asian community in the neighborhood against us. Let them put their businesses there and all that kind of stuff.
Create them
I
as a
believe
buffer
they-
class.
And now we're being invaded by the Arabs, Indians in our neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
the same old neighborhoods that used to be ours are now everybody else but us.
Well,
Even
you have
in
to
the
realize
job,
that they've always weaponized immigration to take us over, right? That's how we became a minority in our own land, right?
Yeah, they let
Reconstruction
everybody-
era, they import all them Europeans, some European settlers form the KKK, start lynching, start doing all this shit. They've always used migrants to destabilize us.
Yeah,
And now these Africans think that if they shit on us real good, then they can be the new slave class of America, right? Because it's much more comfortable being a slave in America than being a rich man in Africa.
Yeah, it still is. Yeah, even the poorest of the poor over here is better. But
I'd rather be poor on Section 8 than living as a rich man in Africa.
that
Let
part,
that sink in.
that part. But it's getting bad because it's even with the jobs, like how they try to clump us all in and say we're all Black. And then if you notice that in these different businesses and offices, they tend to hire them, and the companies are getting away with it because they say, well, they're Black too. And it's not case. You hardly see any MBA or so-called FBA inside any of these workplaces like that. And it's all, people it's all immigrants. That's what it is. It's not none of us in there. I walk inside a McDonald's and it's all foreigners. I walk inside the mall and majority of the people working up in there, they're even white or they're foreigners. You can't hardly find any MBA or FBA inside any of these places, especially the doctors' offices, the hospitals. It's rare and it's hard. And if you do, you only see 1 or 2. And you see 1 or 2 Native Black Americans, and then you'll see the rest all African. You know what I'm saying? If you do see Black people. But
that's our that's what we see majority more on the West Coast. East Coast, it's more people of color over there. So it's a bigger population, like in Atlanta, Georgia, things like that. The population is bigger. We're scattered over here, more like in the West, but out there it's a bigger population of the people.
Yeah.
You know what? Is Beloved still here on TikTok? Post a message in the chat if you're still here, Beloved. I know you had a question earlier, or rather a comment I wanted to address. Let me see if we still got Beloved in the building. Beloved going once. Beloved going twice. All right, it looks like Beloved's not here anymore. It's all good. I'll still address the comment. Beloved said something earlier about like, oh man, I'm mad I came here late. I wish I caught it early or whatever. For anybody who catches these live streams late and you're watching on TikTok, you can watch a replay of any of these live streams on my YouTube channel. Just go to Mike TV on YouTube. We're live right now on YouTube, so you guys can be able to catch the replay if there's any part that you missed. But yeah, thank everybody for tuning in, showing up, and showing out. Let's go ahead and wrap up this broadcast. I gotta give me some rest, y'all. And I know I done got y'all live streaming for a few hours tonight, huh?
Oh, it was fun, Mike. I loved it.
It was. I didn't even notice how long, so we're good.
There you go, for sure. Well, everybody, thank you for tuning in. I will be live next week. Make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. And until next time.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Native American reservation system. Let's look at how the Northern Unionist, evangelical, Protestant, abolitionist, capitalist banking clique performed this confiscation. First of all, let's make sure most people understand that the Aboriginal Indians were experts at farming and agriculture, especially in the Southeast. They'd been there for generations, thousands of years. And contrary to popular opinion, slaves were valued as assets. So therefore, they're often paid in cash. They're also allowed to sell plantation product for their own profit. And they even inherited parts of the plantations when masters died. So there's plenty of wealth accumulated over many generations. Okay, so here we are. It's 1865. They've decimated the South. There's a bunch of Union Army soldiers on all the plantations. They've created this Freedmen's Bureau that you see here. Okay, and look what this bureau, these agents are allowed to do. Okay, they're able to control access to food, education, legal aid. All right. The South was literally starving. They destroyed the plantations at the end of the war. Had to, be agreeable to these Union military officers as well as the agents of the new regime, the Freedmen's Bureau. The first way they funnel them into the Freedmen's Bank is they pretty much exclude them from the new national banking system that this Congress, this abolitionist Congress created in 1864. And that national banking system actually had some deposit insurance plus serious oversight by the federal government through the United States Treasury. As a matter of fact, I've looked at the legislation. It actually had a very high capital reserve requirement of basically like 30%. They had to purchase Treasury bonds for the United States Treasury, all right, and then keep 30% of those bonds.
So in layman terms, what he's saying is the Freedmen's Bank was set up to fail before it even began. And one of the telltale signs are the fact that any other bank in the U.S. has to meet a certain reserve requirement. They have to buy a certain amount of U.S. bonds because it's a secure long-term investment, whereas this bank didn't have any of those parameters in place. Furthermore, these recently emancipated people were basically segregated from the U.S. main banking system and forced into this Freedmen Bank model. So they had really no option but to go for the ploy, right? But when we talk about the Freedmen Bank and the lasting effects, I'm not sure if either of you guys have heard this statistic before, but I recently found out that the Freedmen Bank scam was responsible for destroying $1 to $2 billion in generational wealth from those families who descend from emancipated people in the Southeast.
Wow, no, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah,
I never knew any of that.
Kind of expected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't put it past them. It's like nothing surprised me with these people nowadays. Nothing surprises me at all. That's really drastic. And it's just downright dirty and evil. Really. It is.
Mm-hmm.
Really, like,
Well, I
Yeah.
know that we said it at first when we couldn't hear, but it's the great setup. They basically wanted them to funnel their money through a bank that didn't have no protections.
Mm-hmm.
and
Exactly.
they stole from me. And the way how it's like, trust me, your money's gonna be good. And then even the ones that didn't trust them, they forced them to.
Mhm. Well,
And
here's the real kicker too. The real kicker is this is supposed to be the angelic union. This is supposed to be the angelic people from the north who freed all the slaves, right? Come on. The
What's
South, for better or for worse, the South had a system that was working. And those slaves in that system that were being treated harshly, that were being treated wrongly, they rebelled and they had slave rebellions and Indian wars. And those slaves that were treated well, like extended family, and they had some kind of work agreement with the plantation owner, they saw the Union as enemies. When the Union came in town, they helped Massa hide the gold in the woods. I mean, I mean, if you actually read firsthand accounts of ex-plantation slaves, they did not look at the Union. Not all of them. It depends. This is where slavery is nuanced. Some of them are like, yeah, the Union's here. We're free. Let's go join the Union. A lot of them were like, oh no, those Union people are coming here to burn down the town and cause havoc, because at a certain point in time, there was a certain order. I forget which general, but he did just go through the South and just steal a bunch of stuff, burn a bunch of plantations, just destroy everything. That was a kind of scorched earth tactic that the Union employed at a certain point in time during the Civil War. So you got to realize slavery is much more nuanced than they'll ever teach us in school. Yeah.
There was a lot of slaves that had that mentality is we sick, boss sick, we sick, boss. So they still boss gold, they still in Massa gold, they still in our gold.
Well, see, it's still more nuanced than that, though. You do have your like Samuel and Django types, right? And then you have those who are blood family members of the plantation owner. You have those that are treated just like modern employees. I mean, not every slave master was whooping and beating and lynching and all this stuff. If that was happening, then they would not have a productive workforce. Nobody would work under that system, right? You have to do something like Haiti, where you're just working them to death and constantly having to import slaves. But remember, North America received less than 4% of all of the slaves trafficked during the transatlantic slave trade.
Right.
Right.
States Treasury. Meanwhile, they create the Freedmen's Bank that has none of these protections, none of them. So the next thing is that the Freedmen banks are located in strategic places where the big plantations were and where there were clusters of these Aboriginal communities that have been, quote unquote, set free. Really what had happened is their land and their jobs have been destroyed.
And he's basically saying we're a descendant from reclassified Black Indians without saying it, right? He said these freedmen were really living in their indigenous ancestral homeland and they were set free, and now they're forced into the Freedmen's Bank. Yeah. You just heard it from a resident white man. He said Black Indians, okay.
Banks, the Freedmen banks, are located in strategic places where the big plantations were and where there were clusters of these Aboriginal communities that have been, quote unquote, set free. Really what had happened is their land and their jobs have been destroyed by, the burning through of the South. So what kind of assets did these Aboriginal Indians possess? Well, they still actually had land, or they had work land, and under their tribal systems or under the old Confederate state systems, they would have had titles and deeds. Here, your only option is to give us the titles to your land, and we'll put them in our safety deposit boxes, right? And we're going to use your land as collateral to make loans and investments. But of course, they weren't making loans and investments to the Southern freedmen, to this class of people that was depositing with them. They were taking this money, all right, and investing it in railroad stocks and steamboat shipping company stocks.
So they're basically gambling with these Black indigenous folks' money. And as you can see from the words in the back, in many cases, bureau agent officials handling payrolls and titles directly transferred funds from freedmen's bank accounts without informed consent. I actually have a lot of genealogy clients where we find their ancestors with labor contracts negotiated through the Freedmen's Bureau, Freedmen's Bank records. So a lot of our ancestors actually were victims of this Freedmen scam. It then goes on to say that many Aboriginal descendant landowners place their titles or savings into the bank under pressure from the Bureau or with encouragement from missionaries, teachers, or federal agents. That's how they get down, right? A tale as old as time.
Man, so they were really going around gaming our people. I mean, can you imagine someone walking up and saying, hey, you know, that deed you got back there under your bed, or, you know, in that hiding spot you got in that coffee can buried under that tree?
Yeah, it's not safe there. Nah,
It ain't safe.
it ain't safe. Put it in our bank that we're about to bankrupt and burn down in a few years.
Then you don't have no proof of your property. Then they could come and strip you of your land.
Mhm. So clearly the distrust that our community innately has for the government has, you know, long-standing roots, doesn't it? I mean, come on.
Yeah. I mean, they have proven that they can't be trusted time and time again. Treaties have been broken, promises have been broken, and they're still, you know, not standing by their word, and or, you know, to standing by their word to uplift our people and, you know, do what they said they were going to do, the promises they made, you know. So I feel like it's just ongoing. How can you trust someone that continuously, you know, makes it a bad look?
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have a word. They don't have a word. I mean, you can't trust any of that. I mean, if we keep looking at everything we have been through and what our ancestors was going through, why would we trust anything that any of them say or that they do? If they make it so hard to, because they have such a terrible track record. It's like you let a snake bite you once, so you're going to stick your hand out and let that snake bite you again. And every time we look back through history, they have did everything they could to keep the Native Black Americans down, regardless if it's stealing land, burning down towns, stealing money, taking everything you have out the bank and not replace it. They do not care. And I just, you know what? It's no way to repay it. It's just the more and more I learn, the more I figure out and put two together and set this up. Like, wait, first they did this, then they did this. It was like they not letting up. They keeping their foot on our backs all the way right now to today. Their foot is on our necks with all this different kind of stuff. And the way I look at it, the Union and Confederacy, they know different from the Democrats and the Republicans. We can't win with neither one. Neither one of them is doing anything for us right now to this day.
Absolutely. Two wings, same bird, if you ask me.
There you go, right
Let's
there.
talk about it.
That whole
Let's
part.
talk about it. Now, when I start playing this video, if y'all can't hear it, let me know.
Right away.
New electric stocks, all this stuff is being done by the share.
Are you guys able to hear it?
Yes, we're good.
All right, good.
Trustees of the Freedmen's Bank. There was no oversight by Congress. There was no oversight by the Treasury. There was no insurance. Okay, then they, after 5 years, actually changed their own corporate charter to allow them to invest in anything. So it goes on and on what they were doing here. So how would these Union Army officers and these Freedmen's Bureau agents, you know, sell this to them? They would tell the Indians that this was created specifically for this. This was an Indian-friendly bank, right? Okay, and besides the Bureau and besides the military, you also have this new group of like evangelical Protestant groups coming down, in particular the Methodists, the Baptists, and the Presbyterians. And they're like,
the Methodists. That's where we get our AME church from. That's where we get our African Methodist Episcopal Church. Come on, let's talk about it. That church that most of us have ancestors who were a part of. Some of us have ancestors who are pastors and leaders in that church. Some of our leaders, like Martin Luther King Jr., came through that organization. I mean, come on. The more you know.
It's wild.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep. It sounds like you have something you want to say.
well, is this real? Is this real?
Oh yeah, it's real.
It's real.
And it's gonna get worse. It ain't gonna get better.
Social and cultural arm
Oh.
of the union. Okay, they're coming down there. They're taking over old Indian infrastructure, their schools. They're taking over their mills. They're taking over their farms. Okay, the schools they were turning into schools to train the new white European people in the system as well, because they were actually being.
Remember when Martin said that at the same time that they weren't giving us nothing, they were giving European pilgrims subsidies, giving them land to farm, teaching them how to mechanize the farm, giving them farming colleges and schools. This is exactly what he's discussing right now.
Okay, they're coming down there. They're taking over old Indian infrastructure, their schools. They're taking over their mills. They're taking over their farms. Okay, the schools they were turning into schools to train the new white European people in the system as well, because they were actually being imported from all over Eastern Europe for the most part in the Caucasus regions. So they actually had to be trained in this new system of land ownership and surveyed land. And
Did you guys know that 90% of white Americans descend from European migrants that migrated here after the Civil War, 1865?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
They all came over
also,
way
most
later.
of them that came over before them were banished by their own country. Like they were kicked out.
You know, most of the British colonies kind of started off just like Australia as a prison colony. Yeah. Except it wasn't necessarily just prisoners. It was like debt slaves too. So a lot of Europeans who owed debt back in Europe, they can come over here, be indentured, work it off in a few years, et cetera, et cetera. Right.
they had a farm.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they had other schools turned into re-education, indoctrination schools for the Indians. That's what was going on. And these are the three religious organizations that were deeply on the record tied to it. So once they've accumulated and attracted all these land titles, these deeds, okay, therefore, when the bank collapses due to investing in initial public offerings and crazy stock market things, they're able to just turn around and go, oh, sorry, your deposits are gone. Now, the next question might be like, well, okay, that stinks that I lost my dollars, but you know, I had a title in there to my 200 acres of land in this part of Georgia. What happened to that title? Oh, funny thing happened after the bank went bankrupt. These records got destroyed. This is literally what they did. This is on the record. This is how the rulers of the United States that won the Civil War, these wonderful abolitionists, these moral Puritans, these Methodists, Baptists, and Presbyterians, this is what they did. There's nobody else in charge. But
come on, so were they benevolent figures that came down and freed slaves, or did they only free slaves because it was a last-ditch effort to win the war, and they needed those slaves to win the wars for them because they were good warriors? And then right afterwards, they do this Reconstruction thing and force us into an even worse type of slavery, a wage-type slavery, where now we're sharecroppers. And again, I've read the firsthand ex-slave interviews, and they say that they preferred slavery. They said life was much better when they were enslaved versus when they were free sharecroppers. Because now you're working the same land for the same master, but now you got to pay for that food you're getting, and you got to pay for those those tools you're using, and you got to pay rent on that shack you're living in now that you used to stay in for free. Right? So yeah, look into it, y'all. Look into it.
Yeah, it was coming from all sides at that point. It's like
It's like you can't win for losing.
That part right there, sis. There was no winning in that game. And they always set the game up like that. The game is always set up for them to win and everyone else to lose.
Absolutely. And before we continue with the video, let's cut to a quick commercial break.
My name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History Database. Thank you, Mike.
He's knowledgeable about his information, about the American Indians, and how we change our classification over time in the different types of mounds and different rules from the French, from the British. If you want valuable information, you want to really find out who in your lineage and who are the people you come from, I suggest going with Mike TV. His prices are affordable. He's not like some of these other people out here. I urge, go with Mike TV.
Oh, yeah. Real people, real results. Let's talk about it, y'all. Make sure to check out nativeblackancestry.com if you need personalized guidance with genealogy research. Let's get back to the video.
Them. Just read this one. It speaks for itself.
Hold on, I'm gonna read it for you guys. It says the destruction of the Freedmen's Bank records was both deliberate and systematic, and it played a major role in severing financial, land, and legal ties for hundreds of thousands of Black and Aboriginal descendant people. Here's a breakdown of how and why the records were destroyed.
Here's a specific example of the 1874 DC branch fire. Of course, that was the largest of all the institutions in the Freedmen's banking system. This shows what happened in the southern branch. They literally closed their doors overnight and immediately began burning the records. I mean, they have these accounts in the newspapers of union officers and contractors clearing out the offices, destroying files and boarding up buildings. Then even the National Archive, whoops, we lost them. So what can you say? There's nothing good to say about this. Here's another slick way. In 1870, they altered their charter so that the banks, the individual bank branches, no longer need to hold original deposit certificates or land title receipts. So you're native, or you're an Aboriginal Indian. You own a couple hundred acres. You brought to them the paperwork, which would be a title, a land title receipt, and that's the only one you have. We don't have copy machines back then. You have to understand what banks meant, and historically, way before the United States of America, banks. Why banks in ancient times were actually subsumed under temples. Okay, yeah, that's right. Temples and churches were stores of wealth. So now that all the records about
Well, let's take it a step further. Most people don't know that temples and churches weren't just a store of wealth, but churches were literally the first banking institutions. Before the modern financial markets, before the modern advent of banking, churches were the original banks. Think about it. They're literally siphoning wealth from the community. You're paying your tithes, right?
Faithfully.
And the church is storing that in the vault. They've got a church vault, and they're using the funds to do things like hire conquistadors to go colonize and destroy savage communities, right? So, the churches and the financial institutions, you have to understand the point of intersection there.
The property tiles are destroyed. They now have an excuse to resurvey the land. The county government takes control of it, and then they conduct property sales to two types of people: very wealthy northern banks who are buying up large tracts. Example of Sanford, Florida, a unionist general, rich guy named Sanford, buys 12,000 acres and starts to colonize it with poor people from Sweden to start a celery farm. Yes, that is true. No, it did not succeed. Okay, so now you see the setup, right? They've confiscated their money wealth through the bankruptcy. But the way to confiscate the land wealth is they have to lose the titles, right? So then they burn all the information after the bankruptcy. Now you have the excuse to resurvey, reorganize the land into parcels, smaller parcels, and now start to sell it off. Selling it off to the big banks to start new plantations and colonies, and selling it off to this new group of imported, pauperish, Caucasian, Eastern European, white people that they're flooding the country with at the tune of about 500,000 people a year. from 1880 to 1920. Thank you for listening. I hope you found this enjoyable.
So what do you guys think about that?
He in trouble, first of all. I know they don't like him. I know they don't like him at all. But like I said, the more and more I learn, the more and more I get disgusted with everything. This is sad. How much would all that money and stuff be worth right now today, Mike? Just give me a rough estimate.
Oh, I said earlier, $1 to $2 billion, $1 to $2 billion in generational wealth was lost. And that's with today's currency conversion. And these people, their descendants go on to get terrorized by these new European migrants. They formed the KKK in 1865, right? They then swindle them out of their land. They then go on these great migrations to the north, Chicago, New York, to the West Coast. A lot of them end up going to the city, getting forced into ghettos, housing projects. And then their descendants are in the projects living the way they're living today. And they are oftentimes totally unaware of the fact that they're a direct lineal descendant of people like this who've been disenfranchised and had their family inheritance stolen.
Yeah, they have no idea. Like a lot of us, that's a huge percentage of us that have no idea who we truly are, where we came from, and what was really lost and stolen. Not even lost, what was really stolen and taken. And there was nothing that, the ancestors could really do about it. Nothing at all. They were chased off their land. They were lynched. They were hung. And then they were getting attacked up from all fronts.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Because even when they migrated to the north, there were massacres in the north. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, when they moved out here and stayed in neighborhoods out here, it still was, they were met with racism.
Segregation, redlining, Jim Crow.
Yeah.
Yep, same thing.
It's
But
terrible.
I know that you guys had some videos that you wanted to share with everybody. So let's go ahead and
Oh,
start
yeah.
pulling them up. Let's take a look at this first one. Why don't you go ahead and give us a little bit of context on what this video is and why you thought you should share it with us here today.
Well, I was inspired because I came across this video on TikTok, and this woman speaks very confidently about who she is, and she knows who she is, and she does it in such an articulate way that it's not confrontational. She doesn't get hostile with it. So I'm really digging this lady right here.
All right. Well, let's take a look.
Why are you not African? You're just only American?
Yeah, I'm American.
Okay, explain.
So my most recent descendants are literally from Central America and North America, indigenous Black Americans. They have the same color, the same melanin content, but they are not from Africa. I can't name any country in Africa. What I'm saying is that if I take a test right now, I could say some Italian, some German, some Australian up in there, 13% Ghanaian, 19% Nigerian, like who knows and who cares? But what I'm saying is that my immediate ancestors are American.
Oh, yeah.
Mine.
Are they Black?
Well, you know what? She's making a very good point. Again, I don't really believe that DNA testing can tell you your tribe or your ethnicity accurately. I mean, it's good for telling you who your daddy is if you're adopted or something, or who your cousins are. But theoretically, if we're going to put on our tinfoil hats and say DNA testing can tell you your ethnicity, when it says that we're these 10% Ghanaian, 10% Nigerian, we know for a fact a lot of us more readily have European ancestry, and that European ancestry could have African DNA as well. I mean, North African Moors conquered the Iberian Peninsula for like 700 or 800 years, and Europe is not far from Africa at all. There's been a lot of, cross pollution, if you will. But let's see what else she has for us.
They're black, but they're not African. It's a difference. The whole thing about African booty scratchers and even why Black Americans have been called African booty scratchers is because the white people have classified us all as coming from Africa because we're all Black. And that's where the whole like falsified information has come, where we all come from the Atlantic slave trade and all the Black people were just shipped here to this country and all over. That's not true. We were already here. Like we were already here lining up every part of the world.
But if what you're saying is true, then you are more Hispanic or Asian than you are Black, because
that makes absolutely no sense. What kind of weird these Pangu? Oh man, and I can tell he's a foreigner. I can tell. Wait, so if what you're saying is true, that you descend from indigenous Black Americans, really you're Asian or Hispanic? Gotcha. Like, bro,
right?
Try again.
He's the main one that I'm like, he's serious.
Yeah, try again, little buddy. Try again.
Before the transatlantic slave trade, there was what they call Paleo Indian,
and Paleo Indians weren't Hispanic.
Those individuals.
No, and once again, you're misinformed, and that's nice.
I'm not saying that's the only people that were here, but they have Paleo Indians.
If you're not saying that's the only people, then what are you saying? If she's saying she descends from Black indigenous people, and you're saying there were also Paleo, you literally just said that she's claiming she's Indian or Hispanic and Asian. So, like, bro, like, what are you talking about?
Which the Aztec came from, which the what is it, Aztec, the Inca, those tribes came from what is called Asia to some extent.
No. That is a theory that some communities, specifically the Southwestern Plains Indians, the Southwestern Plains Indians migrated from Asia, but not the Inca, not the Aztec. Maybe it's a little questionable. The Aztec, even in their own ancient oral tradition, have stories of migrating from other places, but the Inca, no. The Maya, no. The Olmec, no.
I'm saying is that with the transatlantic slave, Atlantic slave trade, like you've been like misinformed to think that there were only, what do you say, Paleo, like white colored Indians essentially that were here. That's not true. There were Black people here, or as people say, the Moors or whatever you want to call it. There were Black people here indigenously, like they were across the whole.
And see, and this is why I really have such disdain for the American Moorish community, if you will, because they really muddied the water so much. The only reason why she mentioned the Moors is because oftentimes, like the Moorish Science Temple and these fools will kind of try to insert themselves into the indigenous stuff, and they'll even sell these status correction packages to identify as a Native American, pay us $800 and stuff. Like, no, the Moors were Spanish conquistadors. They were African colonizers working on behalf of Europeans. Let's talk about it. But this was an excellent video. Yeah, I wouldn't even be in the same room with all them Africans. I mean, it's probably a bit musty in there. I'm just gonna say, probably a little bit musty.
Did you see how loud and wrong?
Yeah, it was her against everybody though. Like it really was. Even though she's misinformed on some things, also, I feel like she stood her ground.
Hey, and this is how I know it must have been musty. I seen this video the other day. It's a flight from Nigeria. This is a flight from Nigeria, and this is how the airline staff is doing them Africans on a flight from Nigeria.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday.
That's Air France.
You can save £50 per person.
Them French people ain't playing.
For a family of 4.
Do you see what they got in their hands?
We've got millions of free.
Because they don't do the deodorant. Why?
Come on. I ain't never been on a flight where the stewardess had to walk away. Double. They got double cans in both hands. Everybody got double cans walking down the 2, 4, 6, 8 cans for the flight. That's how stinky it was.
Oh my God.
That's how
feel
stinky it
them
was.
though.
And the French are kind of stinky people. They don't use deodorant and shit neither. So if a French person think you stink, you really stink. You
It's
really,
bad.
really
It's
stink.
really bad.
Yeah. But let's check out this next video. What's this next video that you want to present?
Sis, you want to take this one? This is the one about the 5,000 year old DNA melanated found, I think.
So this is a mummy with the afro intact.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Do you see the man in the picture above me here? And before you go and say, oh no, he's African, let me tell you, he's not. This mummy is over 5,000 years old, and he's actually indigenous to the Americas. But we're going to take a closer look at him. So as you can see, he is highly melanated, which probably helped keep him well preserved, and his hair is coarse, or coily, like some people like to say. And again, he is over 5,000 years old, and he was found recently right here in the Americas. This guy actually proves that we were here before slavery ever began.
So for all you pangoofies that say, where's the archaeological evidence? There's a 5,000-year-old black mummy with an afro. All right.
They only brought 82 Africans to the U.S. So we were definitely here before the 1700s when they brought the first African.
Hey, nice. That one was solid right there. I didn't even know about the mummy. How recent was this discovery?
Yeah. This was 2 months ago, if I'm not mistaken.
2 months? Okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. And then how about this next video? What's up with this video that you want to present? It looks like we have an elder here.
Yes. Okay.
yes.
So this one here, it's an elder's testimony. Basically, her grandchild is questioning her about their lineage and their genealogy, and she goes in deep about where they came from, who they are, and it's just how it explains and it shows how our oral and verbal history is handed down to us. And a lot of us don't believe it. But fortunately, this young lady, she believes her Meemaw, her grandma, and, she's passing this information on to her other family members and everyone else too.
Nice. Well, let's get into it.
Our people want from no Africa. They didn't tell that damn lie. Nowhere else.
She said, our people ain't from no Africa. They told us a damn lie. Okay. We starting out strong, aren't we?
Our people want from no Africa. They didn't tell that damn lie. Nowhere else.
And my dear, okay then, so we wasn't in slavery like they were saying, was it?
No.
Because Grandma Ann was in the 1800s, so we can go almost 4 or 5 generations back. So Grandma Ann was from our land is our land, 900 acres of land, right?
Because Blue Family Road, then they took his son down there.
But it's exactly. And our grandma Hester and our grandpa Al was Albert, Grandpa Albert. And our names is our name. We didn't get no name from no white people, did we?
That's what I was telling you guys. I've been saying that for a while. That's why on my website, nativeblackancestry.com, I built out this tribal surname tab, because it's a grand misconception that we get all of our surnames from slave masters when a lot of us descend from folks who were never enslaved. So, you can definitely cross-reference your family last names and see if you have any that align with the 5 civilized tribes. But yeah, it's great what the elder's saying.
My dear, they teaching that stuff in the history book, talking about we were slavery.
We weren't no slavery. Our people weren't co-parent, was not no slavery. They tell them bare-faced lie.
Y'all hear that, don't y'all? Y'all hear that? And we Choctaw, right? That's right. We Choctaw. Y'all see a Choctaw, y'all. That's who we are. And our people were already here. And all of these history books have been lying. We just did the math. So I can go back before they said slavery was freed in Texas. When I did the math, it didn't add up. So I asked my grandmother, and my grandmother said, I said, my dear, so you mean, so were we slaves? Were we in the plantation?
No. We don't know about no plantation. I wasn't even born when all that mess was going on. But my foreparents know better. They weren't from no plantation.
You see that, y'all? So dirty is right there. My dear just confirmed it. 94 years young. We were not from no darn slavery like they're saying. And we want people to stop saying them lies. And she said that granddaddy had their own land, and we didn't have to work like that. We didn't have to work ourselves to death from sun up to sundown. They lying.
Come on, y'all. Come on. Just like we watched that Friedman video and it was talking about how they were working for wages and getting land and getting tricked out of deeds, right?
Mm-hmm. It's so, like I said, the verbal history, oral history is so important for us to sit down, have those conversations with our elders, our great aunts, our aunties, our uncles. It had the knowledge is passed down verbally. Unfortunately, not a lot of history was written down for our people, but it's there. Our history is there. It's just oral and verbally. Listen to your ancestors, listen to your great grandparents, your parents, and trace your genealogy. We are all not from Africa. And I can't stress that enough. We have not found not one African in our lineage yet, and we're back to the early 1800s. So just give it a shot. Book with Mike if you need help, but do not believe in everything that they teach you in school.
Oh yeah, let's get into it.
You heard what Medea said, sis.
I don't know if he's saying. I don't know if she's saying my dear or my dear or Medea.
Have anything to add to that?
Go ahead.
No, sis, you hit it all right on the nose. You got it right. You gotta, listen to your grandma, your great grandpa, your great uncles, any kind of your greats, your elders. That's what it is. Listen to your elders, and if you got to take notes, record. I mean, the generations now, they have it better than we do. They can record like this, they elders speaking. And as we was watching the video, I was sucking in what she was saying, the information. But at the same time in my head, I was like, oh, if I had a camera back then for my grandma and them, oh, it would have been on, because it was so much knowledge they was spitting and throwing out, about things back then in the day. But yeah, you got to listen to your elders, pay attention to them, jot it down, write it down, record, because your grandma, your grandpa, they not lying to y'all. Pay attention.
Yep, they was too old to lie or exaggerate.
Lie for what? And then we have all our fruit trees and stuff, my dear.
Right. We have peach trees, apple trees, plum trees, grapevine, muscadine vine, scuppernine vine, all of that.
Y'all hear that, don't you? You hear that, don't you?
Gave grandma the land, her land, and they built houses on it. Grandpa took over and paid 50 taxes paid on it.
So they had taxes way back in 1800s. So we know now that the white man invaded.
Okay. And what's this last one right here? Oh, you know what? You're on mute. Hold on a second. There you go.
So this is something that I just came across, and they were showing us some recent pictures of some Black natives. So I thought we just, go ahead and take a look and see how we looking today.
Okay, let's get into it.
Blackfoot and Cherokee. My mom's people, matriarch part side of the family, is from Brownsville, Tennessee. And they were the Cherokee descent, Cherokee and Blackfoot.
Ashe.
Thank you.
And what's your name, your native name?
Oh, my native name is Marnita Pretty Wolf on Facebook. But my Cherokee name is Red Bobcat. So and that's my Cherokee name. Pretty Wolf is my Sioux name. I was married to a full Sioux.
And what was your relationship to the Choctaw from the Natchez Trace in the Mississippi area? Do you
now the Choctaw people? Now a lot of them are from like Alabama, around in that area. Now we're cousins. Yeah, I just say that we're cousins.
Yes. And are you happy that so many people are remembering that they are the native here?
Yes. Yes.
We're remembering, and I'm so
Oh yeah, that's right, y'all. The Great Awakening is upon us, and everybody watching is a part of it. That's right. Let's get into it.
beautiful to see you, sister.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, $400,000, you can figure it up, but $400,000 in 1825 was quite a lot of money. All right, you can clear the arena.
Nice. And you wouldn't happen to know what part of the country this is in, would you?
No, I didn't have time to do that research.
All right. Yeah, I might have to look into it.
Yeah.
Keeping them on beat.
For real. Always got to have a brother on the drums.
Yeah.
Calm down, Tommy. This is how you catch the rhythm.
She's 82. My aunt right here is 82 years old. She's been coming here. How long have you been coming this way? How long have you
And I see we got some snow bunnies a part of the tribe as always. You know, it is what it is, what it's going to be. But hey, they got the complexion for protection, right? Because when they get online, ain't nobody calling them a pretendian.
Correct.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. But you know what? Let's go into another quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to react to our main event tonight, which is these Pangoofies. These Pangoofies near and far.
For anybody who is on the fence about having Mike help you or walk you through or educating you about genealogy and the genocide that has happened with the paper trail, I implore you to reach out, allow him to educate you and assist you in this process. I have learned so much in this consultation. I feel educated, empowered, and excited for learning about my history and looking forward to the future. So if you're on the fence, please go ahead, hit up Mike. I promise you will not be disappointed.
How you doing? My name's Major Wright. I just got done with my consultation with Mike. If you trying to trace your ancestry, Mike is a good first step to go through. He's going to break it down to you, all 3 steps to get you what you need. And if you want somebody to maybe do the research for you, you pay that price and Mike can help you too. But yes, he will fill you up with knowledge that you never knew and give you all the things like those unanswered questions in your head throughout time. Talk to Mike, man. He's a great dude. I believe in Mike.
Black people in America were taken like
think of it like Frankenstein. You know, that Frankenstein would take the arm from this place and the leg from this place and the head from this thing. And they were created into what they are.
What's the form of eugenics, Kobe?
They're severed from what they were. You see, the black people on the continent of Africa, they still have, even though they were colonized and you know, enslaved on their continent, they still, because they were in their continent, they got to hold on to some remnants of their culture, their language, their food, stuff like that, right? So they, even though they were colonized.
So basically, he's trying to say Africans are better than us, right?
Yeah, that's basically what he's saying. And what he mean, we were breeded into something else.
He literally
Whereas
said like
purebred-
Frankenstein.
Yeah, that's weird. And you see, and then they wonder why we be coming for their heads and why we look at them crazy. What kind of ish is that to say about somebody?
He said we are Frankenstein's monster, and Africans are better than us because even though they got colonized too, they didn't get severed from the land. Like, what kind of weird talking? Check this out. Check this out. If you're better than us because we got severed from the land and you didn't, then why are we globally successful and you're not? Shouldn't you have a competitive advantage over us? There's billions of you guys on your ancestral homeland and you still can't get shit popping.
With all those resources you have on your continent, you cannot come together as a people and do anything. We surpass you guys in every aspect of that. When we stand together, we're heard. And we know how to stand together and move as one. They have never done that.
And they don't have an African Dubai, let alone an African Wakanda. Wakanda had to be built in the United States through CGI and Hollywood. That's the only way they got a Wakanda, okay?
They weren't totally severed from who they were. The Black American is severed from who they were and then cultivated and created into this being. So they don't have a natural language. Their language is the language of the person that created them.
Meanwhile, Africans are speaking French, Dutch,
Portuguese,
Spanish. Yeah. You have entire countries in Africa that speak French.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on the severed part. We wasn't never severed from no Africa. That's not our homeland. Our homeland is right here, and we doing fine. We're doing a lot better than what they doing up over there. I think that their great hope is Ibrahim Traoré up over there, for what I've been
Ibrahim
seeing on the news.
Traoré or whatever his name is. Yeah.
Yeah, he the only thing they got going for them right now, and they all can't even rally behind them.
Wait,
They
hold
also
on.
corrupt and they
Time out. Here's the kicker. You do know how Ibrahim came into power, right?
It was a whole coup.
A coup, yeah.
So it's like their best, most recent revolutionary came to power doing a coup. Like how ass backwards is that?
I can't get it. Here goes another pan goofy worried about the wrong thing. He
All
need
the
to be
way in the
focused
UK.
over there.
Yeah, he all the
see,
way
he
in the
need to be focused.
UK.
We are
He needs to
studying.
worry. And he's loud and wrong. Just like the other one was loud and wrong. He loud and wrong too.
Well, let's hear what the Africans in the UK have to say about us. We would never spend our time doing a broadcast or a video just discussing Africans in the UK. Like, we don't care about you, but we are clearly on their mind.
Do you get what I'm saying? They don't have a natural religion. Their religion is the religion of the person that created them. They don't have.
Meanwhile, you guys are all Catholics and Christians in Africa. Oh, okay, I'm done.
Everything that they have has been cultivated by the people that created them.
No, we created everything we have. We created hip hop. The Europeans didn't cultivate hip hop. We created inventions. Okay. The gas mask, the street light, the cassette toilet. I mean, what are you talking about?
Black people don't like it.
That's one of the things I wanted to talk about. Why don't we like each other, bro?
Black people don't like each other. And it's shown.
just so disgusting. Do you see how early on they're trying to say black people don't like each other? And then the other one says, why don't we like each other? They're trying to grift into this black identity we made so popular.
Yeah, but
They've
why
never
are
called
they talking
themselves
about
black.
black?
Exactly. They've never called themselves black. They're Africans. They got their tribes. They claim that they're not severed and we're severed, but now they want to be black because we made it fashionable.
Yeah. They're no different from, like I said before, they're no different from the white tea man always trying to take and make it their own. From who? From us. Take it, study it, and try to make it their own.
They're
It's always-
literally trying to take our culture while telling us we don't have a culture and we're a Frankenstein monster created by Europeans. Okay.
It's shown within the attitudes and the behaviors that we act out towards each other. Generally, I would say in the West.
So honest, man. I love that about you.
Man speaking English with a British accent telling us we ain't got no culture.
Listen, black people don't like each
love
other,
it.
right? Black people generally don't like each other. I said some of the worst, let's say some of the worst people that have looked at me on the street have been from black people. And I'm like, I don't even know you.
You mean from African people? From your fellow Africans in the UK? Because you're in the United Kingdom. We're not looking at you crazy in the street. Your fellow African migrants are. But see how he's not going to say the craziest looks I get are from my fellow African migrants. No, that's too specific. He has said
Right.
black people, right? Black people. So y'all think
Yeah.
it might be us? It might be who? I mean, who? Black people.
They use that word black to try to group us all together, and we're a people of our own. It is like you said, we made the word fashionable, that we made the word likable, we made the word appealing to some people. We're mimicked all across the world as Black Americans. So they will do anything. At first, it was doing anything to separate themselves from being Black. Now they're doing anything to coexist and steal from our culture and claim it for their own.
Their parents told them to
They were
stay away
blind
from
away.
the Akatas. Their parents said, stay away from the Akatas, stay away from black people. But now it's in reverse, and they've grown up to want to grift into our culture, grift into what we've created. And it's just so disgusting.
What is this disdain that you got in your heart for me? And so when you look at, you know, some of the crime and stuff and what happens with the crime, you say to yourself,
interracial, 80%, nearly 90%,
intraracial.
Yeah, nearly 90%
of crime is intraracial, meaning that it's white on white, Chinese on Chinese, black on black.
The highest number in the black community.
Yeah, because black people don't like it, but black people have been taught to hate each other. They've been taught to.
You don't think we can end that conditioning? Because I look, brother, I can show you something right now, right?
Go
Yeah, whereas I kind of say black people, the nature of black people. I'm going to read something out very quickly. This is from Up From Slavery. So this I find it really important to understand. This is kind of I kind of read, and you know, so what people talk about slavery, there are very different stories of slavery and ideas around slavery. Booker T. Washington is saying they were anxious. I'll give you a bit of a scenario. This is when
Africans in the UK are reading and quoting Booker T. Washington. Wow. You don't say.
Because they don't have nothing else to hold on to. What black person over there in the UK? I didn't mean black.
No. What
African.
What African migrant revolutionary in the UK can you name? None.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. They ain't got nobody to turn to but us. But it's awfully funny how it is two Africans sitting here. It looked like a mixed African.
Yeah.
And another African sitting here still talking about us way across the water, worried about what's going up over here, and finna pull up a book by Booker T. Washington. Where they do that at? What's wrong with these people? What is wrong with
this?
them?
Is so weird. It's just it's giving
care.
obsessed. It's definitely giving obsessed. Yeah.
Very obsessed.
you know the war.
And we don't care, Mike, like you said.
The war to free the slaves, like the war. Of the
yes. Do you mean the civil?
Yeah, civil war.
Okay.
They were just as to talk
He
about.
didn't even know the name of the war to free the slaves. He didn't even know it was called the Civil War. Oh Lord.
They were just as anxious to assist in the nursing of the family relatives of the wounded. So black slaves were just as anxious to assist in the nursing of the